blog.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the American Association of Colleges of Osteopathic Medicine, or AACOM, and Tour4Diversity in Medicine, welcome. Today's virtual event, Diversity in Osteopathic Medicine, is incredible, and we are so excited to have you here today. I'd like to start off today's broadcast with a huge thank you to our partners at Tour4Diversity in Medicine, who have designed a day full of valuable workshops focused on why future physicians like you should choose DO. We've got an amazing lineup of physicians and current medical students who will cover topics ranging from critical test-taking skills, the importance of mentorship, interview skills, and more. So, without further ado, it's my absolute pleasure to welcome our first speaker, Dr. Tyree Winters.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining in on this first and hopefully more frequent collaboration that we are doing with AACOM. We are so excited to be here today with you all. I just wanted to first welcome you and then also give you a little bit of introduction to the Tour4Diversity in Medicine. So the Tour4Diversity in Medicine was started by a group of former student leaders from the Student National Medical Association. When we came together, we decided that we wanted to really reach out to students who may not have the opportunity to go over into different conferences and different programs that were available for students to learn more about medicine as a whole. And so we came up with a mission to be able to educate, inspire, and cultivate young minority, this is underrepresented minority, including what's listed under the federal guidelines of African Americans, Latinx, Native Americans, as well as Hawaiian and Asian Pacific Islanders, to be able to come together and find a way to be able to show these students how to be able to learn more about entering into medicine. And what's so important is the fact that as a DO, and as several of our mentors who are DOs, we are extremely excited to bring this material over to you. We love our profession of osteopathic medicine, and this is such a growing field. As you will find out right now, 25% of all medical students are going into osteopathic medical schools. So we want to see a breadth of more and more diversity within our profession as a whole. Just to kind of give you a little bit heads up, this is going to be quite a day of activity. We're looking at about 6 hours worth of activity that we're going to be doing. So the first part of this is going to be why osteopathic medicine, and give a little bit of background just in general about osteopathic medicine. Some of you may know this by already doing your research online, but you will hear it from our perspective. And as you go along and you listen to our mentors, you will see that we are very, we're very intentional on making sure that we are giving you our personal information, as well as our personal reasons of why we went into osteopathic medicine. We want you to see yourselves in us. The next part is that we will break off and let you go to our college fair that we have. We have 33 colleges of osteopathic medicine that are represented here today, and they are available to reach out to speak to be able to get more information from, and we'll give you more information about that. Finally, well, not finally, but in addition to that, we will have information on test taking skills, on mentoring, on interview skills. You will also hear a panel of osteopathic physicians such as myself, how we're dealing with things on the front lines of COVID-19. We will also have a Q&A session where you can get to ask us any question that you want to about our journey into osteopathic medicine, as well as what we're doing now. And you will find that all of us range from pediatricians, such as myself, to trauma surgeons and critical care docs and OBGYNs. We just expand the breadth of osteopathic medicine as a whole. For sticking with us for this long duration of 6 hours, we have a raffle for 60 of participants that are here today to be able to receive a token that you can apply to your AACOM application. So whenever you're ready to apply to osteopathic school, you will be given a substantial amount of money to help you along the way to this application process. So please make sure that you stick around with us. You will be entered into the drawing, and we will contact you with the drawing, with the results from the drawing if you are selected as one of the winners. And then finally, we want you to hashtag T4DO to all the social media to let them know about this event. Because like I said, this is an inaugural and it is a huge undertaking. We have almost 3,000 students that are participating in this event. So this is huge, and we want to continue to keep this going, and we want to spread the word about osteopathic medicine. So without further ado, we're going to start with the going through our program. The first step we're going to do is why osteopathic medicine, a profession with a mission. So I'm going to introduce now Dr. Chanel Kane, as well as Dr. Renee Volney-Darko. Hi, guys.
Hi. Hello.
Awesome. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead. Everyone, please feel free. If you have questions along the way, you are more than welcome to put the questions within the comment section. We will try to get to those questions at the end of each section, as well as we have our other mentors who are able to answer questions while we're presenting information as well. Okay? So we'll go ahead and start off. So we're going to advance the slide over to the very beginning. So why osteopathic medicine, folks? A career with a mission. So when we think about osteopathic medicine, the first thing that I want you to know is a lot of us have a similar goal in mind when we entered into the medical field. I know you hear a lot of times that people will say, you know, I really want to help people. I really have a passion to want to stamp out disease. But as osteopathic physicians, one thing that you'll find out about us is we promote health. It's easy to find disease, but it's quite harder to be able to promote health. So when we go to the next slide, we'll see that a lot of us, we have a love for patient care, correct? We also love the human body and science. But most importantly, one of the things that we love is the holistic approach to the patient. We not only think about the patient as the symptoms of, say, for instance, diabetes or high blood pressure, but we also think about the challenges that our patients have to go through. We know that right now, the awakening of identification in social justice or social injustice plays a heavy part on our communities. We also know that things such as COVID, with the devastation for the loss of loved ones and the loss of jobs and resources, that all plays into a part of the disease process. So as osteopathic physicians, not only do we think about, we have to understand the basic biomedical science of what it means to have diabetes or high blood pressure, but we also think about how those environmental factors can also play into the way that our patients will be able to exhibit these costs. Finally, we're able to, we enjoy problem solving, we really do. We love working with our hands. One thing that you'll find also along the way during this conference is that we have a demonstration on osteopathic manual medicine. And when we're able to use our hands as an additional tool to be able to help to treat disease, but also to promote health and to be able to promote the body's natural capabilities of healing itself. Next slide. So just to go back to the history of osteopathic medicine, Dr. A.T. Steele initially invented osteopathic medicine after his children passed away from spinal meningitis back in 1864. He was an MD by training, but discovered that at the time, a lot of allopathic medicine or MD medicine was filled with things that was not really promoting health. It was actually some things that was seen as being more dangerous or caustic to these patients as well. So he actually took 10 years to design and study the human body and a method to be able to promote the body's natural capabilities of healing itself. That's when he discovered osteopathic medicine. And when he discovered this, he actually started a school in Kirksville, Missouri, where he was located. And he enrolled in the very first class 21 students. Out of the 21 students, 6 of those students were women. Some of them were actually his daughters. And this is something unheard of, because before this time, medicine was divided between men and women. And so when women were actually able to go into medicine, they were actually given their own private schools to be able to go into. But this is an actual step in showing how the integration of osteopathic medicine was started at its inception. Next slide.
All right, so here are some facts about the osteopathic professions. Doctors of osteopathy, or DOs, which we are, and MDs, they're the only complete physicians in the United States. So you can be a DO or MD and practice medicine. And we're also able to specialize in any field of medicine, including NMM and OMM, which you'll get more information and a presentation on that later. So you can be an OBGYN, you can be a trauma surgeon, you can be a urologist, you can be a vascular surgeon, you can go into any field as a DO. And another benefit is that we may practice internationally, and also 25% of all medical students are in osteopathic medical schools, and there are new osteopathic schools popping up all over the country, so that's even more opportunity to practice medicine and be a physician in the United States. The next slide. All right, so we go one before this one. And one after this one.
No, one slide is missing.
Oh, okay. All right, so I'll just go through it. I'll just take it. So I'll go over the 4 tenets of osteopathic medicine with you all. So it's basically kind of like rules, or things that we follow in order to practice osteopathic medicine. So the first one is that the body is a unit, and the person is a unit of body, mind, and spirit. We practice by looking at the whole person and taking a holistic approach, while also, practicing standard medicine with the sciences. And then the body is capable of self-regulation, self-healing, and health maintenance. So in addition to the standard science and standard practice, we also look at the body's ability to heal itself and things that we can do to manipulate and help coordinate and encourage the body to heal itself. And then the next tenet is structure and function are reciprocally interrelated. So like I said, we take the holistic approach to the patients. And the last one is Rational treatment is based upon an understanding of the basic principles of body unity, self-regulation, and the interrelationship of structure and function. So that one ties in the former 3 units. And as I said, we just look at the entire person in order to promote healing while we're also practicing and try to help big patients better. Right. Next slide.
So as Dr. Winters mentioned, the mission for Tour4Diversity in Medicine is to educate, cultivate, and inspire future physicians and dentists of diverse racial and ethnic backgrounds by forming local connections in order to fulfill a national need. And that mission is extremely deliberate. The wording of that mission is extremely deliberate because it is very, very important, as Dr. Winters mentioned before, that we understand that diversity in medicine goes a very long way in medicine in terms of being able to care for communities and communities of color in particular. Now, former Surgeon General Regina Benjamin mentioned that unless the current trend is reversed, our country will see a growing ethnic and racial disconnect between those who receive care and those who provide that care. And as we can see, in the land of COVID, unfortunately, we are seeing that there are a lot of health disparities, healthcare disparities, right? The fact that there are people who are much more affected by COVID just because of where they live, where they grow, perhaps their race or their ethnicity may be a factor to that as well. And so we don't want to continue to see this trend where there are disparities because of race or ethnicity. So the Tour4Diversity in Medicine is truly, truly dedicated to making sure that diversity is at the forefront of its mission. Next slide. So I don't know if some of you have seen that there was an article recently that talked about infants, okay? Infants who are African-American, Black infants essentially fare better when they are cared for by physicians of color, in particular Black physicians. And so that kind of goes back to the slide that I mentioned earlier, that there is somewhat of a divide. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that just because a white doctor takes care of a Black child, that child will die, but there is an association of better health when the race of the doctor and the race of the patient is concordant, right? When they are the same. And so minority physicians, we know, are more likely to treat patients of color, okay? Patients who have low economic status, socioeconomic status, are also the ones that fall into that category. People who are medically underserved. So we know medically underserved areas can be urban areas, they can be rural areas, okay? And patients that tend to be sicker, which when you think about it, if you take all of the factors that I mentioned before, right? Color, low socioeconomic status, and medically underserved, those patients do tend to be sicker for a myriad of reasons beyond just race. But certainly we see that there is a trend, particularly along the lines of race. And minority physicians are actually more likely to practice primary care, okay? If many of you here are minority students, many of you will probably want to go into the primary care field. So that includes family medicine, pediatrics, OBGYN, internal medicine. Many of you are going to be very interested in that. And we know that the increase in diversity in medicine leads to better patient satisfaction. Patients feel more comfortable. They feel, that their visits are actually longer, right? That we're taking a little bit more time to talk with patients and really understand where they're coming from, perhaps their culture, perhaps their socioeconomic status, okay? Improved communication because of those factors. And we find also that patients tend to adhere to the care plans, right? They tend to listen to their doctors a little bit more and follow their treatment a little bit better. Next slide. So here are some statistics. Don't get too crazy about the charts. There are a lot of numbers and percentage signs and number signs on here. But essentially what this is showing, these stats are specific to osteopathic medicine, okay? Particularly the admission and matriculation of students into osteopathic schools over the last, it seems like 6 to 7 years. Okay. So as you can see, if you start from the bottom of the chart, you'll see from 2009 to 2010 and work your way up. The years are going up. And as you can see, when you follow the numbers, the trends have actually increased. So that actually is a very promising trend to know that the trends are increasing in general, right? For people who are applying and matriculating into osteopathic medicine. It will pop up there, but I'll kind of keep talking. But once it comes back on, once the chart comes back on, you'll also see that not only do the numbers and the percentages increase for applicants, right? People who are applying to osteopathic schools, but the trends also have increased for people who are matriculating, basically meaning that students are actually choosing to go to osteopathic schools. So I actually fell into that category at some point in time. Unfortunately, my year is not on here, which means I'm much older than than this chart, but we'll talk about that another day. But I actually did get into allopathic schools as well as osteopathic schools. And I, for lack of a better term, or I should say for no pun intended, choose DO, right? So I chose to go to an osteopathic school. But what is really promising about this chart is that you can see that the trends of URM stands for underrepresented minority. You can see that the trends have actually gone up. So if you go to the most right part of the chart, right, where it says non-URM or non-underrepresented minorities and URM, you'll see that in the very, very last column that in 2009, 2010, okay, that, well, not in this part, but in 2000, I should say not that part, I'm sorry, the applicants, my apologies, in the applicants portion. So if you go to the last part of the applicants portion, you'll see that the numbers of students who have applied for osteopathic medical schools have actually gone up from 11% to 15%, okay? And then the number of matriculants, okay, have also gone up. Now, on the complete right side, we see we still have a little bit of work to do. So applicants who are matriculated, we do have some work to do. The numbers have decreased a little bit, but that's why we're here. That's why we are here representing the Tour for Diversity in Medicine, to let you know that osteopathic medicine is definitely a great profession. As Dr. Kane mentioned, you can go into any specialty that you would like to go into. And we are here to answer any questions that we can for you so that we can hopefully continue to increase the trends that are increasing, and those trends that are not increasing, that hopefully we can make them increase over the next few years.
So now that we've come to the end of this presentation, we do have some questions that I want to ask our panelists right now. But most importantly, this is some information for you to be able to follow. So first and foremost, Tour4Diversity.org, we have continued information that's kept up on our website as well on all of our social media. Also following AACOM, as well as choosedo.org /explore. Please don't forget to hashtag us out at hashtag T4DO. But panelists, some of the questions that was asked that I think are very helpful. So one of the questions is from a current participant that asked, as a white woman, how can I make sure I don't become part of this problem? Are there certain skills I should be developing now, aside from just being aware of this problem? So as an ally, how can CR help the current problem that we have right now?
So I can answer this question. I think, it really comes down to really checking your biases, right? I think there's no person that doesn't have a bias, okay? And so we have to kind of check our biases at the door and really look at patients as the individuals that they are. And really understand where they come from. Osteopathic medicine, as Dr. Kane mentioned, mind, body, spirit, we take into account the whole patient. And so sometimes you might come into a situation thinking that more than you actually think about a patient, maybe based on where they live, based on how they look, based on how they dress, maybe the way that they talk. And it's very important for you to just listen to patients. That's probably the most important thing that you can do. And understand also that in listening to patients that you can gather a lot of information about their lives and potentially their clinical health. But that's what I would say is, make sure that you're checking your own biases and recognizing when you are potentially putting a bias into a situation where you really shouldn't. And that's a hard thing to do.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
And so a couple other questions that we have, and first and foremost, so URM versus URIM versus UIM. Being in the world of academic medicine, such as myself, there's so many different terminologies that are present. URM, that stands for underrepresented minorities and underrepresented medicine, underrepresented minorities in medicine, within the same difference when you're looking at the federal qualifications that are set by the Health and Human Services by the U.S. government. For Native Pacific Islanders, if you go to AACOM.org to be able to get more information on the data for Native Pacific Islanders for the osteopathic profession. And then, did we take a year study after getting your bachelor's degree? We actually will talk more about this topic later on throughout the presentation, throughout the conference as well, just so you all know, so stay tuned. So students that want to practice in third world countries, we actually do have several of our osteopathic physicians, such as even Dr. Darko, Voni Darko, as well as her husband, Dr. Darko, who both have practice in Ghana as well as in Haiti. You are able to, there are several countries where you're able to practice and have a full license, medical license. Actually, osteopathic medicine has expanded greatly in terms of the amount of countries we're able to practice in and have licensure in. These are great questions that are coming through. I'm going to try to get through as many questions as possible. We do have way more time, folks, just so you all know. What are some ways you all as physicians have done to combat your own biases? So I will, Dr. King, you want to take that question? Go ahead, take it.
All right, so what are some of the ways you all as physicians have done to combat your own biases? One thing that I do is I think about how I want to be treated when I go to the doctor, and you should treat, it sounds cliche, but you should treat people how you want to be treated. If my physician walks in, I'm an African-American female with an afro, I don't want them to instantly judge me. So when I walk into the room, I have to remind myself to treat, well, I'm nice anyway, but make sure I'm knowledgeable to treat people the way I want to be treated and just check my own biases at the door in order to just look at the patient and provide them with the best possible care.
I agree. And just to piggyback off of that, just to let you know for myself, I have to still check the bias that I'm a cis male. And so being a cis male, I can tell you there are times where I will walk into a patient's room, even though I am African-American, they would assume that I'm the physician more than my African-American, Latino American, Native American female counterpart. or cis female or trans female counterpart. They will refer to them usually as a nurse.
Mhm.
So I have to always remember to be an ally for my female counterparts, because of the fact that you can even see this on a day-to-day basis. Things have changed, but unfortunately, it's not changing as rapidly as we would all like. So making sure that you understand, you still have certain biases. For us being all on this panel right now, being our cisgender makes a huge difference compared to our trans counterparts. So we always have to think about those things as well.
Dr. Winters, may I just add very quickly that you really touched upon something that is so very important. I just want to make sure that the nuance of that doesn't necessarily get lost. And that is that, really speaking up for others.
Yes.
I think that is so very important, that, that level of discomfort of speaking up for someone when you see a bias is being used to potentially evaluate a patient or create a clinical plan for a patient, that you speak up and say something that really helps that patient to get the care that they actually need.
Agreed. A good question by Angelica: as minorities, how can we make sure we are more competitive applicants? So just to kind of give you a little caveat to that, I'm going to let Dr. Kane and Dr. Voni Darko take this over as well, but just stay tuned, folks. We have so much more. We will talk about this, I guarantee you. But just you two, can you give me a quick blurb?
All right.
Yeah. Well, I want to say I want to make sure that it is clear that in this question, we do understand that just by virtue of being a minority doesn't necessarily make you less competitive, right? So I want to just put that out there. So just by virtue of being a minority doesn't necessarily mean that you are less competitive. Now, that being said, obviously, being a competitive candidate means equaling the playing field for you as a candidate, right? So obviously meeting the academic requirements to the best of your abilities, right? So that means your GPA or your MCAT scores and things like that, but also doing those extracurricular activities that are, again, required for the application process. There are much more nuanced answers to that, and I think we are going to get into that during the tour, especially when we're talking about, I think Dr. Kane is going to be leading the interview piece of this. So that's going to be something as well. But there are some nuances there that as a minority, yeah, you're probably going to have to think about things just a slightly different than the standard, if you will.
Yeah, I agree. And like Dr. Darko said, you're not less than, you deserve a seat at the table too. So don't instantly go in there thinking that you don't. And like she said as well, just try to, bring the most well-rounded package with all of your activities, and just, be yourself. Let your personality shine through your interview as well.
And just so you know too, as someone, and a lot of us sit on panels for admissions committees, like I said before, I do academic pediatrics. So I see a lot of candidates that come past my desk. And one of the things that is being a big push, especially for osteopathic profession, is making sure that we have individuals that can bring all different gifts and talents. Mm-hmm. So the beautiful thing, especially for us being minorities, is the fact that we have such a rich history, so many different unique talents and skills that we can bring. And these are things that not only will benefit the profession, but benefit our patients as a whole, that is being looked upon. So things that we used to sometimes try to hide, we embrace now and flaunt, actually. We talk about this even with another question about natural hair. Mm-hmm. Talk about this quite a bit, and as you can see, both of our all three of us have natural hair. This is my natural hair, believe it or not. but not trying to make light of that question because it's a very serious question, but we do address this and we talk about this even when we get into the mentoring state. I saw a couple of questions about those. I'm just trying to answer one more question before we get a chance to go over to our next break. I think we have time for maybe two. Okay. Drew Pratt, education is one of the most important social determinants of health. As a DO, are there any ways unique to osteopathic medicine that include community education as a part of health?
Oh.
All three of us can attest to that so well, but I'll let one of my friends go ahead and go.
Dr. Kane, you want to?
Yeah, I was going back to reread the question.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I would say, well, of course, yes. And I'll give an example of my school in particular. My school was Lincoln Memorial University in Tennessee, and that school alone was pretty much the only school in the area, which meant it was the basic vessel for healthcare. And so we were so community involved. Like, my goodness, we were putting on fairs, we were going to the smaller community clinic. Like, we really, really became immersed in a part of our communities. And so, like, everybody knew us. And so we would even see, patients at the grocery stores who were like, hey, what are you buying? I put those chips down. I feel like and this is not to take away from anybody else, but I feel like with osteopathic schools, it's really, 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 ingrained in you to be an active part of your community, to be an active member of your community. And just by doing that alone while practicing medicine, I feel like that really bridges the relationship between health and the provider.
Great.
Yeah, absolutely.
So just Gilbert, I saw your question about Native Pacific Islanders. I am going to make sure that we have somebody contact you on the back end about that question. I don't want you to think that I'm bypassing that question by any means, because that is something that is very significant. So I would definitely have somebody reach out to you to discuss that question that's more qualified than us three that are sitting on this panel right now. Okay, this question got asked again. What would you say is the main difference between DO and MD? All right. So as someone who is a program director for a residency program for DOs and MDs, as well as somebody who trained in a program that was for MD and DO, I was duly accredited back in the day when there were two separate residency program systems. I actually did a duly accredited program. So I was accredited on both the DO side and the MD side. I worked alongside with MDs. Sometimes my MD counterparts would actually say, oh, I totally forgot you were a DO. And to be too honest with you, I didn't think that was a compliment. Nor did I think it was an insult, but I didn't think it was a compliment because of the fact that I went to osteopathic school for a reason. The main difference between a DO and an MD, in addition to our training, if you look right now at the way that our training system is set up, the first 2 years are the only 2 years that are different between our MD counterparts. And that's because we have an additional training in osteopathic manipulative medicine, which is about 400 hours. However, the philosophy of osteopathic medicine has always been a holistic approach. When we Dr. Kane talked about those tenets, those are tenets that should be ingrained in every part of the way that you practice medicine. That's different from our allopathic counterparts. Now, is that to say that our allopathic counterparts does not embrace those tenets or have now started to move towards that trend? Not at all. We have several allopathic schools that both go hand in hand. So Michigan State, for instance, both have a school that is on the same university, on the same campus. One goes to allopathic, one goes to osteopathic. However, we still think about those tenets, the philosophy, and that's one of the things that is the main difference between MD and DO.
Yeah. And I'd like to add to that. That was very good, Dr. Winters, that, especially in understanding, you know, those tenets, right? The body is a unit, right? One unit. The body has the ability to heal itself. Structure affects function and vice versa. And if you're going to do good treatment, then you need to be thinking about the first three tenets. And it's, you know, obviously MDs do believe the body is a unit. They know it's one unit. They see one person, they know it's a person, right? Mind, body, and spirit. They know that. And they know all the other tenets, right? They know that the body has the ability to heal itself. They know that structure and function go hand in hand. However, like Dr. Winter said, it in osteopathic schools, it is drilled into you. I mean, it is completely like constant. And that's why I can recite it from memory so many years from my training, so many years from medical school. I can say that in my sleep. And so I find, I don't know, for me, I kind of think of osteopathic doctors kind of like detectives, right? We're always kind of searching for health, right? Where can we find the health? I see the health somewhere. And those tenets help us to find that health in that patient.
And just to piggyback off the answers that Dr. Voni, Darko, and myself gave, there was another question I asked. Was there any personal stigma of being a DO? Did it affect my career? Not at all. If anything, it helped my career by having that additional tool. I introduced into our allopathic residency program osteopathic manipulative medicine training in conjunction with one of our other faculty members who specialize in OMM, Dr. Jonathan Torres, who you will meet later on today, who's given a demonstration. We actually developed an osteopathic manipulative medicine curriculum as well as clinic within our pediatric practice and our pediatric residency program. That was a tool that when I explained that to my MD counterparts, they jumped over and loved. My patients actually love my OMM. They love the fact that I'm able to do these certain things in a pediatric practice. So it doesn't hinder. If anything, it has helped tremendously. And yes, I know that there has been stigma that has come along within the past, and I would be remiss to not acknowledge that. But it's the same token as I like usually say to my friends who went to HBCUs, historically Black colleges and universities. I've heard so many times, oh, he went to Howard, not to Harvard. Mm-hmm. But did that change anything at all when we're seeing our first vice president to be a HBCU graduate, to be able to see the first Black Supreme Court justice who was an HBCU graduate? No. That's the type of thought process I think about when being a DO. I wear it like a badge of honor, and you can ask anybody. All right, so we have reached our time. We are getting ready to go over to the break. So I want to thank Dr. Kane and Dr. Voni Darko. They will be back for different presentations as well, so please stay tuned. But I'm going to switch over gears and give you the information for the college fair. We will be taking breaks throughout the conference to allow you time to be able to go over to the college fairs to talk to the colleges. Some of those questions that you were asking were so great, and some of them are really great questions to ask to the admissions counselors that are going to be present at these osteopathic schools that are in the college fair. So please don't hesitate to go over there. We're going to take a break between 12:45 and 1 p.m. At 1 p.m. sharp, we'll be back to start our next presentation. Our next presentation is going to be test-taking skills. So stick in there with us. If you have to step away and come back, that's totally fine, but we want you to be here with us, all right? So I'm going to have the slide come up for you to know how to get over to the college fair, and we're going to take that short, quick break.
All right, we'll give everyone a moment to just settle in. We'll start in just a few seconds. Okay, everyone, welcome, 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 welcome back. Hopefully you had an opportunity to chat with some of the recruiters during the recruitment fair. So thank you again for joining us. Again, my name is Dr. Renee Volney-Darko. I'm actually a board certified OBGYN, and I have with me two students who are going to be joining me today, soon to be student Dr. Sabri Zuper, and soon to be student Dr. Aldwin Sumer. And hopefully we'll get through this MCAT webinar pretty quickly, but well enough for you to kind of understand just the importance of going through the MCAT in a very strategic way. So I will let student Dr. Sumer start first.
Hello, Aldwin. Hello, everyone. My name is Aldwin Sumari. I'm a fourth-year medical student at PCOM, Georgia. It's a pleasure to be on this panel and help you achieve your wildest dreams in regards to handling and conquering the MCAT exam. Beat that test. Think like the test taker so that you could be a test breaker and break down the barriers that surround the MCAT exam. And I do believe in each and every one of you that with these strategies that we have in place that you can conquer this exam and get into the medical school of your dreams, specifically osteopathic medical school. Next slide, please. Okay, so unfortunately, due to the pandemic, well, fortunately for you, the MCAT has been shortened from 7.5 hours to 5 hours and 45 minutes. When I first took the exam, I actually took the old MCAT, and it was approximately 4.5 hours. So I think this is to the benefit of many of the individuals that are taking the MCAT. And you have 3 different test dates, which are the 6:30 a.m., 12:15 p.m., and the 6 p.m. times. Now, with that being said, you have to come to the realization that what is best for you? What times are best for you? Are you a morning person? Are you a noon person? Or are you an evening person? For myself, like I'm about that vamping life. Like I like staying up late at night and studying and whatnot. So it'd probably be most appropriate for me to take the 6 p.m. exam. But keep in mind that that is one of the influences that may particularly affect your score, is coming to that realization, like this is a specific time that I'm best, and this is the time that I navigate and do my most of my work, and I'm very efficient. So that's what the MCAT is about, coming to that realization of who you are as an individual. And that first starts off with acknowledging that there's different times. Now, we know that with the MCAT, the sections have been shortened due in part to the time frame constraints. Now, the time sections have been shortened to 48 questions versus a standard 59. And we know that we have our science section, our CAR section. Our science sections include the physics and chemistry section, the biology and biochemical section, the CAR section, which is a reading comprehension. And then finally, my favorite as a future psychiatrist, the psychology section. The science section will be 76 minutes. The CAR section will be 81 minutes. And you students will have 3 10-minute breaks. And one of the things I want to emphasize, these breaks are very important. Please, when you take this exam, take the breaks. Because as we'll mention later on in this, the MCAT is a marathon. And during a marathon, you need to take a quick break, get a quick chug of water, re-energize the brain, because the brain mentally is being so stimulated at the point that it can be exhausted. And those breaks are crucial for your brain to kind of refresh itself and get relaxed and then get back to it and tackle the exam, as opposed to what it was once, which was 2 10-minute breaks and 1 30-minute breaks. And the test scoring will not change. Next slide, please. Okay. So when do you know when you're ready? That is the biggest question that I often hear from pre-med students. Well, I took the MCAT 3 times. And my first 2 times, I will say, I took it because I was like, I just took a jump shot. Like, I'm like, yo, let me just wing it. Like, let me just take this exam and see what it's about. But please do not fall into the trap that I did. It's important to acknowledge that when you're ready, when you have the confidence, which is primarily the main thing, but when you're ready, you will know when you're ready. And just because there's a deadline for a specific school that you want to get into, or a deadline to get your AACOM application in, You should highly regard taking the MCAT when you're ready. And if you're not ready, it's okay. It's okay to postpone. It's okay to reschedule. I had to do it for my own personal board exam now that I'm taking the level 2 exam in DO school. And I think the most important thing that you have to acknowledge is that you yourself are in competition with yourself. It's not about what other people are doing, right? Your friends may be taking the MCAT exam much earlier than you or have their applications in, but you have to come through this process strategic. Have a strategy for yourself and say, I'm going to lay down the law, and this is when I want to take the exam. But if I'm not ready, then that's okay. You want to take the exam once and be done for it once and for all. I took it 3 times and I spent that's probably $1,200. I'm still paying for that on my credit card bill. So don't be like me, please. Next slide, please. So we're going to talk about some of the timelines. Now, at 6 months, one of the most important things that you have to do when studying for the MCAT, first thing you want to do, take a practice test first. Now, no matter what score you got on your practice test, that is the baseline, your foundation for your score. And you can only go up, trust me, if you put in the proper strategies that we're going to talk about here. And, I remember when I took my first MCAT practice test, and I got probably a 15 out of 45, maybe, which is the old MCAT scoring. So the scoring was at, I believe, from 15 to 45. So I literally got the lowest test score on the MCAT exam at that time. And so what you want to regard is, once you take that exam, know what your strengths are. Do not also fall into the trap of, I'm just going to study my strengths. So if physics and chemistry is your bread and butter, like it's smooth for you, that's great. But also realize that you have weaknesses that you have to emphasize and focus on as well to become more of a comprehensive and tailored, successful MCAT test taker. And I fell into that trap. I focused on my biology and psychology section and forgot the other sections. And as a result, it showed in my score. So you want to focus on your weaknesses first and then build upon your strengths afterward. Weakness first, strengths after. The MCAT is a marathon, right? 27 miles, but 27 miles in your brain, right? So you also want to realize, what are the constraints that surround you when you're studying for your MCAT? Some people may have families, they may have full-time jobs, or like myself, luckily my mom allowed me to stay at the crib and study for the MCAT exam for a whole 2 months rent-free. Thank you, Mom. So you have to come to the realization, what are the surrounding environments and what are the things that can influence or detract from your study? For someone that has a full-time job, you may have to study 6-9 months, but for someone that has more time like myself, I took about 2 to 3 months to study for the MCAT. And then you want to make sure you have a schedule for yourself. What is your schedule, your day-to-day like? Are you going to get up, if you have a full-time job, from 6 to 8 and work on practice questions, then go to work, come back at 6 p.m. and from 6 to 9 review the questions, and then the next day do the same thing? Or are you going to study at 12 noon or do a practice exam once you come from work? So I think it's very important to have that schedule lined up so that you can prepare and adequately understand what is necessary to be successful on the MCAT exam. And then treat the MCAT like your organic chemistry course or your biology course or your physics course. This is real life stuff. And I think also the skills that you learn while studying for your MCAT, think of it like this. As a physician, you're going to be tested along your journey as a physician. So treat this as a course and as preparation for your future licensure exams, your study skills, your strategies, because these are the same strategies that you may implement once you're in medical school and then also once you're also in residency. So at 90 days, you have to ensure, what are the study materials that you want to use? You have Kaplan, you have exam crackers, you have a whole host of study materials that you can utilize. And some have their strengths and benefits and others have their cons as well. So you want to come to the realization that what works best for you and what works best for you may not necessarily work for someone else. And so you want to strategize based off of that. And you want to start off with the AACOM to understand what you are doing. The official guide is great in regards to, they have practice questions on there. They also tell you what is the timeline in regards to applying to medical school as well as some of the strategies that are important to be successful as an MCAT test taker. And break your study resources into ways that you can digest them. Now, for me, when I studied, what I did was, I'm weird. I like to jog in place at home, and I would say my notes out loud, or when I was reading, I would say it to myself so that my brain can decipher what is going on. And I actually use this thing called audio osmosis. And it's like a CD. Well, back then it was like a CD. And what I would do is I'll fall asleep and listen to it. And when I wake up, I'd be like, oh yeah, I remember F equals MA. Or yeah, oh yeah, 6.022 times 10 to the 23rd moles, bam. You know, so it's one of those things that you got to figure out what's best for you and take it in a way that's most appropriate for yourself. And then also, as you mentioned, focus on the areas that you're weak. Please do not just spend time on your strengths. Focus on the areas where you feel like you're not as tip-top shape, because that will be make or break or a deal breaker for you when you're taking this exam. It could actually improve your test scores by several points by strengthening the weak areas. And then be very flexible for review areas. And what we mean by flexibility, we mean, so at certain times, sometimes you may have to adjust your schedule a little bit. You may have to take more time to study or review questions, or sometimes you may say, hey, I want to take 1 hour to review physics, chemistry. And then sometimes you realize that I need more time to study that specific material. Well, it's okay. Maybe it's okay. It's definitely okay to readjust the schedule and focus and re-emphasize getting to your key strengths and also focusing on your weakness with that flexibility. And then know your information and the practice questions as you review your notes. So what I do, I keep a notebook and I use this still to this day when I'm studying for my board exams. Every time I do a question, I write down 2 to 3 things about that question. So we're talking about congestive heart failure or pulmonary embolism. I write down 2 or 3 things about that specific disease. And now actually I have my whole book with me. It's a little book right here with notes, as you can see, of things that I've written down. And I look at it every Sunday and I review it. I say it out loud to myself. So, you know, finding these key strategies that are important for you and will make you successful is important. And also researching that there's different ways to get to the same destination. And then also know it's important to decide to take another full length exam. Now, when you take the exam is based off how much study time that you've put in, right? So if you've only put in 5 hours per week for the last month, then maybe you should hold on taking that practice exam. But if you're putting in 20, 30 hours a week at minimum, then maybe you should take it every 2 weeks or every 3 weeks and review it also. When you take the practice exam, please review those practice exams as immediate as possible. Don't hold it off, which I initially did, was holding it off because it was a boring process to me to review exams. But it will behoove you to study and learn from that information as immediate as possible so that you can remember and recall where your mistakes were, why you chose answer A over answer D. Okay? And realize that the AAMC full tests are limited. There are only 4, but there's also other resources and materials that you can use to take practice exams with Princeton and exam crackers and all these sorts. So do your research and realize there's other ways to take the exam, but I will suggest taking the AAMC because they are the ones that make the MCAT. And at 30 days, it's not anymore about just learning new things. It's about focusing on your weakest area. So ensure that you're not just, and oftentimes many students come to me and say, what's the best way to study for your MCAT? Well, it's good to read the material, but it's also way better to practice a lot of questions. So continue to practice your questions and figure out what are your weakest areas and where you can strengthen yourself. And then do questions in those weak areas to reinforce and re-emphasize the strength that you can build in those areas. And you should plan to do weekly full length practice exams because it's endurance, right? We mentioned that this is a marathon. So you have to build your endurance. You can't just come to a marathon and run 27 miles, right? The first day. You got to build over time. Now, initially it's exhausting, but your brain gets trained to the point where it's able to read through the questions. You start to see key points. You start to see things that immediately switch. And that's when you know that things are progressing well. But initially, for many, it's a whole process. And it's just like evolution, right? You're just evolving into the physician, the medical student that you want to be. And this is tailoring that process. So in that process, remember that this is building you up for the future, for the patients that you want to encounter, for the patients whose lives you want to change, who don't know you right now, but will know you and have the opportunity to be blessed by your clinical efficiency. So how do you study? Right? That's the main thing. Practice. Do practice questions. That is the main way. I think you should spend 60 to 70% of your time on practice questions, and the rest you can review through reading, watching videos, Also, teaching yourself and then teaching others is another way for you to study. So you can join a group. Sometimes groups work for people. And also building on your endurance, as I mentioned, right? The MCAT is a long exam. It's 7.5 hours previously, but now 5 hours and 45 minutes. So in order for you to be successful on the MCAT exam, you got to be able to be comfortable with taking that exam in that allotted time. And sometimes it can be exhausting initially, as I mentioned, but over time you develop the strategies and understanding and perception and awareness that this is something that you can conquer, and be aware of your time, right? So if you have 5 minutes left on a section and there's 5 questions left, well, you might have to hurry up, or you might have to make educated guesses, but I think as you start a passage, you should be aware over time, slightly look at that time, right? You don't want it to be too distracting, but as you go through the questions, you say, hey, I'm at question 25 out of 50 and I have 25 minutes left. So maybe I should focus on number one strategy you can do is look through the rest of the questions and see ones that you can write, the gimmies, right? The quick ones, right? So you pick those out, knock those out, and then go back and then reassess and get through the longer range questions. So timeliness is key. The MCAT is not like any other college exam. Believe me, for someone who's failed organic chemistry and who got a C in physics and got other great scores in other science classes like biology and whatnot, it's not like any other exam. It's harder than my orgo exam. It was harder than I could ever imagine. So please prepare. Do not take this lightly. This is an exam that will predetermine your future. So invest in this exam like no other, and it will see you through to the medical school of your dream. And stop studying and start training. Train. It's a marathon. Never give up. Keep pushing. Persistency and the belief that you'll conquer the exam will push you through, and understanding that it's a strategic exam. Think like the test taker so you could be a test breaker. Break down the barriers. And train your brain to test.
Okay, everyone.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. Got it.
No, you're fine. So I think one of the best points that Aldwin just talked about was how this is a marathon. And for me, I used to run track. I ran track, I ran cross country, I ran winter track, summer track, any type of track, I ran it. And one of the biggest things that I learned was it's a mental thing. Just as much as it is a training thing, like what Aldwin was just talking about, training, right? You train your body, you train your muscles, right? But you have to train your mind. You have to be able to envision the test. You have to be able to see yourself taking the test, getting those answers, getting those points, and as well as finishing, envisioning the test. Next slide. And so a part of the mental training is being able to manage your stress. You have got to know when you got to take a break. You've got to know when you're overwhelming yourself with your studying, with the test taking. You've got to breathe, right? You've got to stop. You got to say, hey, all right, I've worked today. Maybe it's time to take a break. One of the things that I really, really enjoyed during my MCAT studying time was that one day a week where I didn't touch anything. I just said, hey, I've done 6 straight days. I need to take a break. I need to go to church. I need to call my mom. I need to go hang out with a friend or something, or just breathe, because the biggest thing about this test is the mental aspect of it. You can train, but if you aren't allowing yourself to take a step back and appreciate where you come from to get to this point, you're going to miss it, right? So I don't believe in delayed gratification. I try to just appreciate where I'm at right now. And that helps me visualize. That helps me visualize where I've come from, all the obstacles I've overcome, and where I'm at right now. And it helps me to just be solid. Another tactic, you can just take moments to breathe. You can count. You can do whatever you feel like you need to do. But I think one of the best things that you can do is practice. Practice taking breaks. Like Aldwin said, like when you do a certain block of questions, you're going to need to take a break, right? So that's a part of the test too. You don't just go the straight time without taking a break. Take those breaks. Go eat a protein bar, or go drink some juice or water, applesauce or something. You got to take a break while you're in the test too. So next slide. Okay. And so while you're in the process of preparing for the exam, you have to make sure you know where your mindset is at. So again, this is a really big mental test. So you have to understand if you're at a fixed mindset or a growth mindset. So we'll talk about the fixed mindset next in the slide. So a fixed mindset is pretty much stuck. You're stuck. You're stuck on either you feel confident, you can't get any better than this. You're just, you're where you're at. You can't learn, you can't push forward. It's more important to look smart, and have the appearance of being smart in front of someone than it is to actually take the time to be in a learning position. So one of the things about a fixed mindset is kind of tricky. Is a spectrum. So you can have a fixed mindset where you're like, I can't learn anymore. This is impossible. I'm not as smart as this other person, or you can have a fixed mindset where you're sort of like a know-it-all and you just feel like you can't get any better than where you're at. This is a dangerous mindset to be in, right? Because you kind of want to be in a place where, you're able to learn, you're able to absorb, you're able to communicate, and, just be in this process, right? So the next mindset is the growth mindset. So this mindset is someone who wants to kind of venture out of their comfort zone, right? Someone that wants to understand, okay, this is where I'm at. I don't really know this, but I can get there. I can get to this understanding. This is someone that's not afraid to look stupid if they have the wrong answer. And I don't mean to say stupid, but this is for someone that may not know the right answer, but they're not afraid to raise their hand. They're not afraid to go out and get that knowledge. They understand that this is a process. They understand that you have to engage. You can't just be stuck where you're at. You have to be willing to grow, right? You have to be willing to be uncomfortable. You have to be willing to not know everything or not put yourself in a place where you don't think you can get that understanding for yourself. And so one of the biggest things is just your mindset. Not only do you want to practice those questions, not only do you want to take time to get the content where you're lacking in, but you want to shape your mindset around being successful, being excellent, not perfect, right? So perfection is something that's unachievable. Nobody can be perfect, but you can be excellent. And being excellent is someone that is willing to grow, willing to put themselves out of their comfort zone, willing to practice the things that make them uncomfortable. Like for me, it was the physics, right? So on my MCAT, that was the section where I was really fixed, but then I had to realize, hey, I've got to take this test. I've got to pass this test. I can't be in a mindset where I'm being negative. I'm not allowing myself to grow. So I had to change my mindset, and I had to understand, hey, I didn't pass this test on the first time because I had a fixed mindset. So the second time around, I'm gonna allow myself to be uncomfortable. I'm gonna ask the questions I didn't want to ask before. I'm gonna ask for help, and I'm just gonna push forward. And I passed, and I ended up getting into medical school. So again, a lot of it is just believing in yourself. So there's a lot of people that are gonna tell you can't do it for a lot of different reasons. A lot of people didn't believe in me that I could be a doctor, that I could go to medical school. I had family members that even told me that I couldn't do this. You want to be a doctor? What? Really? You? And, and it affected me. But at the same rate, I had to believe in myself. I had to believe in the skills and the tactics that I've come up with to be successful. And although I have struggled with having a fixed mindset, I've also tried to grow in the growth mindset as well. And that's one really big thing I want to say as well. This is a spectrum. A lot of the times, like pre-medical students, we can be of a fixed mindset because that's what we're taught we have to be in order to be successful. We have to be smart. We have to be the best. We have to do this and that. We're not really taught that this is an evolving career. This is an evolving space to be in where you're learning more about yourself. You're learning more about the people around you. You're learning more about the things that you want to learn about. So it's sort of like a process, from pre-med to med to being a doctor and even beyond that. It's a process. And a part of that process to be successful, to be excellent, is to have a growth mindset. Learn from feedback, right? Learn from criticism. Be inspired by others. Understand that you may not be where you want to be, but you're going to get there. Right? That's the growth mindset. You don't want to say, I'm going to avoid this challenge. I'm going to avoid this. I'm not going to talk to this person. I'm you're never gonna get to this point, or you already feel like, you know, you've already reached the top of where you can possibly go. You don't want to be in that space, because number one, you're going to miss opportunities. Number two, you're not going to be successful. And number three, the excellence portion, it'll be lacking. So I hope that you guys take time to breathe, take breaks, you know, and challenge yourself. Like, hey, am I in a growth mindset or am I in a fixed mindset? Think about that and then make some changes.
All right. Thank you so much for that, Sabri. So I'm going to cover types of questions on the MCAT. Obviously, there are different types of questions on the MCAT. This is the more technical part, if you will. And, you know, unfortunately, we don't have all the time in the world to be able to go through a whole bunch of MCAT questions, but we'll go through one. And in that, we'll kind of talk about what kind of questions there are, and potentially just a few strategies that you can use to kind of, you know, go along with the MCAT. So the first type of question on the MCAT is a passage-based question. So as you know, passages appear on the MCAT. There are several long passages that you have to read, okay? And in those passages, there is a ton of information. Some of the information is going to be new information. We'll talk a little bit about what to do with kind of new information. The second type of question is an inference question. The inference question is the type of question that has some of what is in the passage, but also expects you to make some sort of conclusion based on your own knowledge, right? So kind of like an applied science or some applicable or application type of questions, right? So based on the passage and based on what you know, answer this question. And then there's the prior knowledge question. Now, those questions can appear as part of the passage questions, but they can also be the freestanding questions. And it's important to understand, I think Aldwin mentioned it earlier, is that, you know, when you open up a section on the MCAT, you are not bound to going 1, 2, 3, 4 in succession with the questions. You can actually go through the section and figure out what questions you think you might be able to answer correctly first, right? And that's going to be really important, because what you want is to get the slam dunk questions that you know you're going to get right, and not necessarily be stuck on questions that you're most likely going to get wrong, just so that you run out of time for the questions that you actually would have gotten right. Okay, so next slide. All right, so approaching the practice exam, okay? So Aldwin talked about simulation, right? Training your brain, taking practice exams, okay? So some of the approaches that you might want to use to the practice exam is maybe highlighting. That might work for some of you, okay? Highlighting where you need to in order to strengthen your knowledge or your understanding of the actual question that is being asked of you. If that doesn't work for you, you don't necessarily need to highlight, but some of you might benefit from that. Reading all the questions, even those that you scored correctly, okay? Even those that you scored correctly. So when you go to do your practice exam, okay, even the ones that you got right, you want to be able to know why you got it right. What if you just kind of guessed? You know, what if you learned something from the answer that you didn't even realize from the time that you were taking the practice exam? So remember, when you're taking practice exams, that is a part of studying. You are still learning as part of the practice exam, okay? And again, touching upon endurance, you have to take your tests timed, full length tests times, because that is going to help you with endurance. All right. Make sure that you're simulating the test taking environment. So you don't want to be sitting up in your room on your bed, you know, with your AirPods in your ears and just like, okay, well, I'm going to take this test. That is not going to happen. Okay. I guarantee you that Pearson VUE is going to be like out. Okay. Because that is not going to happen. All right. And then plan to take breaks. So when you are taking a practice exam, if you have to go to a quiet room and not be distracted, don't have your phone out, because you won't be able to have your phone out at the exam. So make sure that you are really, really simulating what is going to happen on the day of the test so that you yourself are prepared. Plan to take your breaks, eat a meal or eat, a protein bar, Sabri mentioned. So you want to be able to know what is going to work for you on the day of the test. You don't want to try something new and end up throwing yourself off. Next slide. All right. So here's a passage, a sample passage, okay? And I'm going to go through this, but I don't so much want you to focus on, oh my God, did I get the answer right? More than I want you to focus on, okay, you need to start implementing strategies that work for you, okay? And you can find strategies pretty much all over the internet, obviously, and any type of prep course that you might be taking also might teach you some strategies. But it's very, very important that when you are doing your practice exams, that you are doing the strategies over and over and over again. So yesterday I had a discussion with Aldwin and Sabri, and I said, I'm an OBGYN, which means I do C-sections, right? If I read about C-sections every single day of the year, but I only did 4 C-sections a year, would you want me to deliver you by C-section? Would you want me to be your surgeon? And the answer is no, okay? So you want the person who does the C-section over and over and over and over again. You guys are taking the passage to become doctors, and I want you to start thinking about everything that you do kind of like being a doctor. And even in taking the MCAT, you want to think and act like a doctor, meaning you want to have the discipline of doing this test, doing the passages, doing the full length exams over and over and over again, so you can practice those strategies over and over and over again, so that when the time comes and they say it's time to take the test, you are ready. So let's do this really quickly. So transition state analogs are molecules that closely resemble a substrate's transition state structure in a reaction catalyzed by enzymes. Now, I want to make a caveat, okay? 1, I'm post-call, which means I worked last night and I'm tired. So I'm going to say, number 1, don't take the test when you're tired. Get a good night's sleep, okay? So why do I say that? Well, because there are a lot of technical terms, okay, that are being stated in this particular passage. And so I want to be able to understand those terms. So one of the things that I also use as a strategy, besides getting enough sleep, okay, is I actually try to put the words into very simple terms, okay, into my own words. So when I see something like transition state analogs or molecules that closely resemble, I'm like, you know what? There's so many technical terms here. The word resemble, honestly, could really be broken down into looks like, okay? So it's something very, very simple like that, that potentially can help you to kind of get some of the craziness of the technicality of the passage out of your brain and just say, no, this is actually simpler than it looks, all right? The study of transition state analogs is one of the few techniques of rational drug design used to develop new pharmaceuticals, right? Pharmaceuticals, drugs, medicine, okay? These are things you can substitute the words. Nobody's going to fault you for doing that, okay? One of the more well-known drugs discovered through this technique is oseltamivir, which is a potent therapy against the infectious influenza virus. Okay, a potent therapy against the infectious influenza virus means it treats the flu. Okay, it's a medicine that treats the flu. That's what that means. Okay, so oseltamivir is a competitive inhibitor for the enzyme neuraminidase and prevents neuraminidase from acting on its intended substrate, sialic acid. So again, I'm not going to continue doing that strategy, but as I'm reading this, I want you to now think about what are the words that you can use to kind of simplify this for yourself. One of the other things that you can also do is, mind you here, we're talking about a competitive inhibitor, enzymes. We all know that these things are structures, right? So one of the strategies that you can use is you can actually start to kind of draw things out. And when I say draw things out, I don't necessarily mean the actual structure. You can draw representatives. So you may say that oseltamivir, you draw it as a circle, is a competitive inhibitor for the enzyme neuraminidase. You might draw, a box for neuraminidase. So you don't have to draw out the, structures and the groups and all of that stuff. Simplify things for yourself so that your brain can read through it very quickly. Neuraminidase is normally found on the influenza virus protein coat. Okay, so you could actually, right? I said draw a box, okay? And then you could actually just do a little tick, okay? It's found on, right? It's found on the exterior, right? So you could literally just draw a box and then draw a little something right on that box. It means the same thing, all right? So I'm sorry. So neuraminidase is normally found on the influenza virus protein coat and hydrolyzes sialic acid molecules found on the exterior of host cell membranes to allow newly made viral particles to exit the original host cell and begin infecting other host cells, okay? Through the tight binding of oseltamivir to neuraminidase active site, this process is inhibited. Inhibited means stop, right? It's stopped, okay? And the infectivity of the influenza virus is reduced, okay? It can't infect as much, right? It can't infect cells as much, all right? So they're just telling you how this drug works. Due to the fact that also oseltamivir is a transition state analog of sialic acid, which remember, they told you what a transition state analog here is, right? So they gave you a definition, and then they use that definition in an applicable sense to let you know, hey, you should probably think this is probably going to be a question at some point in this passage. But oseltamivir is a transition state analog of sialic acid. Their chemical structures are quite similar as shown below. Next slide. And then they show you this. And then this is what you do. What the? I can't even think right now because I have 25 minutes and I have so many questions and I'm stressed out because I got to get to the next whatever. Okay. Now, most times when they show you a structure on the MCAT, most times they're not necessarily expecting you to dissect that structure. That's not 100% of the times, but most times. Okay. Remember, on the test, Aldwin said, you got to think like the test taker to be a test breaker. Okay. Some of what they give you on the test is distraction. Okay. You have to know when you are being distracted. You got a lot of information in the passage. If you get stuck going, okay, I don't know, where's the R group? Where's the this? Where's the covalent bond? Where's the if you get stuck doing that, you're not going to finish this test. So I'm not even going to talk about these structures because I don't really care about these structures right now. I want to go to the question. Okay. So next question or next slide. Okay. So which reactant aside from sialic acid would be necessary for neuraminidase to catalyze its reaction? So before I even go to the question, okay, I want to talk about one of the things that I learned over the years, and that is the elimination process. Okay. So we know that, when we're looking at questions and we're looking at the answers, that sometimes looking at all of the answers all at once can be very, very daunting. Okay. And I learned at one point that the majority of human brains can handle 3 choices at a time, right? That's why a lot of you see in marketing, right? They give you 3 choices. Do you want this, 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 right? So you tend to do that, and you can really hold those 3 things in your head. So what I would say is when you are looking at a question, okay, determine whether or not first look at A, B, and C and determine which one of those you're going to eliminate. Okay, so let's say you look at A, B, and C, all right? And you decide that B is not the answer, okay? Now you're left with A, C, and D. So you've already eliminated one of those things. You don't even have to think about it anymore. You're just going to look at A, C, and D, okay? And you determine from there which one perhaps may not be the answer. And so you're like, well, you look at the passage again and you say, well, they didn't really talk about an electron source. I don't necessarily think that that has anything to do with it. So you cross out D, okay? Now you're left with A and C. All right, now you're left with A and C. Next slide. Okay, so you go back to the passage, and I have this highlighted here. Obviously, I wish it would be that easy on the MCAT. They would be like, "Hey, here's the answer." Okay, so unfortunately, you're gonna figure this out on your own. But neuraminidase is normally found on the influenza virus protein coat and hydrolyzes sialic acid molecules. Blah 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 blah. Right? Go ahead to the next slide. The reason that I highlighted this is because hydrolyzes sialic acid. Okay. Now, if you were going through and doing the strategy that I talked about, making things easier for yourself, what would you say when you see something that says hydrolyzes sialic acid? What does hydrolyze mean? If anybody could put that in the chat really, really quickly, I would love to see what you think that means. What does hydrolyze mean? Water. Very good, Juana. Very good. Okay, hydrolyzes sialic acid. All right, now go to the next slide. And water is your answer. Okay, they didn't say water, but you knew what hydrolyze meant, right? You knew what hydrolyze meant. And so you were using water. That's right. So you know that hydrolyzing means using water. If when you were reading that passage, you had written down hydrolyzes sialic acid, oh, uses water for sialic acid, right? You would have immediately, right? Yeah, break with water. You would have immediately known like, oh, wait a minute, C is a contender, okay? C is a contender. So, you know, using these passages or using these strategies over and over and over again, really doing it over and over and over again. The reason I'm saying over and over again is not because I don't have any other words to say. It's because I really want you to understand that you have to do multiple tests. You have to do multiple exams and practice exams to be able to solidify these strategies. Aldwin talked about being ready for the test, not being the same question as when should I take the test. Well, you know, I've found that when working with pre-meds, oftentimes that your practice exams are a very good indication of how you're going to do on the actual exam. So if you take the practice exams and you know, hey, wait a minute, I'm getting a 515 on these practice exams, then yeah, if 515 is your goal, then you're probably ready, okay? But if 515 is your goal and you're getting a 498, well, then you have some work to do. And Sabri mentioned that just because you're at the 498 doesn't mean you can't grow to get to the 515. Having that growth mindset will help to get you there. So I think that is all for that. If we have any questions, we have about 3 minutes to answer some questions. And I saw some in the chat before. Someone asked, are they going to be going back to the longer exam for the MCAT? And the answer is, honestly, we don't know. we don't actually know. Only the AAMC can actually answer that question. There is a possibility that they might. They have not yet put out a practice exam for the shortened MCAT. So there's a very good possibility that part of the reason they haven't done that is because they don't necessarily plan on doing that. Okay. Dr. Torres mentions the book by Carol Dweck. So Carol Dweck actually is actually a researcher out at Stanford, and she really cultivated the growth mindset versus fixed mindset concept. And she does have a book that discusses that. So if you're looking for more resources on that, that's a really great thing to do. Thanks, Dr. Torres. Any other questions that we can answer? Let's see. Somebody mentioned not studying the day of or the day before the exam. That's yet another strategy, right? That kind of helps you to really take a breath, sit down, figure out what you want to do. So yeah. Do you agree with that, Sabri, Aldwin?
Yes, I
Yes,
certainly agree with that.
I definitely agree.
Your brain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Sabri.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And Dr. Samari, you have a question. Let's see, did you know that you want to go into psychiatry? And we're going to be talking a little bit about that in, I guess, once we have the panel discussions. But if you just wanted to talk about that very quickly, we have 1 more minute.
Yeah, certainly. So when applying to medical schools, I knew that I wanted to do neuropsychiatry. But the thing is, for me, I knew it's a very individualized process. From being proactive and talking to other medical students, it's not necessarily about the name that is attached to the medical school, but rather what you can accomplish and contribute within the framework of the medical school that you're going to. So the things I looked at was community involvement, my passions in regards to connecting to underserved communities, and mentoring as well. So those things are mostly fitting in fashion with who I am and in line with what I want to accomplish as a future physician. So I think most important is, how does the school align with your own personal goals rather than what the school is trying to accomplish in terms of what residencies they have, because it's a very individualized and idiosyncratic process. I know DO neurosurgeons, I know DO radiation oncologists. So it's a matter of you being persistent and believing and actualizing your dream through the process. And
then to answer your question, Julio, I believe that there is some sort of scrap paper or some sort of scratch board that you can use for the MCAT. Is that correct? When you guys took the MCAT, there was some scratch paper or scratch board you could use, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that might help you to kind of organize your thoughts. Okay. All right, everyone. I think, are we taking a break or are we still going? Do we still have more time, Dr. Winters? If we have more time to take more questions, we'll do that. If not, we'll move over to the fair. Anyone? There he is.
Hello, everyone. We're actually getting ready to go over to mentoring. So we're going to have the other Dr. Darko join in with us in a moment. If you will bear with us for 2 seconds, we're going to pull up the mentoring slide and we'll get you all set up here. We see your questions coming in. Thank you so much for the questions. We're trying to answer them on the back end as well. All right. And so just to let you know, don't forget the school fair is still going concurrently with our presentations that we have right now. So if you had any questions, running questions for any of those comms, feel free to go over to the school fair. We do have Dr. Darko that's coming up for mentoring right now. The presentation will be coming up. It's to discuss, especially for us, so many of us not only serve as mentors for so many different pre-meds, but we also have mentors ourselves that has guided us along our way in our career. Always explain mentorship to me as being something similar to, and I grew up as a church boy, so let me just preface that as somebody always needs to have a Paul and somebody always needs to have a Timothy. So someone is always reaching their hand up to have someone pull them up, but we're also having our hand reaching down to have somebody that we're pulling alongside with us. So even if you're at a point in time now where you're ready to be able to apply to medical school, trust me when I tell you there are pre-meds that are probably there as well, who are freshmen that are coming in, who in this crazy COVID world may need somebody to help guide them through the major, through their pre-med or biology or psychology majors. So it's always so important to have that mentorship. And so as we are getting ready for Dr. Darko to come in, we will discuss a little bit more about that and what it looks like to have a successful mentoring partnership as well. And so some of the questions that we have going on, I love it. What are factors that you consider when deciding what medical schools to apply for? So there are so many different decisions that came into play for me. One thing that I wanted to make sure is that I had someone who, I had a medical school that jived well with what I stood for. I also wanted a place that was close to home. So I'm originally from Detroit, Michigan. Shout out to Detroit. I went to Ohio University, College of Osteopathic Medicine, which was not too far away from down the street. So from Detroit. So that was one of the reasons why I had got on. When I went to Ohio University, loved it. Dr. Darko, how are you?
Good, man. How you doing?
I'm well. Just answered a couple of questions, but we're getting ready to start off with your mentoring. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to you. Don't forget to tag us out, hashtag T4DO. And then Dr. Darko, I'll let you take it away.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the handoff. How's everybody doing? I hope everyone is doing well. My name is Dr. Nee Darko. I am a board certified general surgeon, and I practice as a trauma surgeon. I'm originally from Irvington, New Jersey. And a lot of my experience actually came from my experience from New Jersey. And I'm going to tell you all about a story of mentorship, my own personal story of mentorship, and let you know why it's really important to have mentors in your life. So I'm going to insert my story as I'm letting you all know about mentorship at the same time. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen with you all. So we're going to talk about why it's important to have a mentor. All right. So if you don't know, a mentor is a trusted advisor, someone who is not only just a trusted advisor, but someone who's also experienced in the area or field in which you want to go into. Now, what you've been learning so far is you've been learning a lot about the technical skills that you need to become a physician, understanding the way in which to do well on a test, understanding all of the concepts behind doing a test, what you need to do in terms of getting your application right, things of that nature. We call those the hard skills. Right now, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the soft skills. We're going to talk about communication, and sometimes soft skills even incorporates things like leadership and the ability to work well with each other. So this is just a little bit of that soft skills. How well are you able to communicate as well as network with people? Okay. So here, this small little graph here, or this small little graphic here shows the different levels of support and how different people affect you in your trajectory towards where you want to be. Now, at the bottom of this triangle is what you would say someone to be a role model or a supporter. And as you can see on the right-hand column, you have something that says involvement. And you can see there's a range. It goes from high to low, right? So for me, I knew I always wanted to be a doctor since I was a kid. It sounds really cliche-ish, but when I was growing up in New York and then later on in New Jersey, my mother is a nursing aide and my father was a repair person, a computer engineer who would work on these big computer check sorting machines at the Federal Reserve. Basically, outside of my mother, really nobody else really involved or close to the medical field. So my first experience with medicine was from TV, whether it's so many different TV shows that were on at the time. But that was my really first experience, my first view into what life as a physician would be. And from that standpoint, I was hooked basically. But around the age of 17, right before I went into college, my school actually had a summer program. And this summer program was a way to make sure that people who come from certain backgrounds can really get used to being on college campus. They go to the campus a little bit early, maybe about 4 or 5 weeks, 6 weeks before everyone else got there. And you would spend, a about 2-3 weeks taking some summer classes. You get some college credits. You also got an opportunity to meet other people who may be from similar or different backgrounds. And we would be there and take courses. At the end of that course, there was a big barbecue, and I actually got an opportunity to meet a doctor who had graduated from Lehigh, or the college that I was going to. And he was a trauma surgeon, and he practiced in Newark, New Jersey, which is not too far from where I was living at the time, literally a 10-minute drive from where I was growing up at the time. And as soon as I found out that he was a doctor, he was a trauma surgeon, he was in Newark, I immediately went up to him, and basically we exchanged phone numbers. And as you'll learn through this presentation, the rest is history, really. He became my mentor. And as you can see on the right-hand side, well, as you can see, a mentor at the top of the triangle is all the way at the top in terms of this graph. But a mentor really is involved in career advancement. And their involvement in your career advancement and your trajectory is really high. So I would spend my summers with, his name is Dr. Garrison. I would spend my summers in between college with Dr. Garrison. And he would ask questions like, how am I doing in school? All the way to, do I need any support? Do I need letters of recommendation? He would also give me ideas as to what to expect during the whole application process. Now, he wasn't able to give me the specifics as to, make sure you apply to this many schools, or, this school has or takes this amount of students who have this type of GPA. That's more of an advisor role. But a mentor-mentee type of relationship is something where we developed almost like a relationship where he really took a strong role or a strong interest in how I was doing and if I can get to the end point, which for me was becoming a physician. As you can see here in between, you have teachers, you have coaches, you have counselors, you have sponsors, and they may be involved anywhere from your psychosocial development, from a role model, all the way to your professional development. But what we're talking about today is a mentor who's really going to be involved in the career advancement. Now, as I told you in this story, when you want to find a mentor, the things that you want to look for are if there are any similarities, also if there's any opportunities for you to network to find a mentor. Now, in terms of similarities with my mentor, Dr. Garrison, is we went to the same college. He was an alumni of my school. Also, the school had an alumni directory, right? Obviously, in terms of past experiences, goals, and interests, we shared those because he at one point wanted to be a physician. He at one point had gone to a school such as, the school that I went to, and he did not grow up in the same area as I did, but we very much had very similar experiences. Those are the things that you want to look for in terms of trying to find someone who's going to be a champion, someone who's going to be a mentor and have your back. Other places that you can look for, obviously outside of your school or your university, is professional organizations that you may be a part of. If there's any conferences that you go to, if you or your family know of any physicians, particularly if you have a family physician or a pediatrician or whoever it may be that your family goes to as a trusted source, can that person be a mentor to you? Can that person refer someone to you to be a mentor? And there are different types of mentors. So as I said to you before, Dr. Garrison would, well, let me, even before we get to that point, let me talk about my first experience with him. So my first experience with him was once we exchanged numbers, he invited me to actually see what life was like as a trauma surgeon in one evening. So my parents dropped me off at the hospital. They exchanged pleasantries and so forth. They were going to come pick me up later on during the shift. And me and Dr. Garrison spoke for about 5 minutes, and literally his pager went off during that time. And he told me to stay in the corner of the ER because someone was coming in. Someone had got shot. A young man had got shot. So I was in the corner literally watching all of these people help this young kid. I don't even know what his age was, but you can tell he had been shot multiple times. And Dr. Garrison was at the foot of the bed, kind of just orchestrating all of these different people. Now, to me, it looked like pure chaos. But, obviously with him, this is organized chaos. There's a lot of noise. The patient is screaming, a lot of things that are going on at the same time. But this is the algorithm that we normally do in trauma. So he knew exactly what was going on. I had no clue what was going on. And then probably after I'd say about 10 minutes or so, he said, enough of this. And he took the patient upstairs. And at this time, I'm not even a volunteer. I'm not even signed up. I don't even have any waivers for me to go to the operating room. So for a couple of hours, I just, found ways to keep myself busy. And then I finally found him in a conference room talking to the patient's mother. The patient had survived. The patient's mother was crying, and he was giving them a hug and letting them know that everything was going to be okay. And I just literally, he didn't even know I was there. I literally was just peeking in, and I could hear what was going on. I could see what was going on. And at that moment, I was hooked. I knew that this was what I wanted to do. And since then, at that point, Dr. Garrison knew that he would check in on me during school time, give me a phone call. How are you doing with school? How are you doing with classes? Make sure you're doing this in school. Make sure you want to do this in class. He would invite me during the summer times to come and spend a significant period of time with him, see what his daily life was like or daily schedule was like. Not every day is as dramatic as the first time I met him. There's clinic, there's operating, there's follow-up, there's paperwork, which is not so fun. But this was a great opportunity for me to gain insight on the different ways in which he practices. Okay, so he actually filled two roles with me. If you can see on this presentation right here on this one slide, you can see that different types of mentors take different roles. Some will provide insights on different stages of training. This is what you need to do to go to do well in school, in college, and this is what you need to do to get into medical school. And once you go into medical school, then you want to make sure you're taking these summer courses, or you want to make sure you're interacting with this person, right? And then there's other mentors who provide support, who are there for you during the good times, as well as some of the bad times, which is, I have to say, I had a mix of them. I had some really good times, some really highs, and I had some lows, and he was there for me throughout both of those opportunities. Now, specifically, he would be able to let me know everything about his position, about his job, right? But also there were times when, particularly when I remember when I first started working with him, I would show up in jeans, I would show up in a t-shirt, or maybe just like a long sleeve sweater. And he would talk to me about professionalism and say, Nee, if you're going to be in this field as a physician, then you need to dress the part. Quickly, I learned to wear khakis, shoes. I wear a shirt with a collar and a tie, depending on if we're going to clinic or not. He would also help me to understand just how he practiced medicine. He would help me to understand the different aspects of, just the culture of medicine. And he was always very positive, right? So a role of a mentor is to be, an expert at a certain area of medicine, to really focus on professionalism, similar to the story that he helped me to understand. Success-oriented, very positive. And I learned a lot from his personal experiences. He would oftentimes help me to understand that, it's more than just understanding the technical aspects of becoming a physician, but also you need to read more. So he would suggest books that were fiction books that were nonfiction books for me also. And then also, there were times where we would talk about things that I didn't want to talk about, specifically brainstorming about what I would do if I didn't get into medical school. At the time, I would wonder, I'm like, why is he so focused on that? Why is he really focused on that? But for me, it was really important, begrudgingly, because it helped me to really understand and develop a plan A, plan B, and plan C. Now, for me, it became important because when I first applied to medical school, I didn't get in. And this type of exercise that he took me through helped me to really understand what would be the next steps. And then I eventually got into medical school. So besides what we just talked about, the role of a mentor obviously is to be a role model, but also you want them to be your cheerleader. You want them to have your back, to be there for your highs. And then if you have some lows, which you will, to be there for you to kind of push you and help you go along the way. Help you open your eyes to certain things, open doors for you, help you meet other people, maybe someone within the admissions staff or admissions committee of a certain medical school, or maybe someone else who is interested in a certain specialty that you may be interested in, right? So for example, let's say I wasn't interested in trauma surgery, but I just happened to be shadowing Dr. Garrison. And he said, well, what are you really interested in? I'm like, oh, maybe I'm interested in internal medicine, or I'm interested in obstetrics. Well, he could also, I'm sure he had colleagues who are in those fields, he can introduce me to those people. Okay. Ultimately, he was supporting me throughout the entire process. And that's what you want in your mentor. So this is just a XY type of chart that basically just shows that the role of a mentor, you want someone who's going to be mainly on the top right hand side, right? The challenges are going to be high and the support is going to be high. And that's where you get the growth of you, and that's where you get the vision. Okay. Also, at the same time, they're going to be there and support you and be there and confirm certain things for you if you need it. Right. One that is not very supportive, obviously, you're going to have those are going to be situations where maybe you were trying to get in touch with a mentor and you may not be able to reach them. Or maybe there may be opportunities where you may feel like, you know what, I feel like I'm not moving forward in my career, or maybe I'm stalling out. And the job of a mentor is really to jump in there and push you more to the right-hand side, push you more to a comfort area or an comfort area, and challenge you so that you can be in the area where you're in the top right-hand corner where you're in growth. Now, here's an example of some poor mentors. Not available or accessible. You want to be very careful of that, okay? Now, physicians in general are just very busy in general. So you have to make sure that you're very flexible to their schedule, okay? But if you're noticing that even despite being as flexible as possible, where you're giving many options and they're not available at all, they're not really making any amends to kind of meet you in the middle, then you have to kind of keep that in mind, all right? Those who are negative, right? So for example, for me, when I didn't get into medical school the first time, he was still there and had my back. If you notice that you have a huge pothole and that person is not there for you, you may want to think about that again. Okay. Over supervision, basically just over, always, just micromanaging every step that you're taking, not allowing you to grow, not allowing you to make mistakes, not allowing you to kind of see the forest for the trees, but just kind of being in your way all the time. That could be a problem. Okay. And those who are negative, undermine your confidence, question your ability, that's a huge, huge red flag. Okay. The key thing, and I think you'll hear throughout this workshop today, is that, the bottom wording right here where it says neither mentors nor advisors are gatekeepers. It's really important, right? Just because someone says that you're not meant to go into a field, or you have an advisor who says the same thing, doesn't mean that you won't be a doctor. Okay, it's really up to you. It's up to here and your fortitude that's going to determine where you're going to be. There are plenty of stories of people here who are talking who probably were told once or twice that, hey, this may not be for you. And that person was in a very important position. Might be a mentor, might be an advisor, might have even been both. But they decided to push these students who eventually became doctors who are here talking to you, decided to push through, and they're here talking to you as physicians. They reached their goal. So it's really important to understand that mentors or advisors, they're not the gatekeepers. They're there to instruct you. They're there to make your application stronger. They're there to support you. They're there to help you get your career, advance as far as possible. But they're not the final say as to which and what goal you're going to reach. Now, it's not all about just having a great mentor and what your mentor can bring. Really, you need to focus on being as good as a mentee as possible. Okay. And this means that you have to be very aggressive. You have to be very open. You have to communicate as much as possible what you need. Right. I know it's, to some people, may be difficult to say, well, I'm communicating with someone who is at the point that I want to be at the point. How do I know what I need? Right. And that's part of growth. That's part of the process of getting to this point, is really starting to think ahead. Think about the things that you need to do to become a really good mentee, to become a really good student, and eventually become a physician. So you need to learn to set the goals of this relationship. How often do you want to meet with this person? What are you looking for from this person? Okay. It's important to see if you have similar backgrounds, values, and needs. Share that about you. Even if you don't have a similar background, oftentimes people will have a mentor who doesn't look anything like them. Didn't grow up anywhere in the same community or neighborhoods. So it doesn't mean that that person is not going to have your back. It doesn't mean that that person is not going to be your cheerleader. But when you share your background, when you share those things about you, that really helps that person to really understand where you're coming from. Okay. And it's really important to set standards, set expectations. I'm looking for, and to improve my professionalism, or I'm looking to really understand, what it's like to be on a daily basis, to be an OB, or to be a trauma surgeon, or to be a family doctor, because I really want to understand if this is really for me. Okay. How often should we talk? Those are really on you to set that. Okay. Take responsibility for the flow of information. Okay. If you decide to have a meeting, I bet you one of the best ways to really impress your mentor is to have an agenda. It doesn't have to be very specific or very detailed. It can just be literally, just kind of rehash some of the things that we've talked about in the past. B, talk about the things that have occurred during, this middle time and some of the concerns that I may have. And then C, it could be, let's set a date for the next agenda, the next talk. It could be as simple as that. But that right there will really impress your mentor, and they'll understand and be ready to help you and serve you in any fashion that they can. So some of the potential goals, some of the goals that you want to look for in a relationship, in a mentee-mentor relationship, is just like what I said to you before. If I'm going into a hospital and I don't know, it'd be great to have someone teach me, hey, listen, Nee, you may want to change how you're dressing. You want to dress the part. Or, hey, Nee, it'd be great if, to let you know that there's this summer program for, pre-med students who are interested in going to said medical school about X, Y, and Z. So that's networking. I want you to meet this person who can introduce you to this, or let you know about this program. Or even better, application preparation. This person as your mentor will be able to help you, hopefully, with a letter of recommendation in the future, or even just letting you know, are you hitting your goals? Are you hitting the timeline? Are you on the right timeline in terms of getting your application in at the right time? And just in general, just understanding your journey, right? That's part of you sharing your background, your needs, as well as your values. Now, a little bit different now in terms of a role of an advisor. Mentor is really meant to be there to coach you, help you through the potholes and even the highs, and help you with your application, so forth. But an advisor really understands the concept of when your application should be in, what MCAT scores do these medical schools normally take. So they're there to collaborate with your mentor, but they're really there to help you understand the technical aspects of applying to medical school. Okay, they should be there also to help dispel some myths by sharing some really good successful stories or success stories of people getting into medical school. But ultimately, you really want them right in the middle to be clarifying the admission requirements and the competencies that are needed for you to get into medical school. Okay. Also, they're going to help you understand some of the skills that you'll need in terms of planning for applying to medical school based off of where you are in your training, whether you are out of school or whether you are non-traditional or you are a traditional student. And then they have a whole breadth of resources that they can connect you with. So if you look at a mentor or an advisor, they can be both, but really a mentor is an expert, an advisor who's an expert in that field that you want to get into. And then an advisor doesn't necessarily have to be in that field, doesn't necessarily have to be a physician, but is someone who's really knowledgeable, pre-med advisor, pre-health advisor, someone who's really knowledgeable in the aspects of getting into medical school. So to summarize, I like this term right here. Dr. Tyree started this term, birds of a feather flock together. Okay, it's really important, like I said before, to find someone who has similar past experiences, goals, or interests. Okay, sometimes, like we said before, like you may not necessarily find a mentor who looks like you or may have the same experiences, goals, or as you. They may have something completely different in mind, but they take interest in you. Don't shy that person away. That could end up being your biggest champion in life, actually. Okay, never say never. Learn to get out of your comfort zone. Learn to understand things and have vision and growth and understand the abundance mindset, as opposed to just staying in your lane, so to speak. Try new experiences, try summer programs, try things, meet new people who are doing things that you never thought that you might be interested in. You never know. Communication. Like I said, these are the soft skills. These are the things that are going to take you, obviously with the hard skills, these are going to take you to a next level, right? It's how well you communicate with this mentor. You're practicing how well you're going to communicate with future patients. This is a two-way street. They need to understand your expectations, your goals, and then also at the same time, understand what they need also, what they're looking for also. Set those expectations and then learn to manage those expectations, and then understand that, listen, ultimately this relationship is really going to be based off of what you're bringing to the table. So your word is your bond, okay? If there's assignments that they're giving you, or if there's agendas that you're giving the mentor, make sure you stick to those, okay? Make sure you follow up on emails. Don't wait 48 hours or 72 hours or a week to respond, or take forever to call a mentor back, particularly during the bad times, right? That's when we really want to avoid people, is when, we have difficult times. But that mentor, if they're truly, earned their moxie, is going to be with you through thick and thin. So if you want, or if they're reaching out to you, or you want to reach out to them, don't wait, months on end or weeks on end to get in contact with them. Contact them. Let them know what's going on. So that's my personal story of being a mentor, or of working with a mentor. Dr. Tyree, let me see if I'm coming back. Dr. Tyree, is there going to be an opportunity for other people to share, or are we going to go straight into questions?
We're going to go straight into questions.
Okay.
If you would like to, we can always answer together the questions. So let's fire away. I'll let you lead the camp.
Okay. Questions are. Okay.
You got it. I'm Destiny. I'm still.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Drew's question was fine too. Which one?
You talking about Donald Chu?
Or
now?
Right in front of you. If you look right in front of you.
Oh, okay. What is the best way to get in contact with a DO to gain firsthand experience through shadowing? That's a really good question, man. This is a tough one. Well, it's not tough, but I mean, how about Dr. Tyree? What do you think? What is the best way to get in contact with a DO? Because that's the thing. Because most people say the default, you know what I'm talking about. But what is your advice on that, Sam?
I mean, so here's the deal. Like, first and foremost, you'll be surprised at who are DOs around you. And so we're partnered with the best resource, which is the Osteopathic AACOM, but also looking at like osteopathic.org to be able to find a DO that's in your local area. When you find a local DO, one of the things is, especially most DOs, and I hate to generalize this, but I will on this standpoint, we're really friendly. That's one of the things that I can't lie to you. I was explaining this to one of the past presidents of the AOA, the American Osteopathic Association. It's like when I go to a medical conference and it's a mixture of MDs and DOs, it can be sometimes a little bit kind of stuffy. But when it's with all DOs, it's like you're at a family reunion. It's like everybody's like hugging, holding, like, hey, what's going on? How you doing? And so a lot of times if I have a student that come to me and say, like, you know what, I'm really interested in osteopathic medicine. Can you tell me more about it? That automatically sets me up like, hey, let me tell you more about it. Why don't you come by and see what I do? Shadow me. Now, let me tell you, in the age of COVID, it's a little bit more difficult to be able to shadow individuals, especially because most of our institutions, practices, we have to be very cognizant of social distancing, of being able to put people in harm's way of being able to be possibly exposed to COVID. So this is a little bit of a different time. And to be truthfully honest with you, I don't know how it's going to change. However, you are able to still get in touch with a DO, be able to talk to them, to be able to see like what his or her experiences have been in osteopathic medicine, to be able to get engaged. But the first and foremost step I would say is looking at osteopathic.org to be able to find your local DO around your area. And then just try to spark up a conversation with them. You'll be surprised.
Now, my experience with that is growing up, my parents' family physician and I guess my physician also was an MD.
Mhm.
But my dad had surgery when I was like a teenager, minor surgery. His surgeon was a DO. I didn't know that. So when it came time to applying, I actually went to my family physician and said, do you know of any DOs that I can talk to and or shadow? And he said, well, your dad's surgeon is a DO. I was like, oh, I didn't know that. So I literally just contacted him, told him, you know, that I was getting ready to apply and I would like to spend some time with him. And that's how we had our relationship. Actually, it was literally just asking. And then he, you know, my family physician just gave me that contact information. And, you know, the rest is history. So.
Yeah, it's crazy. Dr. Darko, you had a good question that's coming up by Sachi Patel. What led you to pursue an MBA along with your DO?
That's a good question. Okay. So when I went into medical school, I thought that when I finished school, when I finished practicing and getting my training, that I was going to go to like a small town or even go back to where I was from and then open up my own clinic. And throughout my education prior to medical school, anything related to business, I kind of just pushed to the side. I was like, I'm too noble for this. I don't want to know about business. I don't want to know about any of that stuff. I just want to focus on being, you know, getting into medical school. So as a result, I felt like that was a big weakness for me. I was actually very, you know, I felt really insecure about not knowing anything about business. So because I wanted to open up my own clinic, I felt like I needed to understand the lingo. I needed to understand all of the basics of just business and running a business. So that's why I decided to get an MBA. Now, the one caveat is I was getting my MBA around the time. Now, the students who are listening now, this is way before their time, but this is right around the time when Medicare Part D was coming out.
Oh, yeah.
With the Bush administration. And obviously there was a huge, you know, policy issue with Medicare Part D. And I just became really fascinated with the policy issue, the health policy aspect of Medicare Part D. And that kind of just started me on this whole, like, I really was interested in business and understanding macro and micro and the finance, but I was really also interested in the policy of the business of medicine.
Yes.
And after that, when I went into residency, honestly, I didn't get a chance to use it much as a resident. So this is me training as a general surgeon. But afterwards, once I started practicing on my own, I got an opportunity to start several businesses that me and my wife have done. And we've used our MBAs to really take our businesses to the next level. So it's become extremely useful in that regard.
Which is awesome. And that is one of the things that I can't lie to you. I love having the access to being a DO. That's, I always tell people, this is kind of the starting point, right? You just reach the starting line. As soon as you finish all of your training, you finish your residency, the world is your oyster. You can make your career to look like anything you particularly want it to be. One of the things that me, Dr. Darko's, student Dr. Alwyn, a good number of us have started social media accounts where we do certain events, not only if you're thinking about in terms of starting businesses, but Dr. Darko has a podcast that is phenomenal, Docs Outside the Box. You have myself who do hip hop. I teach hip hop class to my patients to be able to, not only to my patients, but I actually go around the country and I do it online to combat childhood obesity. There are so many different avenues and ways that you can take your career as being a DO that the sky is the limit. So please don't worry about that.
And I oftentimes tell people that you got to remember, when you go through medical school and you get your DO degree, you are literally less than 1% of the population in terms of training. You've studied the hardest of hard things in the world. So the ability to do other things in your life, it literally is, you have a key now to do whatever you want to do. Besides, obviously, taking care of patients is the very central part of what you do. But you can run a business if you want. You can run a medical school if you want. You can do whatever you want, you know, just by knowing that what you've been able to accomplish by graduating from medical school and taking care of the sickest of the sick, you can do whatever you want. And just keep that in mind.
And we have another question coming up from Destiny. What are your opinions on starting a family on your journey to becoming a physician?
Yeah. So just so you know, in medical school, I bet you Dr. Tyree can talk to this also. So nobody knows how people are doing in medical school until the end. And what I mean by that is you don't know what the rankings are, who's the top of your class, so lo and behold, we got all the way to the end of our, towards graduation. And we found out that like the top 3 people in our class were people who were married and or had children. So starting, having a family or starting, a family while you're in medical school can be a difficult process. But I can tell you from past experience that doesn't mean that you won't do well. Like for some reason, I think people who have families, the ability for them to compartmentalize and really have super focus on what they're doing, in terms of studying, taking tests and so forth, is really hyper, it's on super mode and they're able to do really well. So if you're concerned about that, if you have a family or if you are worried what happens if something may happen while in medical school, just know that, people have done really well. Have been very successful, and that medical schools, people take sabbaticals, people take time off. Like these are all, there are all opportunities for these things that occur. Life happens while you're in school.
And there was another question I wanted to address really quick. Brandon Love. Do we know of any networks that connect queer students with mentors of a shared experience? It's a very valid question, Brandon. And there are networks. I was literally trying to pull up some of the networks while we were talking live right now. But just to let you know that when we talk about diversity, we talk about much more than just thinking about URM. We also think about our LGBTQIA community as well. There are so many different resources, but again, it's also a very nervous thing. I know a lot of people, including myself, who have had issues with wanting to be able to express or live out your true identity while you are in the midst of going through the process of applying and training. So I applaud you with answering that question. That's something that I would definitely do offline. I will try to answer that question more with resources that can provide for you while we're getting ready to take our next break as well. But I didn't want to
Tyree, isn't it a sign of the times now? Like, like the ability to ask that question, compare that to like 10 years ago, 15 years ago.
Would never
ask that question. And that's just the sign of the times now. So Brandon, that was a good question.
Right. To kind of move forward a little bit more. Okay. Telemedicine is virtual appointments between medical. Sorry. What is telemedicine? That was a good question. All right. So Dr. Darko, tell me, what has your experience have been like? I can tell you my experience with telemedicine so far, and how has that been helpful, especially when you're thinking about mentorship? I can lead off, or if you wanted to lead off.
Yeah. So telemedicine is where you're just communicating with patients, or obviously we're communicating with you all students through the internet. So far, I think telemedicine has helped me to really understand how little resources we actually really need to take care of people. Mm-hmm. And what I mean by that is, for me, I'm a trauma surgeon. I take care of people when they're the sickest. So I rarely take care of people when they're at home, or I rarely take care of people in a clinic setting. But I've been forced to take care of certain people who I know maybe before I would say come to the hospital. It's almost like COVID-19 has forced us to reset and have a reboot on how we really take care of people. And what I mean by that is, in the past, did I necessarily need to tell someone to come to the hospital for me to, or for someone to really, take care of them? No, now we're starting to realize, no, right? We can do blood pressures at home. We can do temperature at home. People can take care of themselves at home. Obviously, if they're really sick and they need to be seen in a hospital immediately, I would tell them you need to come and I can see that. But I say telemedicine is probably realistically about 10 to 15% of what I do. So it's not the majority of things that I do. And it's mainly in an outpatient clinic type setting, right? Because most of the people that I take care of are car accidents, people who need surgery literally in less than 24 hours, people who are on an emergent emergent basis. But I can tell you right now, telemedicine is huge. It is here to stay. It is not going anywhere. Telemedicine is going to get even bigger. So it's just one of those things that we just have to embrace. And those who are embracing it begrudgingly have a chance that possibly they may get pushed out because so many other people are embracing it right now. So it's not going anywhere.
And to be true honest with you, I mean, thinking about telemedicine, especially as a pediatrician, especially as somebody who teaches medical students as well as residents, how do you do all of those things when it seems as if there's only communication as it's being from one person to another, sharing a computer screen? You'll be surprised at how we're able to not only include learners into this process, but we have to develop the next level of providers that are coming in to understand how to be able to practice medicine using all of these different skills, right? So, I mean, we're using Zoom, we're using Microsoft Teams to be able to provide medicine or provide medical care, rather. We're getting close to the
More questions.
I know we're getting close to the hour now at 2:30. We need to take a break. However, when we come back, we're going to actually do a panel on responding to the front lines of COVID, so we can be able to talk a little bit more about telemedicine as well, because that was one of the responses for some of us with responding to COVID. We'll also be talking about critical skills for interviewing as well, but I want to get us over to this break. So we are headed over to the break. We will see you back in 15 minutes. Thanks for sticking in with us. You have been troopers. Keep those questions coming. We are still in the comment section. Talk to you soon.
Being an osteopathic physician means I'm different.
It truly fits who I am and what I want to be as a physician.
Absolutely, positively, emphatically, I choose DO.
I choose DO.
Hi, everyone. We are back. We are getting ready to start off with our interviewing skills. It is so important, especially when it's time to start or think about interviewing. I know a lot of you are probably still in the process of applying, but trust me when I tell you, it goes by so quickly. During this night's presentation, we're going to talk about not only in terms of how to dress, how to prepare for the day, but also in the era of COVID, and I know I mentioned this a lot, but it's been taking over all of us. We have to understand now how to start to interview virtually, which is a huge issue. Dr. Kane is going to help us out with learning about interviewing. We're also going to have back again our student doctors, Sabri as well as Alwyn, to come and help us out with interviewing. Dr. Kane, whenever you are ready, I'll let you go ahead and start off.
All right. And are Aldwin and Sabri?
Will be joining with us.
All right. So, hi, I'm Dr. Kane. I'm an outpatient family medicine physician. So today we're going to just kind of go over some interviewing skills. All right, you can go to the next slide. All right, so the purpose of the interview. So two-way street. Number one, see if the school fits you, and also the school to see if you fit them. And so for the school, they'll assess your personal characteristics, kind of get a gauge of what type of person you are. And just for that in-person, face-to-face evaluation, because they see what you bring on paper, but they also, want to see what type of individual you are in person. And that's more so to clarify and confirm that what you present on paper is, who you are, plus more in actuality. And it also gives them the chance to market the school to you, because they have to do some marketing as well, see what programs, what are their highlights of the school in order to attract you there, to see if they're a good fit for you as well. And then for the applicant, that gives you a chance to further present who you are. It gives you a chance to present your uniqueness, what helps you stand out, what makes you stand out over other applicants. And then it also gives you a chance to gather even more information about the school, because you can read certain things online, get pamphlets, talk to other friends about the school. But when you get there, see the campus, see the class styles, it'll help you gauge to see if that's a good fit for you. Oh, can you go back? No, never mind. You can keep going for it. Sorry. All right. And then another part of interviewing is making sure, that you know yourself enough to see what will be a good fit for you. And it helps you understand your strengths and weaknesses. It helps you set out, or it helps you further illustrate the goals for your career. And, prior to the interview, prior to even applying, you should sit down and make a list to see what things are you going to aspire to achieve in life? What things do you want to aspire to throughout your career? And is your career choice, your career path, is that in tune with your personal values and your personal mission statement? And you also need to make sure that you know your application very well, because you might be asked some questions. So you don't really want to put any misleading information on there, because it's potential that you might be asked about it. And then also be prepared to discuss anything that might not be the best highlight in your application. Like, say you struggled with the class or had any other issues, be prepared to explain that, so that way, you can be honest and they can be able to know the total you. All right. And then you should keep your resume updated. Like, if you have participated in an event or any major accomplishment, make sure that you update your resume, so that way you don't have to go back and do that last minute. And also so that way you don't forget anything. Then you can also reach out to a mentor or a friend to review your resume with you, and also to give you honest feedback. See if you need to reformat it, see if the order makes sense, just to get a second set of eyes before you turn in this professional document. Then also make sure you proofread it, and you can have somebody else proofread it as well. And then, also, so a CV versus your resume. So a resume is more so kind of just like a list of things you've done, but with a CV, it's more professional. So you can have a list of things that you've done, but then also some more explanations underneath it. And it's just more of a professional way to present yourself. All right, and this is just an example of a CV layout. Go to the next slide. All right, and then evaluating your prospects. You want to make sure that you know the school. When you get there, be able to ask questions. What is their mission statement? How do they do their grades? And then what resources do they have to help you succeed? Do they have like counseling? Do they have tutors? Do the students there mesh well together? And then also know what their philosophy is, like what is the backbone and the background of the school. And also with the osteopathic schools, don't think of these schools as a plan B, because they are equally good and will have you equally prepared to enter any field that you want to.
Hello, everyone. So I'm just going to talk quickly about how to prepare for the interview. So you want to, be the part. You want to come there ready to go, right? You've done all this work. You've invested all this money. You want to be ready. So a part of being ready, right, is looking ready. So you want to come prepared and professional. You want to come with your disposition, looking like you are deserving of that spot that they are interviewing you for. So a part of that is making sure that you look professional, you look the part, right? So what does that look like? You want to make sure that nothing that you're wearing is too flashy, but you still want to stand out. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that. Also, you want to be aware of certain habits, right? So if you're a nail biter, if you're a hair twirler, those are things that are like fidgety type habits that you want to make sure that you're suppressing on that day, especially because you want to appear, solemn and not solemn, but you want to appear like you are focused, right? You want them to understand that you are serious about this, but you're also really, really invested in all of the effort that has gone forth into securing that spot for you on your part, as well as the part of the interviewer. Another big thing that is so important is make sure that you get a good meal. Even if it's a protein bar, a yogurt parfait or water, you want to make sure that you have had snacks or something to kind of carry you, because you don't know if they're going to feed you. You don't know what they're going to feed you. And you don't know how long this interview process is going to take. Hopefully you will have taken this advice and you will get a snack. Make sure you get some good breakfast or a lunch, because you don't want to be hangry. You want to be ready and focused. Also, when you are traveling, you really want to make sure that you are not getting in like 20 minutes through, at the airplane at the airport, right before your next interview. You want to get in there like the night before. You want to make sure that you have more than enough time to iron your shirt, to make sure that your tie is tied correctly, that your hair is done, your makeup is done. You want to make sure that you have more than enough time to get there and you're prepared. And lastly, get some sleep. Again, you want to get in there and you want to be focused on all of the work that you've done, all of the things that you've done within the application. You want to make sure you're able to talk about it, and clearly, and with clarity, say who you are and what you're about. And you can't do that if you're wishing that you just got 30 more minutes of sleep. You just want to make sure that you're ready. So now we are on what to wear. So this is a topic I love to talk about because I'm someone that likes to express myself through what I wear. I think my hair and my clothes and, the things that make me who I am, I can express them by what I'm wearing. So, right, with that expression, you want to make sure that you're expressing it in a way to where it's appropriate. So although I am here for the different hairstyles and all of that, you want to make sure that it's professional and that it doesn't take away from what you're actually offering. So number one, invest in a suit, guys. It is worth it. It looks good on you. You look good in a suit, and you want to make sure that the colors are not too crazy. So not too crazy is a classic black suit, right? You know, you can dress up the tie a little bit, you know, make it spunky, make it you. But you want to make sure that whatever you're wearing or whatever tie you're wearing or bow tie, it doesn't take away too much from what you are, you know, representing as yourself. You know? Shoes. So ladies, I want to say you don't know how much you're going to walk on these interview days. So you want to make sure that your shoes are comfortable. So if you want to wear heels, I would not go above like 3 inches on the heels, okay? Because if you wear anything above that, number one, your feet are going to be hurting. And number two, it could be seemed as a little unprofessional depending on the type of shoe, like how we see with this red shoe. I would not wear that shoe on an interview day because I feel like that is a little bit for more of like a party or an outing or something like that. I love the shoe, I love the color, but it's not necessarily appropriate for the interview day. Also, I would wear a closed toe shoe. Just it's deemed as more professional. And so now for the big topic, hair. I want to give you guys a personal story that was really sad, but at the end of the day, I had to find my own strength and find my own way. So my advisor at my undergraduate institution told me that dreads and braids are very unprofessional and that you should not wear your hair in that format during interview day. It was dead silence throughout the entire class because he wasn't the only one he was talking to. I wasn't the only one he was talking to. And everyone looked at me like, did he really just say that? Because I wear my hair in braids. This is how I wear my hair. I'm wearing braids now. And I was discouraged, but I decided that no, this is who I am. I want the interviewer to look at me as all of me and say, hey, this is who she is. Do we want her here or not, right? Because I don't want to hide who I am. I am an African-American woman. I love my hair. I love my braids. I love how I express that. However, I will say dreads and braids are professional, but you want to make sure that they are not becoming the point of the interview. And what I mean by that is the way you style them is important. So you want to make sure that you're displaying your face. You know, you want to make sure that nothing is too distracting. So again, kind of pointing to the man's hairstyle with all the designs in it. I like designs. You know, I like the creativity. I love it. But I don't think that is necessarily the format or the place to have when you're trying to interview. I do think that the ladies' hair where it's more like an Afro style and it's the color of it is vibrant, is beautiful. I love afros. I think afros are fine to wear to an interview. Again, natural hair, go for it. However, you do want to try to wear more natural hair colors, natural hair tones. I do think her hair is beautiful. I do think it's more styled for an outing or a party, right? So again, with the blue hair, we see that's not a natural color. It's kind of more for, you know, pictures, you know, things like that. It's not necessarily for a professional meeting between you and an interviewer about, you know, your potential future at a school. Now, I don't want to discourage anyone, right? I want you to be yourself. I think you should wear things that make you stand out. For instance, this shirt, I wore this actually on one of my interview days. I think it's a beautiful color. It makes you stand out. It's professional and it says who I am. You know, this is my style. But at the same time, I'm still focused, I'm still ready, and I'm not letting anything distract me, or hopefully not the interviewer, away from everything that's coming out of my mouth and what's on my application. And so here are a few examples, ladies, that we want to talk about. And don't worry, I have things for the gentlemen as well. We just want to make sure that we're careful about our hemlines, right? So we don't want to make sure that there's anything too short where when we sit down, you know, it's rising all the way up. You know, we want to make sure that our legs are covered. You know, we want to make sure that our chests are covered. We don't want to wear anything too clingy or too tight, things that we would probably wear at brunch or an outing with friends, right? This is a professional setting. So we want to dress professional. We want our makeup to represent our natural face, our natural features, so that, again, we can be representative of who we are, right? And not to say that you cannot be who you are. We don't want you to hide your face or hide, you know, who you are, but we just want you to accentuate the qualities that you feel would necessarily get you into this position. And so one of the biggest things that you can do as you're preparing is when you're at the stores, when you're at these places, buying these clothes, try it on. Try it on to see how it fits. Ask for advice, you know, ask a friend who's also, you know, in this process, or a mentor, a parent. Ask someone who's been through interview processes. Hey, is this acceptable? You know, check to make sure that the hemlines, you know, when you're moving around, they're not inappropriately rising, or, you know, we want to make sure that you are comfortable, number one, in what you're wearing. You feel proud and confident in what you're wearing, and that you feel like, you know, you are representing who you are to these people, because ultimately they're going to select you, and we want you to have the best opportunity that you possibly can. And for men, we just want to make sure that your suits, you know, are professional. The color of it is professional. The tie is professional. Your hairstyle is professional, you know, to where you feel confident, you feel secure in who you are, because you want to get that position for being who you are and not for being anybody else. But we also want you to keep in mind, like, everybody is going to understand your style, or your, you know, however you choose to represent yourself. So not toning it down, but just keeping it to a way where, you know, it's you, but it's professional at the same time. So having a good balance is really important. And so I like this example because, number one, she's wearing pearls. I love pearls. Diamonds are a girl's best friend. So if you want to just wear some studs, you know, small hoops are nice. A pearl necklace, a simple necklace would be fine. A blazer. I love brooches. I always get teased for wearing brooches because most older ladies wear brooches, but brooches are my thing. So you want to wear a brooch, ladies, wear a brooch. And so this is how you want to appear. You want to appear professional, well-studied, and your disposition is excellent. That's how we want you guys to go into these interviews. So next slide, please. So I love this slide. I love talking to my mentees about this because they always ask me, you know, what are they looking for? And this is often a question I ask, even as I am interviewing or talking to future residency programs. What are you really looking for, right? That's what we all want to know. Who do I need to be? What do I need to be, you know, to get into this program? Number one, you need to just be yourself, right? Be yourself, be who you are. All of your experiences, all of your understanding has brought you to this point right now in your life, right? So you want to represent that. But I'm going to be honest with you, interview programs or these medical schools, they want a well-rounded student. They want someone that can show character, someone that can show integrity and grit, enthusiasm, investment in their community, people that are approachable, teachable, right? So these are big things alongside of these qualities as well. They want to see that you value, number one, being at this position and where you want to take that. So some of these qualities like integrity, grit, motivation, being able to communicate, these are things that are going to be foundational to not only you getting into the program, but to you being a good physician. So that's what they're really looking for. They're looking for people that will seek to serve the communities that need help. And you really can't do that if you are not well-rounded, right? So you want to have the good academics. You want to have the good reference. You want to have, you know, all of the involvement within the organizations, but they want to know why. Why are you invested in all of these things? What makes you tick? Who are you? What are things that you like to do? What are some of the things that you can bring to the table? Because one thing that you're going to realize as you continue to go up and up and up is that there's more and more people there that do the same things like you. And so you want to find things that make you stand out. What makes you who you are? You know, that's what interviewers are really looking for. They want to see if you're a good fit for the program and if the program is a good fit for you. Next slide. And so I really like this aspect of the interviews. I went on, I think it was 9 interviews. And one of the things I always asked about were, where are the residents? Like, where, I mean, not the residents, that's what I'm asking now. Where are the medical school students? And how can I get in touch with them? How can I talk to them? I stayed with a few medical school students overnight instead of paying for a hotel. Some of them extended their homes to some of the interviewers, and I love that opportunity because it gave me the chance to ask questions, to get to know who that student was and what kind of students are at that school. Now, I will say you can't really base the whole entire class based on that one student or those few students that you meet, but go to the overnight programs, get involved, see how they are, right? Because this is the culture that you're going to be a part of for the next 4 years. So you want to make sure that you can thrive here, that these people are okay. You know, you want to make sure that you can fit in here. You know, you can see yourself living here for the next 4 years. So you want to get in there, ask questions, tour the school. So after your interview or before your interview, depending on how they've organized it, a lot of the times I was a student ambassador for my school. So what we would do is we would take the applicants around the school, answer their questions, tell them the things that we wanted to talk about, like the curriculum, about our anatomy lab, about our library, so on and so forth. And they kind of got a good feel for who we are as well. And so you want to interact with as many people as you can, the admission staff, the faculty. Sometimes they're there to answer questions as well. And you just want to just be grateful for that moment. One thing I always tell people is that I don't believe in delayed gratification. I believe in appreciating where you are right now because there was a lot of investment to get you there. And so a part of that is showing appreciation. It takes a lot on the part of the administration or the admission, to organize these interviews. And when you tell them thank you, I really appreciate it. I enjoy this interview process. Trust me, I've been on the other side of that. It goes a long way. And they love that. And they remember that, more importantly. So you want to make sure that you're respectful, that you get your point across or your questions across, but you always want to do it in a way that's gracious and respectful. And if there is a diversity office, contact them. Groups like LMSA and SNMA love to give side orientation talks to talk about the diversity of the school or the efforts on the school to appreciate the diversity or invest within the diversity. I think that is a great question on interview day. Just a side note, ask, does the school have resources to support the underrepresented minority students? Ask about that, because then they can tell you about the different programs and resources and offices like Dean of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion that may be at some of these schools. That is a really big deal once you get into medical school. And we just want you to have all the resources that you could possibly have. So make sure you ask those questions. Those are really, really big deal questions. And so, wait a minute. Hold on. Okay. So the interview is pretty much the faculty student group. It's just 2 to 3 interviews. Just stay focused on what you have to do. Just stay focused on what you have to say. Just talk about yourself, but not in a way to where, it's only about you. Everything that you've ever done is about you. They want to see how you're involved with other people, right? Because that's what being a physician is. You're serving. This is a position of service. Being a physician it means sacrifice. It means commitment. It means, that you're putting other people before you. So a part of these interviews is representing that desire or that passion. I know this is your interview and you have worked hard to get into this position. They know that, but they want to know why. Was it about you? Was it about your desire to make money? Or they want to know, there has to be more to this desire, this passion to wanting to dedicate so much time, effort, resources into becoming a physician. So if you have failed a class, right? If you have had some weaker points in your GPA, if you did have to, kind of catch up in some areas, right? And one of the biggest things that I talk to a lot of my mentees about, right, that a lot of them are post-bac students. So not all of them are straight out of the university. Some of them took a couple years, right? So, and you want to talk about that. Talk about how if you needed to take some time, talk about that, right? That's a highlight. That's not a weakness. You want to talk about how you turned the things that you struggle with, that you were conflicted with, how you turned it around for your better, So do that. Be proud of everything that you've done, everything you're doing, and where you're going. And
Lights, webcam, interview, action. Sabri, you had
nope.
something to say? Okay. So be the star of your video residency interviews. As we know, in the current pandemic, things have switched and we're not doing interviews in person, but now virtually. And now we're going to give you some tips on how to conquer and display the levels of professionalism, integrity, motivation, and the appearance of an individual that is committed to the osteopathic tenets and becoming that osteopathic medical physician that you envision yourself to be. Next slide, please. All right, one of the first things that you have to be aware of is make sure that you practice, but do not be mechanical with when you're practicing. You want to kind of have a gist of how you want to answer questions. For instance, why osteopathic medicine? Why do you want to become a physician? What are your favorite things about osteopathic medicine? Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me at all? Can you hear me?
Can you turn your volume up a little bit?
Hello, can you hear me? My volume's, sorry about that. It's muffled. Okay.
Yeah.
My wife. All right, hold on. Apologies on that. I'm gonna work on that. Hold on. Can you hear me? Okay, good. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So anyway, so when you're preparing for your interviews, one of the most important things that you have to be aware of is that you don't want to be mechanical with the way that you respond, right? You want to have a general gist of how you want to respond. For instance, some questions that you may anticipate being asked is, why osteopathic medicine? Why do you want to come to our school? What do you envision, or what do you believe you can contribute as an osteopathic medical student? And what you can do is create kind of notes right on the side, or you could write the notes down right in front of you, so that when they do ask these questions, you have a general idea, like 2 or 3 bullet points, and then you can quickly and immediately access them. But the most important part is to dig deep down and believe in what you're saying and be confident in what you're saying. And with that being said, that confidence comes from sitting down, writing down why your passions are manifested in being an osteopathic medical physician, and what do you believe is your future within the field. Next slide, please. Professionalism. What is professionalism? Well, one of the main things while you're interviewing is not to look left, right. You want to look directly at the camera, like I am doing now, I believe. I think I am looking at the camera. My camera's somewhere. Yeah, I think I'm looking at it. Also, what is important? What are you wearing? Do you have a shirt and tie, or are you casual? Are you having just a shirt, a general casual shirt? That's important, right? As well as your facial expressions. Are you smiling? Are you frowning? Are you just moping around? Your behavior, your characteristics toward medical admissions committees are very important. These highlights are important in terms of them having a general positive or negative outlook on who you are or who you can be as a medical student at their institution. So you want to make sure that this moment you take advantage of and you utilize it to showcase the best attributes of yourself. And that is including standing erect, smiling, saying thank you, giving your interviewer time to respond to you as they will give you time to respond to them, and being graceful and displaying professionalism in terms of interacting and communicating with them. Next slide, please. Your time is also key. So managing your time, do not talk very quickly. Don't rush, but also get to the point. Also, what is to highlight is it's okay when an interviewer asks you a question to tell them, may I have several seconds or a minute to think about this response? There's nothing wrong with that. Some of the questions, I remember on one of my interviews, they asked me, what is your favorite dinner to eat? I was like, well, this is kind of random, but actually, it took me a while to actually answer that. And I recall actually for the Tour4Diversity interview I had, they asked me, if there's one food you could be, what is that food? That took me like 2 or 3 minutes. So you never know what to anticipate or expect with questions, but it's okay to take time to really ponder, think about it, reassess, and then actively and confidently give your explanation and response to their questions. Next slide, please. Actually, speaking of well-lit areas, I'm not in that demographic right now. It's not well-lit, so you guys probably can't see me that well. But you want to ensure that, I know some of my classmates, they're interviewing for residencies right now, and they actually got like a YouTube kit, so you can get those at Best Buy or whatnot. And they're actually utilizing that for their interviews. Not saying you're going to turn into a vlogger or anything like that, but I think it's important that you can showcase yourself in these well-lit areas, because it's important to highlight who you are as an individual. They need to see your smile. They need to see your persona, the atmosphere that you're in, and having that place of calmness, of comfortability, and being able to display who you are is very important. And you want to ensure that it's also quiet, right? You don't want to have, Biggie playing in the background, or you don't want to have children, running around. If that, unfortunately, that might be the case, but if you can be in a scenario where it's quiet, that will definitely behoove you. And then you want to have a neutral background. So not having any kind of posters or, any kind of random things in the background that can detract from the focus, which is you, which they want to know about you, not necessarily what's on your wall or what's in front of you. Next slide, please. Use a desk. And I'm actually guilty of this, but actually I'm not right now. So I'm actually at a desk. But you don't want to use your lap or your hands to hold your device. As you can see, it could be moving around. You may not even realize it while answering questions. And, that might kind of detract from the whole experience. That might kind of sway the interviewer and say, maybe this person is not reliable, or they may have negative perceptions about you due to the fact that you don't have a stable living space. And it's something very little and detailed, but these little details can certainly influence the outcome of your overall interview. Next slide, please. So in regards to equipment, you want to make sure you have a laptop with webcam, and you need to ensure that while you have this equipment, make sure that you're ensuring that it's working appropriately. So you do test checks 2, 3, 4 times prior to your interview to ensure that the webcam's working. And also, you can also use your iPhone or tablets, but I highly recommend, please, please, please use your laptop. It's just a more stable thing to use. And if you do have headsets or earphones, you can utilize that as well. I'm a podcaster, so I have my own mic. If you guys are really into it and want to spend the extra money and get fancy with it, you can also get some equipment that can make you sound a lot better and the audio quality increase. Not saying that I recommend that, but if you're interested in that, that's also something that's an option. And then ensure that you're downloading the appropriate software prior to. And of course, many of the medical schools will probably be using Zoom or Google Meets of the sorts, but ensure that you log on prior to, make sure that it's working appropriately on your laptop. Sometimes you have to download add-ons or other plugins for these respective software programs. So you don't want to be late because you forgot to download such an important aspect in getting onto your interview. Next slide, please. Test run your equipment 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times, as many times as is necessary that you're confident in your equipment working. Please, you don't want to be in a scenario just like myself recently in the last 5 minutes where you couldn't hear me. So you want to ensure that, it's a very stable and comfortable environment. You want to be rushing or in a hectic scenario. So please ensure that you check that beforehand. Positioning. Oh, I'm sorry. Next slide, please. Positioning. So keep the camera at eye level or near or at eye level. So you don't want to be like this, right? No, you want to be kind of like back. You have the background a little bit, and then you have your shirt and tie a little bit showing around your face. It's kind of giving you a complete structure of what the interviewer can see about you and who you are as an individual, and ensure that the light source is in front of you and that your shoulders are within the frame, right? So you want to be like this, right? So stand erect, confident, comfortable, and display that you are the professional that will be successful in the medical environment at the institutions that you're interviewing at. Next slide, please. Right. So perfect example, right? So on the left, you have an individual with just their head showing, which is cool, great smile and whatnot. But as mentioned, it's better to have the background and just have that complete atmosphere and understanding of you, your shoulder, and your positioning and who you are. And it gives them a highlight of how you present yourself. And that's very important. You want to create a positive experience, not just for yourself, but a positive experience for the person that's interviewing you as well. Next slide, please. And a little bit about the presentation. As Sabri mentioned earlier, you want to be very conservative with your attire, and it's business attire. So for men, you should generally wear a dark colored suit and tie, gray or navy, and the tie should be simple, avoiding bright colors or busy patterns. So nothing like out of the extraordinary, like polka dots, like a yellow polka dot tie, or like a tie that has like red and white alternating stripes. You don't want to be too apparent. Although I love red, you kind of want to be conservative, and you can display those ideations about who you want to represent later on when you get into medical school. But for the time being, definitely want to be professional. Have closed-toe shoes, like an Oxfords or a loafer, which socks, of course, please wear socks. I've been guilty of not wearing socks, and not to interview though, but it looks, kind of different. And then for women, you want to wear a tidy dress, skirts or slacks. A top should include neat button-down shirts or blouses with a blazer. It should also include classic heels, no higher than 3 inches, just like Sabri mentioned, and loafers or tidy flats are also professional and accepted. And you can also accessorize with minimal jewelry and belts. Next slide, please. Please, wear bottoms. I got my bottoms on, hey, So make sure you represent well. This individual, I believe, was doing an interview for one of the news networks. And they called him doing an interview without pants on. So at that level, at a national level, you just have to be very, very careful and heed that. And in regards to your presentation, early is on time. So the earlier you are, the better. So I would suggest try to log in 10 to 15 minutes early to ensure everything is smooth, is working appropriately. And then being on time is late, of course, because on time, you're already late. You want to show that professionalism, right? That you're there. You're here interviewing for in many ways, your job to be a medical student and your job to be a future osteopathic physician. So do not take things lightly and heed this as an opportunity to showcase the best version of yourself. And late is completely unacceptable. This is the moment you've been working for, the hours that you put into study for the MCAT, taking these courses, and also shadowing and volunteering. All of this culminates in this one opportunity. And so it behooves you to take advantage and be there early as much as possible.
All right. So when you go on interviews, or even with the virtual-based interviews, it's likely going to be more than one person interviewing. It's going to be a set of many interviewers, so that way multiple people can continue to assess and get a feel for the type of package that you're going to be potentially bringing to the program. So just be prepared to talk to multiple people, even online, make good eye communication, be polite, and like I said, be yourself. All right. And then go to the next slide. All right, so now we're going to do 2 quick mock interviews. So we'll interview student Dr. Aldwin first. So why do you want to pick a career in medicine?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I like medicine because medicine's so cool, and I get to see patients and hang out with them. And hold on. Hello, Mom? I'm in an interview right now. Hold on. All right, I'll call you back. And I think medicine is just a great field overall. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay. Well, can you tell me what are some of your positive and negative traits?
Well, I like to play basketball. I'm optimistic. I like to be athletic. I love to volunteer and shadow. I love to just be happy and help people achieve their dreams.
Okay.
And my negative traits, I don't have any negative traits. I think I'm the most positive person in the world, and I have the most positive traits you can ever imagine. So negative, nah, never.
All right. So that was definitely an example of what not to do when you're on an interview. So please don't pick up your phone. And also be realistic. Sometimes you can point out things that you'll have to improve. And then we'll ask student Dr. Sabri some questions. So what is the most difficult situation you have encountered?
I think one of the most difficult situations I've encountered is I had a loss during medical school, lost my stepfather. And it was really challenging because I definitely struggled, and I had to, balance school as well as, dealing with stuff at home. But it really taught me how to focus, how to prioritize myself, and how to prioritize my obligations.
Okay. All right. And with student Dr. Sabri, that was a very good way to respond. Good eye contact. And we didn't think that she was, full of herself or anything like that. All right. And then go to the next slide. All right.
All right, guys. I love. This is something I would talk to a lot of the interviewers about during interview day. They would always say, like, how do you do this, when you're engaging with them? So my school does MMIs, but they still have an opportunity for students to engage with the interviewer, ask them, questions and things like that. And so I always say, do your research on the school. Ask about the city, or do the research on the city that the school is in, do the research on the school. Because when you do that research, naturally questions are going to arise. Naturally, you're going to be more inquisitive about certain things that stick out to you, like student groups, or where should you live during campus, or do you have any references as far as research in this area? You want to ask those questions. Ask a little bit about the interviewer. Maybe ask about who they are and how they got to, this position, if you have that amount of time during your interview. Because really during the interview, again, you're interviewing the interviewer about the school and they're interviewing you about the position that you're applying for. So it's a two-way street. So some questions you could ask about are like, what are some unique opportunities that this school provides that other schools don't? For instance, my school is really big on rural medicine, right? So medicine in areas of like West Texas, East Texas that don't really have a lot of access to hospitals. So a lot of students are attracted to that. So they ask more questions about programs like that. And we actually have a rural medicine program. So that actually generates a lot of interest. Some other things that I feel like a lot of students don't do, which is a huge mistake, is not asking questions because you're scared or you didn't do your research. Interviewers want that conversation. That's kind of how they interview you too. They want to engage with you and talk to you. So do your research, be confident, and just ask the question. Ask questions that are relevant to your experience, because again, you're going to be here for 4 years. Okay, so you want to make sure that you have every question that you have about curriculum, about, how they grade, about student organizations, about different opportunities for research. All those things need to be answered and understood, hopefully by the time you're interviewing, if not by the end of the interview day. So obviously there's going to be more questions that you're going to have as time progresses, but it's good to have those questions answered too, so that you can make the best decision at that time.
Okay. And all righty, everyone, thank you for joining us for the interviewing skills. So just remember to show up, be yourself, and ask questions as well, so you can gain a better inside of the places that you're interviewing at. And that's it. All right.
All right, everyone. So now we are getting ready to start the fun portion of the presentations. A lot of you have been asking great questions, which I'm excited about. We've been trying to answer as many questions as possible offline, but I wanted to bring in now Dr. Nathan Lott, who's going to help us with coming up with a panel of all of the osteopathic physicians that are on this tour right now to talk about how we're responding on the front lines of COVID, as all of us who are responding to COVID. So not only with Dr. Lott, but I'm also going to bring both of the Dr. Darkos as well as Dr. Torres, who you'll finally get a chance to meet, and Dr. Kane again.
There we go.
Right. And then I think we're just missing the other Dr. Darko.
He may or may not be able to. Come on.
So everyone, this is the fun part about doing virtual tours and what the Darkos neglected to say is they have two beautiful young boys that Dr. Darko is probably wrestling with right now. So if Dr. Darko is able to join in, he will. Dr. Lott, I'm going to go ahead and let you take over. Dr. Lott.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Dr. Nathan Lott. I'm a pulmonary critical care physician currently practicing in Waco, Texas. I just want to kind of give everyone a little chance to kind of throw a little blurb up about themselves, and then we'll jump right into it. Dr. Darko.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you wanted to start with. So my name is Dr. Renee Volney Darko. I'm a board certified OBGYN. I'm actually an alum of Kansas City University of Medicine and Biosciences. I did my residency at Robert Wood Johnson in New Brunswick. So I ended up actually doing an allopathic residency at the time when the residencies were actually not together and merged as they are this year. And subsequently, I did a health policy fellowship at the Morehouse School of Medicine. And eventually I went on to become interim director of that fellowship. And since then, I've been practicing OBGYN. As my husband mentioned, we have a couple of entrepreneurial ventures. Some of you may know Docs Outside the Box podcast. Others of you may know me from Pre-Med Strategies. But I have also been with the Tour4Diversity since 2012, since its inception.
Dr. Winters.
All right, Dr. Tyree Winters. I know a lot of you have already saw me already. I am a board certified pediatrician. I did my residency at Nationwide Children's Hospital in Columbus, Ohio, which is part of the Ohio State University Medical Center. Even though I am a University of Michigan alum, talk about a way of having your heart being torn apart by going to the enemy. I'm just joking. In addition to my work as a pediatrician, like I explained before, I'm an academic pediatrician. So I am a program director for our pediatric residency program, as well as the clerkship director for our pediatric medical student clerkship program, clerkship at Atlantic Health Medical Center, Goriep Children's Hospital. In addition, I've did additional training and childhood obesity work as well. So I've actually overseen departments for healthy weight and nutrition.
Dr. Kane.
All right. Hi, I'm Dr. Charnel Kane. I am an outpatient family medicine physician. I trained went to school at LMU AACOM in East Tennessee, and I trained right outside of Colorado Springs. Like I said, currently practicing outpatient family medicine, in school to get my MHA. And in the next couple of weeks, I'll be transitioning into an admin role with Indian Health Services. So that's me currently.
Dr. Torres.
I'm John Torres. I attended Rowan School of Osteopathic Medicine in New Jersey. Currently, I practice inpatient and outpatient family medicine, and I completed a additional fellowship year in osteopathic neuromuscular medicine. So I run a program for that at Morristown Medical Center with Dr. Winters. And we collaborate a lot in terms of working with his residents, and my fellows certainly enjoy working with him.
Awesome. Well, for those of you that are watching, if you have questions regarding, the COVID response and questions about us as frontline providers, please don't hesitate to ask. I'll start out with a question or two, just to kind of poll around the panel. Is it as bad as it's being made out to be? What's y'all's experience? Whoever wants to hop in.
Yes. So I'll start first. The answer is yes. It is. I mean, there certainly are hot pockets where we see larger numbers of COVID cases. We certainly see pockets where even when COVID hits, it may hit certain communities a little bit harder than others. Certainly my own experience with COVID was I actually was on a very extended maternity leave. My infant was actually 6 or 7 months old by the time I was to return to work. And during that time is when COVID became the thing to worry about. This was potentially back in March. I had actually not been in the hospital since August until that March. Well, before I could actually return to the hospital, I was already infected with COVID. And so, many times people think, well, because you're a doctor, you basically are at higher risk because you go to the hospital, but I was not infected in the hospital. I was actually infected in my home. So yes, I do think that it is as bad as it seems. Dr. Lott, you're a pulmonologist, so I know that you definitely see a number of severe cases. Being an OBGYN, I don't see nearly as much severity because once those patients are sick enough, they actually go to you. But yes, I definitely encourage people not to underestimate the severity of this disease, as well as the severity of its infectious nature.
Okay. Who else would you like to chime in?
I would agree, in terms of it being very serious. Most of what I do is outpatient, but in New Jersey, we were in that first wave when New York and New Jersey really got clobbered, and we wound up being redeployed. So I spent the better part of April in the COVID unit, not in intensive care, but on the general floors. And the extent of the low oxygen levels that I saw there, in patients who were not sick enough to go to the ICU was really baffling. To confront a disease with very few treatment options and things that we could do to make people feel better, compounded with being separated from friends and family and isolated in a room, surrounded by people gowned and masked and with fear in their eyes. It's very real. And I definitely feel for the people who were there. And I was really shocked by how many young people I did see in those floors. Certainly we had, older people like you see on the news, but I had 30, 40, 50-year-olds that some of them had to be sent to the ICU that did that poorly. So I do think that it definitely is as bad as it's made out to be, and that it affects all of us unpredictably a lot of times.
And the interesting thing is that a lot of times for my field in pediatrics, we know, unfortunately, that we've been hearing so many conflicting reports of whether or not the severity in children and even the fact that children can become infected has been even fictitiously have been reported that children are immune to COVID, which Dr. Darko can even attest to, not putting her personal business out there, but I know she shared this in the past, that even her child, her infant, was infected with COVID. The thing is that a lot of times when you see it, fortunately, we haven't seen the severity that our adult counterparts have seen with COVID, but we have definitely seen deaths. We've definitely seen, even in our community here in New Jersey, like me and Dr. Torres said, we're in the same hospital system. We've had patients who have been severely affected by this. And even furthermore, for children, the problem that lies is that one, usually it's not an acute issue, it's mostly a post-infectious issue that we can see, where after the children have been infected, they may seem to do fine, and then weeks later, they start to develop symptoms that are similar to something that we call Kawasaki's disease, which is an inflammatory response. It can affect kidneys, it can affect brain, it can affect heart. There are so many different things that we don't know the long-term ramifications of this. Another thing that was brought up, and Dr. Lott, if you would indulge me in asking about pre-meds for opportunities to shadow and volunteer, limited due to COVID. Me and Dr. Torres both are directors for our medical students. And one of the things that we find is that being able to find opportunities for our students to be able to still be engaged and have clinical experiences within this era of COVID. One of the things that we've been able to do has been a couple of things. One, to do some virtual things. Now, mind you, the ramification of things such as HIPAA, so the protection of health information for our patients, can become a little bit sketchy to be able to do those things. But also, even still finding ways to be able to be engaged within a community, whether that is being able to help disseminate information from the CDC, from the World Health Organization, being able to do additional research where it doesn't have to be bench research at all or anything, but looking to see in terms of what are some of the articles that are out there now that are talking about some of the goals of terms of mask wearing and hand washing. Those different type of things can be also ways to still be engaged and to be able to find tools.
Okay.
Another interesting thing, Ty, might be to get engaged doing contact tracing. You are actually interacting with patients, providing a useful service, getting experience in public health, and maybe even more so than standing in a room with a physician practicing medicine. And that would certainly give you something to discuss in your interview.
Definitely. So I asked the initial question because I wanted to kind of slide right into the next aspect of it. How has your practice pattern changed in the era of COVID?
Well, we're definitely all masking up. That was not standard. Obviously, wearing a mask pretty much for the duration of your shift, right? So if as soon as you walk into the hospital, you have to be wearing a mask at all times. The other thing is also figuring out whether or not you're going to admit a patient. Oftentimes comes with deciding whether or not you're going to actually check their COVID status, right? Especially those patients who don't have symptoms. So, in OB, we get a lot of patients who come in who don't necessarily stay in the hospital, right? They come in, they think they're in labor, they might be in labor, they think they broke their water, and you have to see that patient and evaluate that patient before you decide whether or not the patient is going to come in and stay and be delivered. And so, and obviously this is all across all specialties, but what we're realizing is that you can take you can take the precautions that you need to take without necessarily going overboard, right? Without necessarily testing every single person that comes in with a complaint that is not necessarily COVID. So we protect ourselves with the gear that we need. Sometimes we're going in with N95s, depending on where you are. Sometimes there's a shortage of N95. So, I mean, it really has changed practice a lot. You're just thinking constantly about how to protect yourself against the air, essentially. And that's just, that's just unprecedented, at least in these last 50 years.
Correct. Just coming as a pulmonologist, I deal with this consistent and constant basis. I'm probably more accustomed than most people to having to wear an N95.
Mm-hmm.
I have to do bronchoscopies or procedures where I'm going in the airways. I do this on people that have COVID, do it on people that don't have it.
Mm-hmm.
But, it takes another level of diligence to make sure that every time you do the right thing, make sure the mask is on, make sure the other mask is on, make sure you wear all the appropriate PPE, things that, this time last year, I wouldn't have worn an N95 unless I was doing a procedure, but now it's consistent. And wearing it, for my entire 12-hour shift when I'm in the hospital taking care of people. I mean, it'll come off when I'm having lunch, and then it goes back on, and it's on all day long. So yeah, certainly big changes in practice patterns in the office. Typically, I'll spend, a fair amount of time in my office, seeing patients, but, wearing a mask. Sometimes I wear my N95 in the office as well, because again, I'm in the pulmonary system. I've got people that are going to come in, sick, cough, shorter breath, oxygen low. And I don't know, is this pulmonary person coming in because their COPD is out of control, or do they have COVID? And they're in the office potentially, exposing me to it. So certainly a big change in how the normal practice of medicine in the office has gone.
One of the things that for my practice, majority of my practice is with teaching, so education. And I know there was a lot of questions that were being asked within the chat about whether or not this is going to affect the way that we are being able to educate our next generation, whether or not it's changing the medical school's ability and the medical students' ability. So let me just even start with being able to teach. Let me just start off by saying, when this all first hit in February, March, we were in the epicenter of everything here in New Jersey, in northern New Jersey. So we're like about 16 miles away from the city itself. So the thing is that we had to literally let all of the medical students out of the hospital, not only because our hospital system said no to the students, but also it was the medical schools themselves that said, everybody stop, come out, because we can't affect or have people be affected. It placed a huge burden. And this is the thing about everything that's going on right now. No one knows the right answer. This has been unprecedented. We've never seen anything like this at all. So medical schools didn't know how to respond to this. Healthcare systems didn't know how to respond to it. Physicians didn't know how to respond to it in an appropriate way. Even to this day and time now, when you're looking at our practices, most of us, like Dr. Lott said, like Dr. Torres said, like Dr. Darko said, we don't even know if the patients are coming in have COVID or have a cold or have any of those other type of a rash, because it doesn't always have to present with a fever or a cough. Majority of the times, it doesn't usually present with a fever or a cough. It usually presents with either nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, or a rash. And so since you don't know what the presenting symptoms can be, it changes the way that you have to now be able to triage. And when we talk about triage, we mean being able, when a patient first come in, to assess the patient to determine what or not we're going to do with this kid. It affected a lot of those different things. And we're still going through that process now. the medical students when they are working with me, the residents when they're working with me, I make sure everyone has their mask on. I make sure everybody has personal protection, whether that's a face shield to cover their eyes, to be able to make sure washing your hands. I always tell people, if you're going to disinfect with the hand sanitizer, the next time, wash your hands, just to kind of get you in that mindset of washing your hands. But I'll open up to the rest of them.
I think those are all interesting points. The thing I was going to discuss was the rapid pace that we saw the assumption of telemedicine during this, and you know, definitely triaging patients coming in, but in family medicine, triaging whether they come in at all. So making sure that we are protecting ourselves, but also protecting our patients and providing the best care that we can with very limited circumstances. Not being able to do a physical exam, having to take a very detailed history, trying to rely on patients checking their own vital signs, which may or may not be very reliable, relying on additional resources, you know, having their grandchild help them with the IT to get the video camera working, doing some myself, trying to balance that between the risk of can we bring them in, and then over time realizing and reassuring them that the office is one of the safest places they can come because we actually know how to use PPE and we have it. We didn't just throw a mask and a pair of gloves and say, put these on. We know how to do this right. I was in the COVID unit for a month. I did not get COVID. Like Dr. Darko said, she didn't get it at the hospital. We're trained how to do this correctly. And I think persuading our patients is important. The other incidental thing that I found is that there are a lot of patients who had mobility issues, whether that's transportation problems because of limited resources, arthritis and getting out of the house issues. And it's a better modality to conduct that process for some patients. And so they really benefited from this, even though most patients were somewhat dissatisfied.
And I have a hard time. Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Lott. Go ahead.
I was going to say, one of the questions was, how do COVID-19 cases with low socioeconomic statuses get treated? And does insurance have a role to treatment? Well, it's an endemic problem, I think, in our system in how low socioeconomically class individuals have somewhat more difficult times getting care. I mean, if you think about it, in an ICU, $5,000 to $7,000 a day, the bed. That's just the bed. Does not include the cost of the physician that will be seeing you and helping to manage. It doesn't include necessarily the cost of the drugs or the treatments or anything else. So, you know, the daily cost is going to be at least $5,000. Now, what's the length of time that a COVID patient ends up in the hospital? Those that are ill enough to need, you know, critical care use, you're looking at somewhere in the range of 30 to 50 days in the ICU.
Right.
So if you go $5,000 a day for that entire time frame, that's a lot of money. So a hospital stay is going to be expensive, and those that are disadvantaged may feel more pressed because of that potential cost. And I've had a case or two that it was a serious reason why they chose not to come to the hospital earlier, and may have actually contributed to, you know, their mortality. But certainly the cost of care is expensive, and the cost of care contributes to why the outcomes in socioeconomically disadvantaged patients don't do as well as those that may have insurance. And it's not necessarily that the virus impacts them more deadly, or the virus's impact on them is more deadly. It just may be that the choice to pursue care earlier allows the disease to do more damage before they're able to get in and get seen.
Right. And I would add to that, in that same vein, Dr. Lott, is that many of those patients, because they don't necessarily have adequate health care coverage, that many of the pre-existing conditions that they have are already not necessarily well controlled. And so when you take someone who has what we call poor protoplasm, right? They're not necessarily in the best health. And then you add on top of that some inciting virus that, that basically tips them over. And so that's part of why we're seeing what we're seeing. And so I think it's important, the takeaway here is to understand that COVID hitting certain communities a little bit harder is not necessarily just based on one factor, right? So you can't look at a community and say, oh, well, this is a mostly Black, community or a mostly Hispanic community. You can't look at that and say just because of that they will be more severely impacted. There are multiple factors that contribute to that particular community's outcomes.
Yeah. I think another important factor is exposure as well with the lower socioeconomic status. Many of these people did not have the flexibility to work from home. You work in a grocery store, you do construction, you are a home health aide, you're doing things, you don't have a choice. You're a factory worker of an essential product. You need to go to work. The protocols and the PPE availability was poor. And so you saw this community getting exposed at much higher rates. I think at the end of the point in New Jersey that it was tending to come down, only about 20% of the population had been exposed. And a lot of those were these essential employees who were out there working to make sure that they had money coming in to meet their needs, living paycheck to paycheck, and oftentimes foregoing insurance. For Jessica's question, there is something called EMTALA, which is the Emergency Treatment or Emergency Medical Treatment Act, and it guarantees that anyone who goes to the hospital gets treatment. So once they get to the healthcare system, they will all be treated equally. So it doesn't mean that they're going to be turned away from a ventilator or any of those things, but a lot of times, like Dr. Lott had discussed, is they're making that decision to try and delay it, and hopefully I'll get better and maybe I won't go, and things take a turn for the worse as well. So that's something where support and resources are really important.
And it has changed considerably since, the outset of this pandemic. When the pandemic first kicked in, there's social isolation, everything went in lockdown. People were, kind of staying in. The ones that were sick that would go in to the hospital may have just been told, well, you're breathing. You're not needing oxygen right now. Go home. And if it gets worse, come back. And all of that was done as a way to try to minimize exposure. And also because there really weren't any good treatments and everything available at that time. So instead of trying to fill the hospital up with a bunch of individuals that were sick but weren't so sick that they needed to stay in the hospital, you're trying to get them to triage at home. Over the last several months, we have had some changes and improvements in availability of treatments that may have some benefit, which has changed, I think, the dynamic of that initial interaction coming from the emergency department or the community and that interface with the hospital systems.
And let's keep it real. So one of the questions that came up that I saw a couple of times is about public health. This is all lessons in public health. And we go through this even if you don't have a master's in public health. Yes, a lot of us right here, but we do have tons of DOs that have masters in public health. It's actually probably most common second degree outside of probably an MBA. With that being said, though, this is exposed us. It exposed the issues that we have with public health within this country, with the way that we have institutionally marginalized and have placed certain individuals at risk. We didn't talk about the fact of even having to go out to work in these certain populations, especially in New Jersey and New York, where the cost of living is extremely high. Most people live in close corridor areas. They live in an apartment that was meant, a 2-bedroom apartment may be shared by 5 families at some point in time. These are all factors that can affect underrepresented minority communities. The other thing that can affect it is there is such a mistrust within our healthcare system, which, to be truthful and honest with you, it is a valid mistrust. Even sitting on this panel, all of us are physicians, but it does not negate the fact that we are all part of minority communities that have been affected so long since the inception of this country with the extreme prejudices and principles and different type of
disenfranchisements
that has gone on, that has led to this. So then when I ask patients to come in, because you still need to get your MMR vaccine, you still need to get your chickenpox vaccine, you still need to get your flu vaccine. The flu vaccine is going to make it worse. Yes, because we don't know what's going to happen if you get flu and COVID
at the same time.
Does not mean that you can't get it at the same time. Even if most people who are concerned about the flu vaccines are like, oh, the flu vaccine made me sick, or I still got flu when I had the vaccine. It can actually cause, when you get flu, if you had the flu vaccine, it can actually decrease the infectivity that you have of the flu if you had the flu vaccine, believe it or not. So it's important to be able to get those things, to help those things out. But if we don't start to understand the fact that all of those type of disenfranchisements that have been in place, if we don't start to address those as a profession, an osteopathic profession, which we are trying to do, and that's the reason why all of us who are on these panels are sitting here talking to you, because we know the more and more that we increase the amount of URM applicants and physicians, osteopathic physicians, the more we can change the system. We know if we start making those changes, this can help to be able to break those disenfranchisements. I'm sorry, I'll get off my soapbox now.
So next question I see. You wanted to say something?
No, I said preach.
So the next question that I wanted to kind of bring up was posted from Jasmine. Do you see COVID somehow getting worse this flu season? And you kind of hit on it, Dr. Winters. And the short answer is yes. And for obvious reasons. The flu still kills 35 to 40,000 people a year in the US.
Mm-hmm.
That's not trivial. You know, if your grandmother is one of that 35,000, you're going to feel some type of way. Mm-hmm. Now, these are both pulmonary diseases. The difference being that COVID also impacts other disease, other organ systems. And there's another comment up here earlier about a student who has had the infection, is reinfected, and she's having some of the long haul symptoms. The recovery from this is not short. Even the flu has about a 4-week recovery period from someone who really gets a bad case of it. And the recovery for this is somewhere on the range of 40 to 60 days and sometimes a little bit longer. We're still trying to figure that out. The data is still out as far as what's the best recovery time frame. But this co-infection, if you have the flu and COVID, my personal thought is that it's going to be a much, much more severe disease process, and one that I don't know. I don't know what the survivability will be. Right. Co-infection is certainly going to be something that I'll be anticipating seeing sometime in the next week or two, maybe.
Yeah, yeah. Certainly got my infant vaccinated for flu already because I just don't want to take a chance.
I'm also concerned from a resource perspective about how flu and COVID infections simultaneously can do it. If you have a fever, which is it? And so, many people are going to be quarantined for the, an unknown infection and the consequences that that's going to have on many, many people. Children going back to school, parents going to work, even just, adults who don't have children, and how it can impact all of us and the businesses that employ us. and then the resources to test everyone adequately. I think we still have room to go.
And, you know, bringing up, Jasmine just brought up a valid question about distrust in vaccines within populations, especially African-American population. After Tuskegee study was just one of many, many different studies that has been forced upon on African-Americans, Latinx, Native Americans. I mean, let's talk about smallpox, shall we? Let's talk about so many different things. But nevertheless, with that being said, I don't have very high hopes that the early COVID vaccine will be well received, just based off of what I see within my clinic. Now, with that being said, just because I don't have high hopes don't mean that I'm not going to try my hardest to try to make sure that we push for not only a safe vaccine, but awareness within all of our communities, not just the African-American community or the Latinx community or the Native American community, but all of our communities within this country to push for it. A lot of times people say, like, this vaccine is just coming by so fast. But let me tell you something. I was a resident a while ago when swine flu first hit the scene. And I will never forget when the swine flu hit the scene, that next year we wind up having a vaccine for swine flu. Now, mind you, yes, we have had flu vaccines in the past as well, and it's a different strain of influenza, H1N1. However, that vaccine, when it came on the market, it was not something that was well received by a lot of people either. Companies, organizations had to literally mandate either you got the vaccine or you couldn't come back to work or you couldn't come back to school. Now, am I advocating for that? I'm not saying that by any means, but I'm saying that there has been history of vaccines that have came about more rapidly than what you thought it was been. But I would like to hear from the other folks.
What I will say regarding the vaccine, certainly it is necessary and needs to be developed. Fast tracking it may not be the smartest thing to do, and certainly puts us at risk, particularly if a good safety profile hasn't been developed for the vaccine. Will I still advocate for its use? I will, because I do think that vaccinations are necessary. And if it's anything like the vaccinations that were developed for the SARS pandemic or for the MERS pandemic, it may give some coverage, at least an early vaccine may give you some coverage for a month or two before you lose it. So it may provide some help. What I've read thus far from the different studies that have been available, the things that have been discussed about it, they're basically using a known vector. They're just trying to find what part of the current virus is the most immunogenic that's going to make it helpful. And that sort of slows or slims down the time needed to develop a vaccine. But still, as Dr. Fauci stated, we're looking at a good year, sometime summer of next year, I think, before a truly effective, hopefully effective vaccine would be available. So until such time as that occurs, the things that need to be done to help help us to get through this more effectively are things that your grandmother, mother, family has kind of taught you for years. Wash your hands. Wear a mask.
Cover your mouth.
Cover your mouth when you're getting sick and or coughing. Stuff that makes complete sense. It's, stuff that you've known, but, maybe just, kind of forgot, because you know how you are. You get grown and you smell your stuff and you just start doing what you want to do. So it's time to regress a little bit and do the things that you're supposed to do. And that I think is going to be something that'll help us as a country to get past some of this and get through it and, live.
Yeah. I think with regards to the vaccine, there are obviously multiple factors with how effective the vaccine will be. And obviously part of that is going to be distribution, right? Distribution in terms of, well, how much in terms of resources do we have to be able to distribute the vaccine, and distribution in terms of how many people are willing to get the vaccine. And, you know, Dr. Winters obviously touched upon the fact that communities of color tend to be, you know, mistrustful of, you know, of the medical community. And so that, I think that's going to be that's going to play a really big part in whether or not we see improvements, in particular in communities of color. And that is a true concern, is that, you know, communities of color are probably the ones that would benefit most from a vaccine. But given the history, the question becomes, okay, well, will they get the most benefit, especially if the vaccine is safe, if the vaccine is, you know, has long-term immunogenic effects? Will they actually see the benefit before communities who are not of color? And so that's going to be a very interesting trend to watch, I think.
Okay. Next question. Does the recent joint statement from various drug companies, i.e. Pfizer, et cetera, about ensuring the quality of their testing assuage our worries about fast production? And do you believe
it? So I think that this is necessary, and to an extent, all of their livelihoods is going to depend on making a safe product. I think that that's something that it's very easy to be distrustful, and I'm very guilty of it too. But they don't want to put out a product that will expose them to billions, if not trillions of dollars of litigation if there's a problem with this vaccine. It is going to be fast production, and safety is going to be of the utmost importance. And testing, I know there were different stages that were discussed, but the final stage of testing is basically putting it out in population and see what happens.
Stage 4.
And so, unfortunately, the safety for this vaccine, we will likely not know until it's been administered to 100 million people to really appreciate the side effects. And for the efficacy, unfortunately, that might take a couple of years for us to really see how many boosters might we require. Maybe it's like a tetanus vaccine that you get several, and then every 5 or 10 years you get another one, or maybe one and done, or maybe it's annual. We don't have that data, and I think that's something that is also important to keep in mind in terms of mitigating our expectations. This is not going to be a silver bullet that is going to solve all of our problems, but it is a very useful tool, and hopefully the short-term gain won't exceed long-term loss.
May I say one thing, though? Just even taking a step back, one of the things that I really appreciate about medicine as a whole, especially osteopathic medicine, is the fact that we are able to sit here and have a conversation among 4 of us who are all in 4 different specialties, but being able to express kind of our concerns, our feelings coming from all over. I'm happy the fact that students are able to see that we are not immune to this, to what's being brought out. We know this is covering over every media outlet that you can possibly think of. It's conversations that we have at the water cooler. Well, not anymore because you're social distancing, but you know, that you're having on Zoom or whatever have you. And it's one of those things where, you know, we are battling with it. And this is something that, even though COVID is one thing, mind you, there has been so much more that we've had to deal with and talk about, whether that is even Medicare for all, whether that is being able to make sure that our patients, when a new medication come out, when a new vaccine come out, HPV vaccine, any of those type of things, we're constantly having these conversations about, and it's not something that's only set aside for one specialty or if you have a master's of public health. This is something as a physician, you have to know and be able to understand and research on, because the same way we're talking about this amongst ourselves, imagine how we get asked this question by our patients day in and day out. But that's one of the things I just want to bring up.
And to tag on that, I think that, and bring it back to the earlier discussion, is our patients have that benefit to pick up the phone and call us. And earlier when we talked about some of those risk factors, when you look at underrepresented minorities, people who are uninsured or underinsured, they don't have that availability. For them, it's, do I go to the ER or not?
Right.
Do I go to the urgent care or not? And I'm going to get hit with a massive bill to get a qualified opinion on what I should do. And so I think that losing sight of that, I think, is also, problematic, and we should really work to educate our communities and improve access.
Next question. What do you think about the response in the US versus other countries? I'm going to go on a limb here and presume this question is asking how about the US's response to COVID versus the rest of the world and how they've responded. So I'm going to defer for now. I'll let someone else speak on that.
Go for it, John. You all twisted like you're ready to say something.
I'm gonna step away from criticizing leadership, because I'm sure that I'm not the only one who can go there. But what I would bring up would be 3 words: accountability, responsibility, and unity.
Yes.
And I think when we look around the world, we saw those in action. When you look at a lot of the countries that eradicated this quickly, they took individual responsibility to limit how much they exposed others to their potential infection. They were responsible about wearing PPE, washing their hands, social distancing, not going places they didn't have to, not going to large gatherings, and they were united in that. And here, unfortunately, we saw a different story that played out in many places. Certainly not all, but there are many people who I'm sure each of us knows who protested having to wear a mask, having to maintain distance, having to maintain hand washing and not touch things, and running to the store and clearing out the toilet paper. It's something where I think on some level, this is also a societal problem that we saw play out in the setting of ineffective leadership. And I'll leave it at that.
I'd like to add to that I think much of what's going on in the US is also a cultural issue. The culture of the US. And when I say culture, I'm speaking kind of collectively. Obviously, we know that there are plenty of different cultures in the US, but I think there is this culture in the US predominantly that says that my individual rights are more important than the well-being of any, group, class, or any other individual. And so I think that really played a very big part in the spread of COVID. It's played a very big part in, trying to contain it. I don't want to wear a mask doesn't come from the fact that I just don't want to wear a mask. It comes from the fact that you can't tell me I have to wear a mask. I think that's part of it, is that you can't tell me I have the right to walk and be free and breathe the air that I want to breathe, and no one can tell me what to do. And if that means that, someone else is not going to be able to, breathe or live, then that's on them, because it's my right to be able to do what I want to do. And I think that that culture, certainly it's not everyone who has that mindset, but I think it's very pervasive in this country. And I think that has truly contributed to where we are right now. You know, I was talking to a colleague, and you know, we were talking about the containment of it, the change in leadership potentially. And what I said to her was, this is stage 4 cancer. Mm-hmm. And so if you understand cancer, what you understand is if you catch cancer at stage 1, it's usually easy to cure because it's contained. It's in one spot. You can cut it out, right? Especially if you're a surgeon, right? And it's in one specific organ, then you can cut it out, hopefully, and get rid of it. And then it's done. When a cancer is at stage 4, that means it's widespread. It's all over your body. You can't possibly cut enough of this cancer out without killing the patient. It's almost impossible to just contain it that way. And so it becomes this thing where you have to have chemotherapy, and potentially the chemo is going to affect not just the cancer cells, but the healthy cells. And it's going to, right, it's everybody. And so that's what COVID, this is the stage in COVID that we are right now. We are in stage 4 cancer of COVID right now, in that it can wipe pretty much anybody out. And so the intervention has to affect everybody. Otherwise, it helps nobody. And that's where we are.
So I'll hop in there. So the analogy that I like to use is, as a country, our culture is a pound of cure is better than an ounce of prevention. I will give you, you know, like Cinepril and a statin and, you know, insulin. Take this metoprolol, get your beta blocker, take your daily aspirin. Here's some Eliquis, something to help keep your blood thin. We'll do all of that. Oh, you know what? You need dialysis for 30 years because your kidneys went bad because you had diabetes and high blood pressure. Whereas, you know, 20 years earlier, had you provided the means to improve their health, increase, you know, their activity, get their blood pressure controlled, make sure their diabetes controlled. If you did all of that beforehand, you wouldn't have to spend all this money on them in the back end. But we value we value treatment over prevention. And we haven't really had a big push for prevention up until maybe 10, 15 years ago. I mean, I think we were starting that when you and I started med school. That's when they were really this whole, you know, push on let's, you know, try preventative care and trying to, that's when it really started hitting the mainstream. But, you know, it's going to take a paradigm shift for people to get to the point where we try to prevent this stuff from happening. And that's what's happened with COVID. We, as a country, just, you know, it's not going to affect us. In February, had we been very, very proactive in just locking down the people that had it, put them in a little, you know, social isolation, blah, 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 we would be in a much different position than we are right now.
And, you know, I know it sounds like it seems doom and gloom at this point in time, but I have strong faith, and I'm encouraged to know that even though, just the same way with stage 4 cancer, I have seen miracles and things that cannot be explained or detailed or given any explanation by medicine. And that's one of the beauties that I found about not only my faith in medicine, but also my faith as who I am, and my own personal faith as a Christian, meaning that I have seen the impossible become possible. And even in those situations where people have been taking all these medications for all of these different diseases, being able, sometimes things just happen along the way. So be it. But the thing is, knowing that we can make an effective change and being able to understand that there can be changes that can be made. And that's the part that I think we're trying to drive home. And that's the process about being an osteopathic physician, finding health. Because when we're looking for health, like you see, we can describe all of the different disease processes. We can discuss how COVID has been so effective. How do we, even in this situation, find the health that is available for us that we can still see? That's the key part of what it takes for us to be osteopathic physicians, that we look for every single day in all of our individual practices that we do. We're still looking for health when it comes time to making sure, like when we have our OB patients, when we describe to the patients and to the moms, you know this, when we tell them, okay, mom, this is what I want you to do. Make sure you don't take that baby out. Make sure you're not having 500 different people coming along. These cell phones, when you can FaceTime, that's perfect. Me telling my patients, still get immunized, still make sure you do these things. Nathan Lott, still making sure that his patients are taking their medications, avoiding cigarette smoke, all of those different type of things, even when they have emphysema and all those other conditions, because we're trying to find health. And that's what I want to definitely make sure we get across to you on this.
Question, Robert Bell, is there opportunity for independent private research as a physician, or is a PhD required?
No,
you need to do
research. There are a lot of clinical studies that are run through physicians' offices as well. With a really large one about 15 years ago that basically is how lisinopril, or drugs in the ACE inhibitor family, were found to be effective in the management of high blood pressure. And a lot of that, there were a lot of clinical sites, so a lot of private doctors' offices where they would use them. So it's not, you don't have to have a PhD because you're a doctor.
Even if you aren't, a physician, you don't necessarily need, a doctoral degree to do research. There are plenty of people with master's degrees. There are people with bachelor's degrees. I mean, as long as you're going through the proper channels and doing your research ethically, that is really what is required in terms of doing research.
Okay. Next question. I've been reading things about COVID constantly mutating. Does this affect a vaccine and the potential for immunity? Yes.
So it does, but viruses are going to mutate just in general.
That's why that's why we have to get a new vaccine every year.
Exactly.
The purpose of the vaccine is to find out, in all of that mutation, something is going to be consistent. And that's what they're looking for when they're developing the vaccine. That one consistent area that's going to be exposed, that you want to develop antibodies to prevent its activity. And that's the part that they aim for.
Right. And that's why you hear sometimes people say, well, the flu vaccine was the wrong strain this year, right? And they say, well, if it was the wrong strain of flu that they made the vaccine on, why should I get the flu? Well, because of what Dr. Lott just mentioned, because there's going to be some similarity, okay, between mutations. It's still the flu. It's just a different mutation of the flu. Okay, so it's kind of like you wore a red dress today and tomorrow you wore a blue dress. You're still the same person, right? So I don't know if that's the best example, but that's what I got off the top of my dome.
Between, I'd say, the COVID and our standard flu vaccine is, your standard flu is something that humanity has been exposed to. Okay, over the eons that we've been here, our bodies have been exposed to some of those strains. So the vaccine provides some protection, even if it may not be to the circulating strain. COVID is different in that it's never infected humans before. This particular COVID virus has never infected humans before. So the vaccination, is hopefully going to be able to allow us to miss that or not get the infection from it.
And don't forget also, COVID virus is not new, right? Coronavirus is not new. Coronavirus in the peds world, I've probably been exposed to so many coronaviruses and make your head spin. All of my cute, as I call them, my cute petri dishes are my babies. They come to me, they give me hugs, they cry on me, they poop on me, they pee on me, and I still keep coming back to work the next day like, hi.
We should actually draw your blood and get a serum from Dr. Winters.
So Dr. Lott, thank you so much. This has been an awesome panel. I really appreciate it. Y'all, just to let you know, we will also have a panel with everybody to come back for just general overall. You can ask us whatever you want to ask us. Doesn't mean we're always going to answer everything, though. But
one thing, Dr. Winters,
yes, ma'am.
is that there was a question about not being able to shadow and do clinical experiences during COVID. And I just want people to remember that COVID is not happening in a bubble. Your medical schools know that COVID is happening because they're experiencing it as well. And so if you don't have a clinical experience, because at the time that you were either supposed to start or that you had the opportunity to start a clinical experience, the pandemic hit, there is a very, there's an understanding of that. So, you can certainly get creative with kind of replacing those experiences for sure. But again, it's to be expected that those experiences will be limited.
Exactly. So Dr. Lott, Dr. Dacro, Bonnie Dacro, thank you so much. We are ready now for our osteopathic manipulative medicine demonstration by Dr. Torres. I'm going to let Dr. Torres go to work.
How's it going? I have my son. This is Victor. He's 12. He's going to be helping me today. Hopefully everyone's able to hear okay. Look over here. This is my home table since we are on a Saturday. At home, he was a willing subject. So since we're piggybacking right off of our COVID discussion, what I'm going to cover is some of the OMT that we would use for a pulmonary patient. So OMT can be used for a whole host of different conditions. OMT stands for osteopathic manipulative treatment. It's one of the things that we have had ever since the beginning of osteopathic medicine back in 1884. And what I'm going to be demonstrating is two different types of patients. One is going to be for a patient who presumably has COVID. And second is going to be for a patient who's pregnant. So since this is my son, we're going to have to use our imaginations. When we're trying to think about what we would do for a patient who has a COVID infection, usually, like many other things in medicine, what we do first is we try and look at the literature and find a similar patient, a similar condition, and what worked in that time frame. And so the closest thing for COVID, since it is a pulmonary infection, is something called the MOPSI trial. Now, MOPSI stands for the Multi-Center Osteopathic Pneumonia Study in the Elderly. This was done at several different hospitals across the country, using a lot of different faculty, and they looked at elderly patients who were hospitalized in the intensive care unit who received this OMT protocol, how many of them would improve. And the results of that study were pretty compelling. It did shorten the length of stay for the adults that were between 50 and 74, in both in the hospital overall and in the intensive care unit. They also lowered the in-hospital mortality rates for patients over the age of 70. So certainly our goal here is to do the same with COVID, which we know disproportionately affects the elderly. The goals for using OMT to treat patients with this disease, such as COVID, pulmonary complications, are going to be to address several parts of the body to balance autonomic function, improve lymphatic drainage so that we can remove unnecessary tissue and edema that's built up in the lungs, primarily in COVID, and then to deal with reducing any kind of restriction to breathing so we can reduce the work of breathing, the effort patients have to expend to be able to take that breath, because with them not feeling able to breathe, they breathe faster and harder, and it's very taxing on their rib cage and their muscles and their diaphragm. So first off, what we're going to do is start over here with an OA release. And so the purpose of the OA release, I'm going to come right underneath at the base of the skull and lift up towards the ceiling and gently traction towards myself. The goal of this is to help normalize function of the OA. And the reason that's important is this is where your vagus nerve travels, which is your parasympathetic supply to pretty much everything above the mid-colon. And so this is going to help reduce thick mucus secretions in the respiratory tract and allow airways and bronchioles to dilate. So we want to relax that, because oftentimes when we have trouble breathing and we're using our accessory muscles of respiration, such as our trapezius, which attaches all the way up here, it can get tired, it can get tight, and then that nervous is now also sending signals to the body to do things that are not beneficial. Next is going to be my release for the cervical spine. And so we're going to continue with the trapezius. We're going to just gently come up, and we're going to, 1, massage the trapezius. 2, we're going to continue in these upper cervicals to connect that vagus nerve left and right. And 3, we're going to start to influence C3, 5. And those of you who may know C3, 4, and 5 keep the diaphragm alive. This is your nerve that controls the diaphragm. Get over with patients who are experiencing complicated COVID. Next, we're going to have to clear a way for all of that lymphatic fluid to get back into circulation. So we're going to do mild release here up of the thoracic inlet. So rotate right, feeling which way he prefers to move. I'm going to side bend right and side bend left, feeling which way he likes to move. And then I'm going to ask you to take some deep breaths. And if you watch my hands, you'll see that over time, the rib cage motion starts to normalize. And so we're influencing the rib cage, the vertebrae, and the soft tissue in particular through which those lymphatic ducts course. Good. We're going to do rib raising, which is going to come back. So we're basically, if you can sit up for me and you look at the right screen, we're going to come, spinous process, we're going to come just to the side. So if he lies back, we're going to up under there and gently lift up and pull out to myself. The goal with this is to influence the sympathetic nervous system. Your thoracic ganglia lie right in front of your ribs in this position where it meets the vertebra. And the role of your sympathetic nerves generally going to dilate your arteries to the lungs. They're going to relax the smooth muscle lining your airways to let your airways dilate as well so we can move more air. However, when we have a pulmonary condition such as COVID can cause, what we'll experience is a reversal effect, because your fight or flight response is designed to run away from a bear and last maybe 10 minutes, not the course of several days. Dr. Lott said 30 to 50 days in the ICU. So over time, that becomes problematic. So we're going to work all the way on the left side, just relaxing that. Then we're going to gently lift up and spring the thoracic spine. Relax. Then I mentioned earlier with nerve, we'll move on to the respiratory diaphragm. We're going to do, get my thumb right under the margin of the ribs. I'm going to come up and out towards his shoulders. Take a big breath in. As his diaphragm drops down, I resist. As he blows out, I can extend further up and out. Big breath in and out. Big breath in and out. Good. Now, hopefully it goes without saying, if I'm a physician doing this, I would be in full PPE. So I would have a mask and a face shield, probably another mask, a gown, and gloves because they're going to be breathing. And in this one, I'm right here looking down the barrel. After that, we're going to do a few things intended to actually move some of that fluid that's built up in places we don't want it, such as in the lungs. If you've seen any x-rays of people with COVID, probably in the media, you'll see that it gets a white appearance as fluid fills that interstitial space and it limits air exchange. So we're going to start by just pumping everything top to bottom. So this is called a pedal pump. So I'm going to come right here and we're going to just do enough that you can see his nose kind of bounce up and down. And you're going to do this for about a minute. And the goal here is that we tighten everything in the back part of the body and we provide a motivating force to get fluid back up and into circulation. Now, usually when we walk, these muscles contract and they pump the fluid back for us. But patients who are hospitalized with COVID do not move around very much. For one, they're very sore, they're very weak, confined to one small room, and so they don't have much opportunity to exercise, so fluid can build up in lots of different places. The last one is specifically target nerve system. So when we're looking at this, it's called a thoracic pump, and we're going to get both of our hands and we're going to place them right over the chest. Now, if I do this and he starts coughing, he's going to cough right in my face. I have lots of PPE. I don't want to tempt. So we're going to turn it to the side. I'm going to G down and compress the ribs. Take a big breath in. I resist a little, blow it all the way out. And when he gets out, we're going to pump a little. Not like CPR, but little pumps. Big breath in. I resist. All the way out. One more time. Big breath in. All the way out. Good. And one more big breath in. All right. And we let go while he's breathing against resistance. And when that happens, we move lots of air into the lungs, opening up those parts that have become atelectatic or collapsed. So that's going to be for COVID if we're dealing with respiratory complications. So that would complete our treatment, and you can see that we did that in less than 15 minutes. So this works very well in a hospital setting where we do have limited time with what we can do with our patients, especially with COVID where we have limited options of what we can do to actually help improve their condition. And three, we have patients who aren't really seeing people very much, and so it can help build a bond between the patient and the physician to try and help them feel reassured and feel a little optimistic in terms of what's going on. So I'm going to pivot, and we are going to expand our imaginations and pretend that not only is he now a woman, but he's also pregnant. And so one of the things that I do at Morristown Hospital is we actually treat women in active labor. So we work very closely with our Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology and the residency program. And we go and we see patients who are in active labor, either being induced or who have just had natural onset of labor, and treat them with a few goals. Number one, to hopefully reduce some of the experiencing. This is something that is regardless, even if it is until women get an epidural. Two, try and improve the outcomes that they're going to have a vaginal delivery. A lot of times what we find is that women who don't go through to have vaginal delivery or cesarean have a mechanical contribution to why things are not able to progress. Now, certainly it's not 100%, and there are a lot of indications of fetal distress or maternal distress that might force us to pursue that treatment. But if we can do something to avoid those complications and help have a normal vaginal birth, that's usually going to be our goal. So whereas we started at the top and moved downwards when we were looking at COVID, we're going to start at the bottom and move up north for women who are in labor. Two reasons. Number one, if we work on the pelvis and we make things change, sometimes it can happen fairly quickly. I want to make sure that it's ready for the baby to be able to pass through the birth canal. 2, it gives us a little bit of a time to affect things in a very structured, systematic way. So first things that we're going to do is going to deal with the pelvis. The birth canal is behind front and side to side. So we want to make that space a little bigger. So what we're going to do is bend their knees up, put fists between their knees, and have them squeeze their knees for 5 seconds. And that's now a little further. Fist squeeze. And then my forearm, and squeeze, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's good. And we're going to move on to the sacroiliac joints. We have 3 joints in the pelvis, big emphasis in that we just passed, and 2 sacroiliac joints in the back. So we're going to treat each of those. I'm going to come right under the PSIS, and we're going to apply a superior or anterior and lateral force, pulling up and out towards myself and holding that for about 20 seconds until I appreciate softening in those tissues. Good. Now, commonly, like I said, this is for women who are actually in active labor, so they're very commonly in a hospital bed. Often might already even have an epidural in. It is perfectly safe. We're not going to pull or tug on that epidural catheter at all. So it's safe for us to do it in that setting, and it's very easy. This set of techniques is really designed around the patient not being a very active participant because of the limitations of their conditions. All right, so now we're going to move to the autonomics. So for the lungs, it's T2 to 5. For the uterus and birth canal, it's going to be T10 down to L2. And so we can do some rib raising, similar to what we had done up in the thoracics. And for those who are savvy and might say there's no rib at L1 or L2, you're right. However, the chain ganglia are there nonetheless. So we can still impact them and bring about a change to try and help improve conditions. Now, I mentioned why the sympathetics are good in pulmonary conditions, but why is it good for us to control sympathetic tone in delivery? Well, think about primitive women. If you are under stress and you're being chased by a bear, it is not time to squat and have a baby. And so your fight or flight nervous actually suppresses uterine contraction. We use a drug to actually do that when women have contractions. However, that's not the case now. We want to allow for the fullest possible uterine contraction. So we want to normalize sympathetic tone so that it can allow for normal contractions. And we would do the same thing on this side. Now, we're going to work on the diaphragm. If any of you have been pregnant or known someone who's pregnant, many women towards the end of pregnancy feel like the baby is kicking them right in the liver and the diaphragm. They can't take a deep breath. And delivery can be very strenuous. So we want to make sure that that diaphragm is able to move as fully as it possibly can. Additionally, the nerves that go from your sympathetic, from the spine into the uterus and birth canal, perforate the diaphragm. So if that is strained, it can impact that contribution. And we can do it the same way, because if he had a big belly, we can just follow the belly until it hits the rib cage, and that'll put us right on the diaphragm. Now, we can do this a little differently because I feel badly showing you the same exact technique. So we'll do it similar to what we did up top before. We can translate to the two sides. We can side bend and look for the comfortable position, the ease. Take a deep breath. And out. Deep breath. And out. Deep breath and out. Good. So now we have dealt with the sympathetics, we've dealt with the diaphragm, we've dealt with the biomechanical, the skeletal contribution. We're going to come up into here. We can again do the thoracic inlet release, the same as we did with the pulmonary system. Then we're going to do an O release right here. The same as we had done before, dealing with the vagus nerve. Now, parts of the vagus nerve come down and reach to your uterus. And so, in converse to the sympathetics that suppress uterine contraction, this can actually help relax and augment some of those uterine contractions. Additionally, there's a motion up in the head that you'll learn in school, and your pituitary is right at that hinge point. And so what your pituitary secretes is a hormone called oxytocin. We have a synthetic version called pitocin to stimulate uterine contraction. So we want to make sure that we're removing any barrier to this patient's pituitary secreting as much oxytocin as possible to improve the strength of those contractions that'll hopefully be able to relax and dilate the cervix fully, and then the baby can pass through the birth canal and be born. Now, the last thing that's a little unique, and it's the only time that we really get to treat it, is the uterus itself. So the uterus is a muscle. Just like your bicep or any other muscle, it can get strained. And being distended forcefully and contracting against resistance can certainly contribute to that. And so what we generally do is I'll get a hand above the bone in the pelvis. The other hand, we come right at the fundus, which is the very top part of that uterus. And just like you've seen me do with everything else, we side bend it one side to the other, and we rotate it gently one side to the other. And you will find a preference, so I go into these, and I'll hold it for about 20 seconds. And then after that 20 seconds, everything releases, that resistance, that directional preference comes away. And then we're complete in terms of what we would do for managing that delivery, or that labor. So, that was another Tenets, which leaves me enough time to ask if there are any questions. So I'm going to come over to the computer here so that I can actually see if anybody had any. All right. So what specialties have more opportunities to use OMT for evaluation and treatment? So that's a great question. So some specialties will have more of an opportunity. The ones in general where most physicians that incorporate this is actually going to be in primary care, because a lot of times when we're using OMT, it's going to be for some kind of a pain complaint. So we'll very commonly use this in acute or chronic lower back pain, neck pain, headaches, migraines. But like you saw today, we used it in pulmonary issues, hospitalized patients. We can also use this for gastrointestinal problems such as irritable bowel syndrome. We can use it in pediatric cases for otitis media, for poor suckling and swallowing immediately after birth. So different specialties will lend itself, but it also depends on your patient population, your comfort with doing these, and how much opportunity you had to do it during residency, which seems to be really, really valuable. How often did you get to incorporate this on real patients with real problems? All right, can this induce labor if needed? I wish it could, and I have tried for several women who were at 39 and a half, 40 and a half, 41 weeks. It just won't cause labor. One caveat, like I said, a lot of times if labor isn't progressing, there might be a mechanical obstruction. So with the uterus contracting, what will happen is that the uterus will squeeze and it pushes the baby down, almost like a battering ram against a castle. And that head collides against the cervix. And over time, that cervix stretches around the head that's being pushed through. It isn't a very passive, the cervix just opens like a curtain. And if there's a mechanical obstruction that pelvis is unable to expand, that head may not be able to push against the cervix correctly. So I said before that I start with that part because when I'm treating women in labor and delivery, it's very common things will go quickly. I have treated women in the office who have gone to the hospital within an hour or two. It was probably in those cases a woman who was ready to go into labor and it was just not biomechanically permissive of it. And so once I removed that barrier, the process that was already underway finished. All right, what's the difference between chiropractic and a DO? Well, the largest is that DOs are full practicing physicians. So I can specialize, and you saw a broad array of specialties from the physicians throughout the day. But there's also a philosophical one. With chiropractic, the focus is on the spine itself and a belief that subluxation of the spinal segments are responsible for all of the problems that people experience. So their treatments are directed primarily at that. A lot of what they learn in school tends to be more forceful than what you saw today with cracking and articulation, which we as osteopathic physicians learn as well. 12-year-olds just don't crack as loudly as adults. But osteopathic medicine focuses on the whole body. So I do address the spine, and you saw that we focused on the lumbar, the sacrum, and the cervical. But we also looked at the rib cage and the diaphragm and the legs and the thoracic inlet and all of the other parts of the body that really impact the body as a whole. That's one of our tenets of osteopathy. The body is a unit. One thing invariably affects another. And physiology are inextricably linked. Have you ever encountered a situation where a patient declines OMT because they were either uncomfortable with it or didn't believe in it? So this would be a yes. And this is one of those things that I like to emphasize, that interpersonal relationship that you have with your patients, which is really emphasized in osteopathic medical school. When you're going into anatomy lab and some other student has to put their hands on you, or you have to put your hands on them, you start to build a good rapport and really a comfort with establishing relationships and reading body language. Not everybody is comfortable with being touched. And this could be a cultural problem. This could be somebody who is living, who's an assault survivor, who just does not want to be touched. This could be religious. There are any number of reasons that people may not want to be touched. And oftentimes before we, or really whenever we do this, we explain what we're going to do. We tell them why we're going to do it. We ask for permission whether or not that's okay. We treat this very much like a surgery or any other procedure. We need to get consent. So if anybody at any time says they're uncomfortable or they don't want to have it done, we respect that. I'll provide education and tell them exactly what we're doing and why we're doing it. But if that is their decision, then we honor it. That's perfectly fine. Now, as far as not believing in it, that's something that is variable. When we're dealing with patients who have chronic pain, a lot of them have unfortunately seen several other specialists and had several other interventions done and just have not gotten relief. And so by the time they get to us, most commonly, they're willing to let you do almost anything if it's going to make them feel better. The same is true in the hospital. They're getting the oxygen. They're on all of the medications. If they're not getting better, they want to feel better. So many of them are very motivated to try anything, even if they may not have absolute faith in it. And a fair amount of them will be very astonished when we finish and they actually feel better. So I think it's more common. Is OMT used more for adult versus pediatrics? Well, this depends on the physician. So I'm certain that Dr. Winters does far more OMT on pediatric patient adults. For me, I do it more often for patients in my practice than I do in with pediatrics, but I treat newborns in the hospital, I treat children in the office. It is very commonplace. So it depends a lot on the individual who's doing it.
Hi, everybody. I am trying to go between two screens. Dr. Torres is going to stick around, so please don't hesitate to keep asking the questions away. This is now our favorite time, believe it or not. As mentors, we all have the opportunity to speak with you now, every last one of us, but we are so excited to be able to just answer your questions that you may have. Like I said, this is our opportunity for you to feel as if you are seeing yourselves in us. We are more than happy to answer any questions that you may have about what our journey, about our experiences that we had as being minority physicians or medical students, struggles that we may have come across. As we have more people joining us along the way, I will have everyone again just do a quick, brief introduction of themselves, just so everyone can see. And when you give your introduction, please just tell us your name, where you're from, and your specialty, or if you are a medical student.
Well, I'm Dr. Nathan. I'm a pulmonary critical care doctor in Waco, Texas, board certified in internal medicine, pulmonary, and critical care. And I am glad to be here.
Okay, hi, my name is Sabri Zuper. I'm a third-year DO student at AACOM in Fort Worth, Texas. My interest in specialty is obstetrics and gynecology, and I'm also glad to be here.
My name is Renee Volney-Darko, and I'm an OBGYN. I'm originally from Brooklyn, but I live in New Jersey. Don't judge me. And I am so very happy to be here, even though I was post-call and got 2 hours of sleep last night. But I'm here for you guys.
And I'm John Torres, you just saw me, family medicine and osteopathic neuromuscular medicine here in Morristown, New Jersey.
Awesome.
And I'm Charnel Kane, outpatient family medicine, currently practicing in Mississippi.
Student doctor?
Oh, hello. My name is Aldwin Samari. I am originally from the Bronx, New York, and I'm interested in neuropsychiatry as a residency.
Awesome. And then again, Dr. Tyree Winters. I am from Detroit, but live in New Jersey. And I do outpatient pediatrics. So, okay, so I have a couple of questions that are lined up for everybody. We have some more of our mentors that are coming on board as well. But one question in particular that I think is a valid question, which is, so first, I'm sure from John, I'm sure you've been asked this many times, but what attracted you to the medical field, DO particularly, and when were you sure you wanted to be a physician? Great question. Somebody want to start off with it?
All right, well, I'll go. So what attracted me to the medical field was just, the ability to use science and helping someone in combination. And to the field of osteopathy in particular, I'm really big into sports. And so I know that I could incorporate the different methods of OMT with like athletics and different athletic injuries. Let's see. And then I was sure I wanted to be a physician after I used to go kind of shadow with my dad, and he would take me to go see autopsies because he's a former police detective, and just the way the doctor operated and did her thing, I was like, yes, this is for me. But I didn't want to do autopsies for the rest of my life, so I picked family medicine.
Well, for me, I wrote a whole personal statement on it, so I'll give you the Cliff Notes version.
Thank you.
When I was a kid, my grandfather was really sick, and he had heart surgery. And this was back in the time when they had the theaters, and you could actually look at it while it was happening. And Dr. DeBakey, who, you know, if anyone in medicine knows, was his heart surgeon. So I had a chance to see that when I was a kid, and that just kind of piqued my interest in the field of medicine. My mom was a nurse. My grandmother was a nurse. She taught at a nursing school. I had a respiratory therapist, and there's a lot of people in the field in my family, but I'm the first physician. And I've probably known since I was, I'd say 8 or 9, that I wanted to be a doctor. My mom even made a nice little a spread on when I was a kid, as I was growing up, where that was a statement that I'd made to her that that's what I wanted to do when I was really young. I decided on an osteopathy as a freshman in college. I went to PERB, UAM University. And one of the things they do is they have a seminar program where they bring people in and they talked about the different aspects of, you know, medicine, allied health, blah, 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 blah. And I had a chance to speak with one of the osteopathic physicians, and that's kind of what piqued my interest, learning the difference in the philosophy and the background why osteopathy was conceived, and it just kind of propelled me from there.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I'm going to switch gears. So Miko Atkins asked a great question. What challenges would a woman of color experience as a medical student or as a physician?
Well, Dr. Winters touched on this. Go ahead, Sabri. Why don't you start?
Well, I can start on the medical school level here. It is incredibly disheartening to see only a few select people in your class that look like you. And that is something that you unfortunately may be used to already, you know, but even at this level, it's even more so pronounced. And what's even more disheartening is to not have faculty that look like you. So when you're dealing with, you know, different situations in school, or you just need someone to reach out to, or, you know, mentor you, a lot of the time you have to look at outside resources like SNMA or different programs that you just so happen to network within, you know. So it's really, really challenging to, as far as the supportive aspect, because if you don't have the classmates that look like you, a lot of the time, you know, you just feel like you're by yourself, although you can find community with other people that don't look like you, obviously. It is really challenging when you see other groups of people in your class, like Asians or the white students or the Hispanic students even, they have a community, but a lot of the time you may not, you know, as far as within your own ethnicity or your culture. So it's like the support level on the student body level, as well as within the faculty and administrative level is really challenging for me personally. I heavily am involved with SNMA because of that. I have found like my family through that org. So, but I also have friends outside of my college. Fortunately, UNT HSC or like TCOM, my school, we also have a pharmacy school. We also have a master's program. So I found a lot of community in those groups too. The president of BGSA, or Black Graduate Student Association. So like I've made sure that we found each other on our campus. But that is one of the biggest struggles, representation and support, I would say.
And I would even say, oh, you want to go?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I would even say one of the biggest things, depending on where you are, is the mislabeling. That is one of the biggest things. You could introduce yourself as Dr. So-and-so 10 million times. You could have a big badge that says doctor on your chest, even on your light coat, and you still get mislabeled. And I would say one of the other things is sometimes some people will instantly discredit you because number one, you are of color, and number two, because you are a female. And so sometimes your counterparts that don't look like you, like they won't understand, and it won't happen to them as often. And so if you work in an environment where you are the minority, sometimes it can be very difficult because they might not understand because they haven't had to experience it yet. And then that's where having a good support system comes into play.
Absolutely. I was just going to mirror that, by saying that the mislabeling is probably the biggest challenge. We have, I'm sure you each have countless stories of being mislabeled, walking in, hi, I'm Dr. So-and-so. And they say, oh, well, the nurse was just here. And I'm like, I'm not the nurse. Or they ask you to take their food tray away. And you're like, nope, wearing a white coat. That's me, the badge. But that's probably one of the biggest challenges. But I will say that despite those challenges, once you do find a group of women physicians, it really is, it's very, very encouraging. We kind of commiserate, obviously, but, we really try to help uplift each other. We call ourselves the unicorn, of in medicine. The true unicorns are actually Black males, but that's the true unicorn. But we are very, very close to being the unicorns because there are not that many of us. And so when we find each other, it's a beautiful thing.
It really is.
Pooja asked, have you ever come across patients who do not wish to be treated by you due to your identity? If so, how did you go about navigating this situation or that situation?
Mm-hmm.
So anyone, I can help answer, but anybody else? I'm sorry.
So I wish my husband was on because he he gets this pretty regularly because of where we practice. We tend to practice in rural communities, and obviously the communities in which we practice oftentimes don't necessarily look like us, right? There is a medical need. Obviously, they're medically underserved. They have vacancies, in the number of physicians that are available. And so you go into a community trying to do a good, and then the community, or members anyway of the community, say, ask you questions like, and sometimes they won't come out right and just say that they don't want you. Right. Sometimes they do, but sometimes that sentiment comes across by asking certain questions. How long have you been doing this? What school did you go to? Where did you train? And so they start to ask you these questions that you start to question you start to ask yourself, would they have asked someone else this question? I've been asked a number of times, well, how many C-sections have you done? And I'm like, dude, I've been doing C-sections for 14, 15 years. Like, I think I got this, but yeah, you do wonder if that is why. But I wish, like I said, my husband was here because he did have a case a couple of months ago where he was told directly by a patient that he did not want he did not want to be treated by my husband because my husband was a minority. And so my husband excused himself, from the case, and his colleague ended up taking care of that patient.
I'm going to go a different route, which is as a pediatrician, and I also have a great deal of adolescent patients that I see. I was numerous times was asked that they did not want to see me because I was a male, or I was a cis male. So especially for female patients, whether that is a female patient that was adolescent female patient, One in particular, when I was in practice in Mississippi, there was a patient that was a 7-year-old female who was coming for a well child visit. During a well child visit, you examine the entire body, that includes genitalia. And I explained to the father, to the patient, what I was getting ready to do the exam. And the father was in the room with me. And when I had said, hey, I am getting ready to examine your daughter, I have to check her genitalia. Father, whoa, what do you mean? Like, you've never had your daughter genitalia checked by a physician before? One. Two, you're right here. I'm going to show you everything that I'm doing. But that is something that comes across. So not only do you have to think about for your either ethnicity, culture, your gender, on both sides of the spectrum, right? So those are all things that come about to be the case. Okay, there was another great question that I want to bring up, which was, what experience do you feel most contributed to your selected specialty?
Oh, I can talk about this one. I love this type of question. Okay. I've always known I wanted to be an OB-GYN. I used to watch, but I really figured it out when I was 8 or 9. It used to be these labor and delivery shows, and I would watch them. That would be all I would watch. I would sit there and watch these shows. And then I started finding them on like just videos of labor and delivery on YouTube. And I would sit there and eat dinner, like just watching this. And my mom would be like, what are you doing? But, you know, she started to realize that this was just a thing that I was just really, it was just so cool to me to see like the process of a baby being delivered. And so she started to like really facilitate that passion. She bought me a lot of anatomy books. You know, there were different documentaries about like sex, you know, fertilization that I would just sit there and watch on Discovery Channel. All this stuff, and I was weird. I would try to tell my friends about it and be like, you should watch this with me. And they'd be like, no, I'm not watching. But it's so cool to me to talk about how the process of a baby comes about. You know, it makes me excited. I don't know. So I've always wanted to do this. I'm very passionate and excited about it. But then the passion and desire started to like really develop when I started realizing how at risk Black women were. You know, for certain, like, for instance, you know, we are the highest number when it comes to preterm births, which is like when you have a baby too soon, like it's not really developed enough, or when you have, sorry, y'all, or when you have, you know, just difficulties with your labor and delivery process. And also I was just realizing, you know, there's just this mistrust amongst like the Black community and medical field. And so I started to not only like develop a desire to want to go into OB just because it's interesting, but also because there's a great need for it. There's a great need for Black women to be OB-GYNs, especially within our own communities, and to facilitate healthy reproductive health. I mean, reproductive health for Black women. So it started out as, you know, something I was just intrigued with, but then it developed into a real career goal, you know, for me. And even then, you know, I want to go into academic medicine with it and actually help facilitate, you know, the students into this career as well. So that's kind of how it developed for me.
Well, for me,
okay, I'm sorry.
I was going to hop in.
Of course.
So my initial story comes with, you know, my experience with my grandfather and having heart surgery. So all through med school, and Dr. Winters can attest to this, I was like, I'm going to do cardiology. I'm going to be an electrophysiologist, blah, 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 blah. My first rotation after I graduated med school was in the intensive care unit. From there, the rest is history. My experiences there just, it solidified that this is what I want to do. The procedures, the pace, the mental gymnastics of working in an intensive care unit and taking care of people, it fit for me. So that's what contributed to me selecting my field.
Okay,
And I can
go for it.
Yeah. For me, it was a constellation of things. For one, OMT was something that I kind of was just good at. But really, more importantly than that was I had a great mentor. One of the osteopathic faculty at the school, Adam Gillis, he was the director of the course for first-year students, and he had his own private office in Merchantville. And every Wednesday night, he would have evening hours, and he would have students who would come over there, and you could treat his patients, and then he would come behind and make sure you didn't miss anything. And he would buy pizza so that you weren't hungry, and he would give you $20 for gas so that you could actually get there. Awesome mentor. So I did that every Wednesday night, pretty much throughout med school. So by the time I was done, I had really consolidated this body of experiences where my skills grew, but I just really enjoyed seeing the immediate improvement that patients experience. I'm not very patient, man. Yes, the immediate gratification really helped.
And I was just going to add that, I know that there's sometimes a misunderstanding with pre-meds that you have to know exactly what you want to go into before medical school. You absolutely do not have to know. All you have to know is that you want to be a doctor. So in my case, I wanted to be a pediatrician. That's what I wanted to be. And I got to my pediatrics rotation and I hated it. Sorry, Dr. Winters, but I did not enjoy pediatrics at all. And I actually never, ever, ever thought that I would enjoy OB. It was actually the last thing on my list. I was like, there's no way. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be looking at people's genitalia all day long. I just don't want to do that. And then I did my first delivery, went to the operating room, did procedures in the, in the office. And then I fell in love with it. And that's what I ended up choosing. So you do not have to know what you want to go into. It's a great conversation piece, but don't feel like you're obligated when you say, I want to be a blank. You are not obligated at all. There's no special track in medical school for this or that specialty.
Just switching gears really quick, there's a question that came up, and it's related to two different questions. It's how is medical school for students with disabilities? The academic accommodations and social supports there in the campus community is stigmatized. And then there was also within another question about students who may be deaf. If there is deaf students that were admitted into medical schools, or is there assigning medical schools? So one of the things I want to bring up is there are several different individuals who have disabilities, and disabilities can come in all shapes and forms, right? So you can have physical disabilities, but you can also have even learning disabilities that are present. And schools are required to be able to have support services for your disabilities. So that's one thing that I definitely will say. Is there anybody who, obviously if you don't want to share, we can move on to the next question. Is there anybody who wants to share any disabilities that they may have had during their schooling or know of anything?
I can also speak to this. So I did not know that I struggled with anxiety until I got to medical school. So sometimes like if you are dealing with something like a learning disability, it will definitely be brought out when you are in medical school. Like I thought my level of anxiety was normal. I thought that was something that was normal. I experienced it in high school where I would be like, I didn't realize I was actually having panic attacks, like where I was really nervous about school and just about my grades and, just having this mindset, like a fixed mindset, like what we talked about. And I didn't realize that it was actually affecting my performance in school, like my test taking ability, like when quizzes come up, and it wasn't until I sat in the medical school auditorium with almost 300 other students. Now, mind you, I went to a small undergrad, so the most amount of students I think I had in my class was like 35, and it was the same thing in high school. So I never knew that until I sat in that room, and I couldn't even take the quiz. I kid you not. I was like, something is wrong. Like something is going on. And so I finally talked to our counselor about it, our academic counselor. And she was like, talking to me about some options and things like that. And so now, I've gotten it situated to where I can take my exams in a different space, in a different environment, to where it's more acclimated to something that's calmer for me, to where I don't think about everything else, so that's like testing accommodations. So every medical school is obligated to have testing accommodations, and it's totally okay. It doesn't make you, a bad student. It doesn't make you, like you're using resources that nobody else has. No, like these are things that you need to be successful. So even with these accommodations, I still have to show up. I still have to study. I still have to do all these things, but I have a certain situation that other students don't. And so in order to help me, right, the school provides these resources for students that have learning disabilities or anxiety or, like things like that. And also I can speak to, if you have a physical disability, you just have to do whatever necessary steps, make sure that you're talking to the right advisors and stuff like that, so that they can help you get the paperwork that you need to get done and filled out, so that the school can accommodate you, because schools are supposed to accommodate all students with all disabilities, and you should not feel bad about speaking up about that, because had I not, I may not have been successful in medical school, even like up until get to my third year where I'm at now, had I not been vocal about that, So I do want to just say that.
Thank you for sharing. I really appreciate that. Switching over, I think this is a good question to bring up. And Alwyn, we haven't heard from you, so I want to hear from you, sir. How do you stay motivated on your path to become a physician when you are a first generation? Are you a first generation physician?
Yes,
okay, well, great. This is for you.
Well, I think one of the most important things is to be proactive in the process, finding mentors or people that you can see yourself be like, and having that individual kind of guide you and be able to answer your questions, and realizing that each and every day for me, I envision myself in the white coat. And what does that entail? Being able to impact patients, treat them, witness the power of healing my patients, and seeing the beauty in that aspect, and incorporating the osteopathic tenets of seeing my patients as a total individual, whether that's psychologically, physiologically, emotionally. And secondly, I think one of the most important things is to ask yourself deep down, like, what is your internal drive? And everyone has their own internal drive. For me, medicines are also a platform to connect to the world, to showcase to the world that we have to work in our underserved communities, that I have to mentor and illustrate the tenets of compassion, love, understanding, and acknowledging the professionalism that comes with being a physician. So it's just the consistency, belief in the persistence of the profession and what you can accomplish. And that comes in a multitude of forms, whether that's being a teacher, educator, a physician, someone that's a journalist. There are different ways to accomplish the same goal of impacting and creating significant change.
Anyone else want to share?
Well, I'm in the path now. That's all I'm going to say. But, I think what keeps me motivated is knowing that there's somebody behind me that needs to see me do this, like how I needed to see the fourth years when I was in my freshman year of college. I saw Black women graduate in biology, and I was like, I can do that too, and I did it. Then I went a little bit further, and I saw Black women graduate from medical school and go into OB-GYN. I'm on the path to doing that. So I think what keeps me motivated is visualization. When I see like women that look like me, or women that have a similar story, or women that share in a similar spirit as me, like do things that I'm endeavoring to do, I feel like I can do it. They made a path for me. They made a path for me to do this and to go further. So I'm super excited to do that. And then open the door for somebody else so that they can go further and continue it on. It's like a race. It's like I always talk in track terms. I ran the relay 4x4, right? So
Oh, me too.
Hey, that's my race. And I was the anchor. So somebody always handed me the baton. And
Mhm.
that's what I do. I get the baton and I go, but now I get to get the baton and give it to somebody else. So
Mhm.
that's what keeps me motivated. That's what the visualization is key for me.
Real quick question. I have another question I want to ask. Amy Beth asked a great question. Although I'm Hispanic, my Spanish isn't fluent enough to use in a clinical setting. Any recommendations, resources for learning medical Spanish? And I know that we have some others who are bilingual as well on the panel as well. So, Dr. Torres, do you mind if I pick on you?
Yeah, that's not a problem. So I can actually empathize with this. So although when I grew up, we did not speak Spanish. My grandparents from Puerto Rico were both deaf and mute, so they didn't speak anything. They educated with sign language. So the Spanish I learned was from school, high school, and basically a minor in college. And I married a Dominican, so I learned Spanish. And it's something where I think you're always looking for opportunities. And the thing where this is, I think, really valuable, someone else had asked a question about should I learn a language, is we all have access to interpretation services at Atlantic Health. And I'm sure every other physician on this panel and student has seen and probably used this. However, conversing in their language is so reassuring. And I've had so many of them tell me, you know what, even if it's not perfect, as long as, we can understand each other, Spanish is better than my English. And I would rather have a one-on-one conversation than bring my daughter or use faceless phone to translate. So I think that an important aspect is, one, getting to use it. That's definitely the thing that helps the most. So if you can find an immersion program, that's great, whether that is getting a job place in a very high-density Spanish-speaking area, or volunteering at an organization in a very high-speaking area. So we're forced to do it because a lot of times, how much we aspire to them, it's still convenient to speak English. So I think that really trying to put yourself in situations helps them. As far as resources, there are lots of books. The schools will actually have medical Spanish programs. I know I coach over at Rowan. They have a program as well to try and help with that. But if you have an interest in a particular population, I know over here there's a huge Chinese-speaking population as well. So it is not exclusive to Spanish. If you speak a language, people will find you.
Mm-hmm.
If you're deaf and you speak sign language, you will be the doc that they all seek out because they can have a direct conversation with you. And if that means an hour-long drive, they'll make it. I have people that go an hour and a half to come see me for OMT. They will come to speak to someone that speaks their language.
I love it. Anyone else?
Yeah, so I can speak. So I speak Spanish as well, and I've been speaking it pretty much my entire life, just because where I grew up in Las Vegas, and it's just made such a huge difference. Even like in medical school and residency and rotations, and even now when I moved to Mississippi last year and started practicing, it was like one patient. Well, actually, my job put up a big old billboard that said "Se habla español," and literally, like somebody came and they're like, "I'm gonna tell my mama." And their mama came, like their whole family. And then there's like a couple towns over that has a huge Hispanic population. Literally, it's like they all migrated because there's no doctor that speaks Spanish for several miles around from where I live. And being able to speak another language, it will alter your practice. And it just feels so good. So when like the patient walks in the room and, just because they're Hispanic or Latino, I don't automatically assume that they don't speak English. So I'll start talking in English. And if they're just like, no, then I'll speak in Spanish and like their face lights up. And then other providers, patients have started coming to me. And then you see how much has been lost in communication when there is a big language barrier. And so many things get unearthed. And I think it's just, no matter what language it is, I feel like it's just another good tool to have.
Yeah, I agree. My family is from Haiti. So I speak Haitian Creole. I would say that I speak Spanish, but I picked up my Spanish in residency, so I speak obstetrical Spanish. But even in that, whenever I encounter patients with whom I speak Creole, or I speak my obstetrical Spanish, they're very appreciative of that. You know, it really is just something that they feel that there's a certain comfort level with you that they just don't have with someone who doesn't speak their language. So.
Great. And I speak English. So anyway,
bien, okay?
My Spanish is Taylor. That's it. With that being said, I have a question I want to ask you. I see other questions that are coming up, but one particular question. How did y'all pay for medical school? No one asked that question.
I can answer it. Well, I took out loans to pay for medical school. And then the job I'm switching to is going to pay them all back.
I had a very rich uncle, a very rich auntie, Sally Mae. You may
Loans. But I will say this, though. I have recently been finding a lot more scholarships for underrepresented minorities, especially for DO students. Mm-hmm. So look for those scholarships. Like, I didn't really have a lot of luck in undergrad. I don't know why, but in med school, I've actually found some really good scholarships for underrepresented DO students and underrepresented medical students just in general. So your school also should be offering you some scholarships. Apply for those scholarships. Mm-hmm. And then there's some grants, that you can get as well. But unfortunately, loans sometimes are the way to go because, it's expensive. Now, it does depend on where you go. Like my school, I only pay, I think my tuition is a little bit over $13,000 a year. That's a cheap medical school. I mean, but for really good education, whereas other schools are paying like $60,000 a year. So make sure you ask that question on interview day too. What's the tuition? Or maybe do the research on the website, ask the students, do y'all have scholarships? How are you guys financing this? Ask those questions.
So I have a little bit different, and this goes on to someone asking, can you give resources? So I was fortunate enough to be able to have several different scholarships. So I had scholarships throughout undergrad. The price of staying at home meant that I was able to have a scholarship to University of Michigan where I went to undergrad. And then when we got to medical school, both me and Dr. Lott had a scholarship to go through. We did a post-baccalaureate program at Ohio University where we went to medical school. Me and Dr. Lott were actually in the same class. And then afterwards, we didn't pay out-of-state tuition. We paid in-state tuition. We received a scholarship. So instead of it being the $36,000, it became $16,000 or something along those lines. In addition to that, I was fortunate enough to become a National Health Scholar. So meaning that National Health Service Corps, which is a federal program, provided me money that I could pay back on my student loans that was tax-free. Now that's the key. A lot of jobs will offer you money back for your student loans, but that is considered part of your salary or part of a compensation. So it can be taxed versus this one was all taxed. So I was able to receive $80,000 going back towards my student loans, which knocked out a good, healthy portion of my student loans because I decided to do what I was already going to do in the first place, which was primary care in an underserved community. So I was able to have money paid back. So my student loans are not as high. I still did take out some student loans. Actually, majority of all my student loans came from medical school, just to be able to live because unfortunately, I'm not from a family that was independently wealthy, but it did help quite a bit. So I did have that resource.
Another one is certainly also going to be military. Yes. I know there was a good number of my classmates who did do the military. I was already married and I had a child third year, so I wasn't about to sign up. But in retrospect, I've been thinking that that probably would have made a lot of sense, way back when, had I not had those factors. So they will pay for just about all of it in return for service. You can still do the residency specialty of your choice. And then after you finish, then you owe them that time, but at least you get the training that you want. And med school is not cheap.
And I'd like to mention too, student Dr. Sabri brought up a valid point. Me and Dr. Renee Vonnie Darko received a scholarship through the AOA, actually, which was the William G. Anderson Minority Scholarship. So that actually was a scholarship that paid $5,000, which I know isn't like $5,000. $5,000 was the determining factor for me being able to complete my medical education or not, because I reached the aggregate amount of loans that I could take out, which a lot of times we don't hear about, which is there's a certain level of amount of loans that you can take out that's given for public loans or for loans that you're able to receive from the federal government without having to take out private loans. And I know I didn't want to take out private loans. So that $5,000 was that determining factor.
Also, some medical schools offer the opportunity to become an OMT or OMM scholar. And for instance, at my school, essentially you add on an extra year to your medical school. So essentially you're not graduating in 4 years, you're graduating in 5 years, but my school pays for both years. So your 5th year and your 4th year is on the school. So technically you're only paying for 3 years of medical school, but you have the opportunity to teach OMT and really navigate and learn more skills on the osteopathic tenet side of things. So you guys could definitely research and look more into that, but it's certainly another opportunity to lessen your loan debt and burdens.
Yep. All right. The other question I want to ask is kind of going backwards a little bit. There was a question about non-traditional medical students. So we have several people that's on a panel. Well, not several. We have one I know for sure that was a non-traditional medical student. So how about you go ahead and discuss your pathway?
Who, me?
Well, you're the one I know.
I don't know. Maybe you knew somebody else. So yes, I was a non-traditional student. I went to school up in Westchester, New York. I ended up, my first year was horrific. And I think I finished my first year definitely with a 1.9 GPA. That was for sure. I actually did have a scholarship to college, which eventually I actually lost that scholarship due to academic performance. The problem was that I didn't really know how to go about this path of wanting to, getting into medical school. And so when that happened, my study skills were not where they were supposed to be. I spoke with my pre-med advisor and she quickly said to me, you need to go to graduate school and do something else. And so the problem was that I didn't know anybody else I didn't know how to talk to anybody else about what I wanted to do. And so I flailed around for another couple of years. And what I did was I increased my GPA, but I did it by avoiding the science classes that I was supposed to be taking for my major, which was chemistry at the time. I also didn't know, even in my third year of college, that you didn't have to be a science major in order to go to medical school. I thought if you want to go to medical school, you have to major in science, which is not true. So if anybody is thinking like me, I'm here to tell you, you do not have to be a science major. The other problem was that I wasn't taking the prerequisites, which I didn't even know that there were prerequisites to medical school. And eventually, the last problem I encountered was that I was not on the path of graduating from college in 4 years. And so I realized that in my third year of college and literally was bawling in the middle of my dorm room. And finally, I went and I spoke to one of my associate deans, and she really helped me out and just kind of explained to me that Well, one, you can change your major. You don't have to keep suffering. You don't have to keep digging the knife deeper. Just change your major. You have a lot of biology classes that you took. You obviously enjoy biology, so that's what I did. And we also, in that plan, determined that it would take me 5 years instead of 4 years to finish college, which is what I did. But even in that, my GPA was still low. I think my GPA was like a 2.87 at that point when I graduated. And so I decided to do a post-bac. Again, the only reason I knew about post-bac was because I had finally gone to my associate dean and talked with her about it. It wasn't common knowledge. It wasn't something that everybody just did, or at least that I knew that everybody did. And so it was because of her recommendation and knowledge that that I was able to do that. And so my plan was to do the post-bac for 2 years and then apply. But then 2 years became 3 years, and then 3 years became 4 years. And next, I was 27 years old applying to medical school. Now, by the time I hit 25 years old, I had actually resolved in my mind that, medical school is for adults. And if I'm going to be a responsible adult who is going to become a physician and complete medical school, responsibly and effectively, then I need to get over the fact that I'm, older than most students getting into medical school. And so that's how I literally got that monkey off my back, if you will, of the age. And so I got into medical school at 27 years old. However, the oldest person in my class was 50. That's right. She's 50 years. She was 50 years old. She's still practicing now. I actually saw her at my reunion back in 2014. So
that's so I love to hear those stories. Kavi brought up a very valid question, and I really want to hear the panelists speak on it, which is, are there times that you still doubt yourself as doctors? I feel like stress never ends. In undergrad school, stereotype threat and imposter syndrome take over me. Does it get better? I'm going to first start off by saying, no, it doesn't get better.
I'm going to feel that tonight when I go to work with no sleep, okay?
We're laughing, Kathy, not at the question, but we're laughing because we so feel your pain. We know what it feels like. I'm going to step away because I can just feel the panelists like, let me at this question. Let me at it. So there you go, y'all.
Well, I won't say that I doubt myself as a doctor because I feel like I've well trained. And it's a practice of medicine. Mm-hmm. I'm not God. I know I don't know everything. There are things that I may come across that I do not know. Hence, up to date and peer-reviewed literature to help fill in the gaps of the things that you may not know. But regardless of the breadth of medicine, when I was in med school, the statistic I heard is that the body of medical knowledge doubles every 5 years. I graduated in 2008. So it's grown significantly, but some things never change. That's where the foundation that you get in med school, learning the basics of anatomy, physiology, all that stuff is there for you to build on so that when you get out into practice and when you get out into doing the things that you want to do, you know what you can fall back on. If something kind of throws you and you can figure out the base of where the problem comes from, you can piece out a response. Is it stressful at times? Yeah. I'll just use our current example. I mean, I'm seeing things now that, I probably haven't had to see in about 10 years since the swine flu. I've had some very trying times these last couple of months. I've had a lot of patients die, not from any lack of care on our part or not that we didn't want them to do well, but it's a disease process. that, you know, has a fatality rate that is very real. As a clinician, as a doc, I take a lot of that stuff, I won't say personally, but it still weighs heavily on you. So the stress is there, and it's not just going to disappear. The thing that you have to do is learn how to manage it.
Mm-hmm.
Self-care is important. That's all.
I don't know if I can speak on this. I'm not a doctor. So I don't know if this question is geared towards me.
Speak on it. Speak on your experience as a medical student.
I would say what my mother has always, she would be so proud of me for saying this right now. But anyway, you know, every level, she always says, every level gets higher and higher and higher and higher, you know, because that's what we're endeavoring to do. We are endeavoring to continue on, you know, the excellence portion of this career. But with each level, you pick up new tools, you pick up new ways, new strategies to manage. And going back to what I was saying in the beginning about having that growth mindset, that's where that kicks in, right? This doesn't get easier, right? So yes, you had to get through organic. All right. Then you had to get through the MCAT. All right. And then you had to get through every single year of medical school, including every board exam. Okay. And then you had to graduate and then make it through residency and actually treat patients. Like, you're the doctor now, you know, so every level is going to have every level is going to have a difficulty that you're going to have to overcome, and an obstacle and a level of stress that you're going to have to be able to manage, right? But one of the beauties of being a DO is you learn how to holistically take care of people, but also how to holistically take care of yourself, right? Prioritizing mental health, you know, taking breaks, going to see your family, making sure that you're getting the things that you need to get done. You know, that's how you manage that. But yeah, it's hard at every single level for different reasons, right? Third year is different than second year, thank God, but it's still challenging. You know, it's still challenging, even as we're climbing this ladder. So I think you should look at it as not impossible, but look at, again, don't delay gratification. Understand what got you to this point. Harness that, use the tools, use the strategies to keep pushing forward, and then be open, have a growth mindset as to, all right, what do I need to learn so I can get past this roadblock? You know, because every level is going to be harder, but you're capable. You can do it. You know, we're doing it. We have done it, you know, so you're here now. So I definitely think that was a good question. It's a real question. And we're still figuring out how to deal with that at each level.
Yeah. I just want to make one point about that, just to kind of piggyback on what you said. I will never forget when I was a intern, which means that I was just graduated from medical school. I was in my first year of residency, and I had an experience where you first get on your long white coat. The difference between a medical student is you have a short white coat. As soon as you graduate medical school, you get the long white coat. I had my long white coat on. I'll never forget, I had my name badge, Dr. Winters. I was so excited. And I got a call on the floor about a patient. It was a 17-year-old patient who was bleeding from his penis. And they called me to come to the bedside. And so I heard about this and I was like, oh, okay, I know it's like a little bit of tiny blood that came from the catheter, which was the tube that was going into the penis to help the patient to urinate. Well, when I got there to the floor, I'm thinking, okay, I know what this is. Everything's going to be fine. They pulled back the bed sheet, and it was blood everywhere. And the first thing I said is, oh my God, call urology, call the attendant, call a real doctor, call somebody. Because I was like, I just don't know what the heck to do. Call somebody who's really a doctor here. That's how you feel sometimes. But every time, and I can't lie to you, there are still things being out of practice now for over 10 plus years. There are still things that come across our desks, or some things that we're like, I've never seen this a day in my life. But instead of overreacting like that, I can tell you what I've learned how to do now is say like, okay, well, let's figure this out. Let's think about it rationally, calmly, and try to figure out what the plan is to do. But I have one other question. We're getting close to time, so I'm trying to answer everybody's questions. One of the questions I thought was a good one is, how does it feel to experience your first death as a doctor? Does it get easier?
No.
It does not get easier.
How was your first
In
experience?
some cases, my first experience was a third-year med student. I was at South Point, and I'd seen this lady the day before, and I came in the next day. I did an ABG on her, so I'd stuck her to get some blood to check her for oxygen. She was 52. A little obese, well, a lot of obese, probably about 2 Ohio units, so put her about 400 pounds. And I came in the next day, and she was dead, just out of nowhere. And no one could answer. It crushed me because I felt like I had a connection. We talked, and it really hit me. Life is fragile, and you just don't know what's going to happen. What's going to happen next? And it doesn't get any easier. It does not get any easier. You just develop a system or a pattern that helps you to cope with the loss.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. In obstetrics, it's always hard. Always hard. I've definitely seen GYN deaths from gynecology. So I'll talk about that really quickly. It was a woman maybe in her mid-40s. I was in residency at the time. She came in for pelvic pain, had been jumping from ER to ER. Basically, when she got onto my service, one of my senior residents basically accused her of drug seeking. Yeah, she's not really in pain. She just wants drugs. That woman died 8 months later of cervical cancer. So the pain that she was experiencing was actually the cancer growing inside of her. But having gone from ER to ER to ER, I don't think anyone had done a pelvic exam on her to determine that her cervix had actually been cancerous. When I had developed a really good relationship with that woman, because when she was admitted, I was the one that really, really advocated for her going to the operating room so we could do a thorough exam on her, which is what actually caught her cancer. And when she died, I cried and cried and cried. I couldn't even talk to my attending because I was crying so much. I just felt so bad that this woman for so many months of her life had been denied care because people had accused her of something so malicious as just to, just seeking drugs and coming to the hospital to do that. So that was my first GYN experience. My first obstetrical experience was actually an Indian couple who had come in. They came in, she was 39 weeks. So 39 weeks is a full-term baby, right? Like that baby, if that baby delivers, you have a baby, it's great. She came in and she came in for monitoring. And I think she had a complaint of decreased fetal movement, that she didn't really feel the baby moving that much. We put her on the monitor and the baby's heart rate looked fine. Everything was fine. We sent her home, and within 24 hours, that baby had died. And I could not, for the life of me, I was an intern at the time. I could not for the life of me understand what happened. Like I grappled with that so much for many months afterwards. I was just like, I don't understand what happened to this baby. This baby looked beautiful on monitoring, and now it's gone. So it doesn't get easier. If it starts to get easy, then that's when you have to reevaluate why you're in it.
I think I might, have a little bit of a different perspective, and I like to think of it in terms of expected versus unexpected death. Because I do a fair amount of inpatient medicine as well, and we care for people that are very age who come into the hospital with very advanced cancer, and they know this is it. And on some level, it's the completion of the human condition. You know, for us all to live means that one day we need to die. And for some of them, the end is not pleasant. And so we do manage a fair for them on the hospice and palliative care. For them, the death is unfortunate. And in family medicine, some of them we might have relationships for a very long time. But I think of the loss that you experience when it's an unexpected death is very different from the one where maybe you're losing a patient you've cared for a while, and so there's loss there. Somewhere this might be an improvement from all of the suffering that they've undergone for the last several months. And so I think a lot of the context comes into what you do. There is a specialty of hospice medicine and palliative care, and that's all that they do, is walk people through those final days. But these are people that, you know, it's not unexpected. You know, I don't think any of it is a surprise you're getting into that. And I think that's the challenge. I'm very fine with those unexpected ones. You know, you still get that sting.
So I don't want to end us because we are reached our time. I don't want to end us on this sad note because that is just like painful for anybody, including myself. So I want to allow you to give me one word you want to impart. Think about this as much as possible. One word that you want to impart on the medical students to be able to say, hey, you got this, you can do this, go forth and save the world. All right, starting off with, I'm gonna go in reverse. Dr. Darko.
Why start with me, man?
I knew
it. You know I can't just say one word, but I will. My word is growth.
I love it. Dr. Kane?
I would say courage.
Dr. Lott?
Perseverance.
Okay.
Perseverance.
Okay. Student Dr. Zuper? I can't hear you.
Microsoft. Can you guys hear me? All right. My word is victorious.
Victorious. I love it. Dr. Torres.
Fortitude.
Fortitude. And then my word is going to be hope, because you always need some hope there. All right, everybody, we have reached the end of our Tour for Diversity, AACOM, our joint tour. This is the first, hopefully, of many. We really appreciate you for sticking in there. There was so many students that stuck in throughout the whole 6 hours. Do not forget, we will have a raffle. We will be sending you an email with that information if you won. It will be 60 individuals that will receive a token to be able to apply towards your AACOMs. We just hope that you had a great time as we did. Thank you so much for sticking in with us. And on that, we say good night.
Dr. Winters, some of the students are asking if they can get our emails or information to follow us.
Yeah.
I would encourage us to just put what we prefer, how we prefer to be contacted in the chat if possible.
Yes, I'm going to let us stay on for just a few more seconds if you wanted to put in onto your chat. For everyone, please feel free to follow me on Twitter, or you can log in. You can also see us on Tour4Diversity in Medicine.
Is it okay for me to put like social media on here, or are we only just doing emails?
No, you can put social media if you so choose. For emails wise, we just ask them to reach out to the Tour4Diversity in Medicine. And on that note, if everybody has been able to add in, if they wanted to add in onto the chat, we are gonna, I think we got everybody. Yep. And I think we're done. Have a good one.